Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown with another of my stories for you, a venture which I call The Widow is Willing. It's the account of an insurance investigator named Mark Hunt, who finds himself marooned on a lonely island in the company of an assortment of characters, male and female, one of whom could be a murderer. For my money, I prefer being locked in a lonely room with a typewriter, but there's no accounting for tastes. Well, here's Mark Hunt and his story.
When you get to the edge of the world, there's a river, and in the middle of the river is an island. That's where the Goldbrights live. It was a raw night which made you think of vampires and things that go eek in the night. There was a moon with low clouds scudding across it. I'd given the old character who owned a boat $5 to row me across. He pulled at the oars, and I watched the solitary light on the island getting gradually larger. Nearly there. Yeah. Goldbright's been living on that island long.
He and his father before him and his father before that.
Yeah, what did his father before that do? To get banished, I mean.
That's some sort of Yankee joke?
Sort of. How did they get to the mainland?
They got a launch. You should have let them know you were coming and they descended.
Not for me, they wouldn't.
They ain't expecting you, huh?
That's right. Too bad about Henry Goldbright dying like that.
Uh-huh.
Stepped over the balcony outside his bedroom and ended up on the stone jetty, 50 feet below, they say.
Uh-huh.
The Goldbrights get on all right? Together, I mean.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, talkative, aren't you?
We're here. Yeah. You go up them steps and then on up to the house.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot. If I want to get back to the mainland again in maybe an hour's time, will you be around?
Around World's End at night, you must be crazy, mister.
Why?
You stay here long enough, you find out. Not a place to be by yourself, not at night. That's your bag. Goodbye.
The old guy pulled away and was lost in the night. I picked up my case and started up the steps which led to the path which led to the house. A gaunt, gray building. World's End. I thought the name was appropriate. As I pulled the bell rope, I wondered what Mrs. Goldbright would be like. Fragile, white-haired, with a quavering voice? Or more probably tough and hard and thin-lipped?
Yes?
This, I presume, was Mrs. Goldbright. She wore 15 denier nylons, black. She wore a form-fitting dress, black. And since she was a blonde, the black did things for her. And for me. She may have been a widow, but she was also a wow.
Yes, what do you want?
Mrs. Goldbright?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Goldbright.
My name is Hunt, Mark Hunt, from Excelsior Insurance Incorporated.
Yes?
I'm sorry to worry you at a time like this, but your husband had a policy with us for $50,000.
You're very prompt in paying your policies?
It's not quite like that, Mrs. Goldbright. I'm an insurance investigator. When a big claim like this comes along, the company naturally investigates it before they pay.
Perhaps you'd better come inside, Mr. Hunt. It's not very comfortable here on the doorstep. I don't quite understand the need for any investigation, Mr. Hunt.
Mrs. Goldbright, your husband died 2 days ago. He was insured for a large sum of money. Therefore, the company has to be sure there's been no foul play.
You mean they want to be sure my husband died of natural causes and wasn't murdered?
You could put it that way, I suppose.
The police are satisfied he died of natural causes?
That's half the battle.
The other half being to convince you, I suppose.
Well...
I think the best thing you can do is stay here, Mr. Hunt, at World's End, until you've completed your investigation.
That's very kind of you.
Not at all. It would be impossible for you to work from the mainland, and the sooner it's finished, the happier both of us will be.
Of course.
You better come and meet the others. Then we'll have dinner. This way, Mr. Hunt. They're all in the living room.
She led the way down the cold, stone-paved hallway into a large room with polished wood floors, which contained 5 people. 4 men and a woman.
Just a moment, everybody. I want you to meet Mark Hunt. He's an insurance investigator. This is my brother-in-law, Clem Goldbright.
Hello.
Clem was about 30 or so, dark, slim, dissipated, crooked grin and a sneer in the eyes.
This is John Cross, an old friend.
Hi there.
Cross was rugged, looked the good-natured college athlete type.
Roger and Mavis Beavis.
How do you do?
Hello.
Beavis was fat and 40, rimless glasses, a successful businessman. Mavis was a redhead with a ravishing figure. Every time my husband looked at her, he got a stupid look on his face. I didn't blame him.
And this is Michael Degrescu.
Delighted, Mr. Hunt.
Degrescu had a foreign accent. The name was Romanian. He looked smooth and suave and probably shrewd.
Well, now that you've all met, I'll do something about drinks.
An insurance investigator, eh, Hunt? Checking on my brother's death?
It's just routine, Mr. Goldbright, with any large claim.
In other words, it's a case of did he fall or was he pushed?
Clem, that's no way to talk in front of Lila.
Why not? She probably gave 3 cheers when she found him on the jetty. We all know their marriage was a mistake. She made the mistake. She married him because she thought he'd spend all his money on her, and he didn't.
Clem always puts things so beautifully. Here's your drink, Mr. Hunt.
One of these days you'll get a crack on a jaw for talking like that.
Such a rugged character, our Mr. Cross. The guy who never got past college, physically or mentally.
Please, that's enough. Mr. Hunt will think we're a bunch of lunatics.
It must be an interesting career, Mr. Hunt, being an insurance investigator.
It's just a job, Mrs. Beavis. Pretty ordinary most times.
Sounds rather sordid to me.
At least it's a job, Clem. Something you wouldn't know anything about.
We each take life as we find it, Mavis. Me with my brains, you with your looks.
Now, look here, Clem.
Mavis married you for your dough, Roger boy. And we all know why you married Mavis.
That's the gong for dinner. Let's move to the dining room, shall we?
We got through the soup, the meat, the apple pie and cream without any more of the Bob comments. Then we adjourned back to the living room for coffee. While Mavis put on some records and the others organized a game of bridge, I found myself left with the Romanian Michael Degrescu.
Are you interested in art, Mr. Hunt?
One specific kind, sure.
What kind is that?
Leg art.
Ah, you mean the cheesecake?
Mm-hmm.
I was referring to something else. Myself, I'm a collector of everything and anything that is beautiful, from women to paintings. The paintings in this room, for example, very fine. I offered Henry $100,000 for them. He refused. I'm hoping Lila will feel differently.
Well, good luck.
I think I will have it. It was a sin that a woman like Lila should have been tied to Henry. I hope to add her, too, to my collection of beautiful things.
I got the impression that John Cross was in the running there.
Puh, Cross. A moron with muscles. She will have more sense than that.
What the... Mavis, please.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put that on. I didn't know it was with the rest of the records.
A bad faux pas. That was Henry's favorite music. Beethoven, the Coriolanus Overture. I don't like it myself. It was playing the other night when it happened. I think poor Lila associates it with Henry's death. That was careless of Mavis. Careless.
Or deliberate. Everyone went to bed around 11. The room I'd been given was upstairs, overlooking the water. A sheer drop of 50 feet. It had started to rain, lashing against the window as though it was trying to break in. I was sitting having a last cigarette when there was a soft tap on the door. I opened it. Mrs. Goldbright stood there. I couldn't help thinking that Goldbright was a good description of her hair.
Could I talk to you for a moment, Mr. Hunt?
Sure, come in. Cigarette?
Thank you. Thank you. Must have been quite an experience for you, meeting our little group this evening.
That's an understatement. There's certainly a bunch of characters.
Clem was quite right, you know. The burning question is, did he fall or was he pushed? I'd like to know the answer to that myself.
Where were you when it happened?
In my room. Henry and I had separate rooms. The first thing I heard was his shriek as he fell.
You think someone could have pushed him?
They all had good reason to. So did I, if it comes to that. Henry was a good deal older than I am. He wasn't exactly a nice person. I'll be frank, I married him for exactly the reasons Clem stated. Clem himself has only a yearly allowance, but part of the estate reverts to him on Henry's death, so he had good reason to kill him. John Cross imagines he's in love with me. I've never encouraged his feelings, but he could have thought that with Henry out of the way, I might feel differently. Michael Degrescu
explained himself to me tonight. What about the Beavis couple, Roger and Mavis?
Roger's making a fortune marketing gadgets. He's the driving force, but Henry put up the money. Recently, Henry took a dislike to him because he married Mavis. I think Henry decided to withdraw his capital. Roger has staked everything he has on a new project. I know that at this juncture, the withdrawal of Henry's capital would ruin him.
So everyone had a good reason for wanting to see Henry die.
Yes, including me. I had no love for Henry, and with his death, I'll presumably inherit his money. I'll know tomorrow. The lawyer's coming to read the will.
Why tell me all this, Mrs. Goldbright?
I don't know. Just seems to help, having someone like you in the house, Mark. May I call you Mark?
Surely, Mrs. Goldbright.
Please call me Lila. And if you don't mind, I'll talk to you again. Might help me to keep sane.
Anytime, Lila.
Thanks, Mark. I think I'm going to like you. A lot.
She left, and I turned in. To the accompaniment of the wind and the rain beating against the house, I fell asleep. Suddenly, I was awake. Something coming from below, faintly from downstairs, had aroused me. The Beethoven music. It sounded eerie and terrifying in the night. There was something else, a voice, a whisper, weird and toneless in the room.
You are the one who can help. Eternity is forever. Yet eternity can be held in captivity, imprisoned for all to see. The second that plunged me into eternity, held forever. Search, and you shall be rewarded. And perhaps I shall be avenged.
With a supreme effort, I stretched out my arm for the bedside lamp and switched it on. But there was no one there. The room was empty.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Have you ever woken up in a bedroom in the middle of the night and heard a weird, whispering voice, switched on the light, and found the room empty? Around the office of Excelsior Insurance Incorporated, I was considered a pretty tough investigator. Mark Hunt, the guy with a marble heart. But I didn't get much sleep the rest of the night, in that empty room in the gaunt Goldbright house, with the rain sheets whipping viciously against the window and the wind whining outside the walls. I was glad when daylight came. Daylight's such a nice, sane thing to see. Everything that sneaks out of the graveyard at midnight is back there before dawn. Who is it?
Cross. John Cross.
Okay, come in.
I was sent to fetch you, Hunt.
Hmm?
Lila was wondering what had happened to you. It's late. Breakfast's over.
That's okay. I've kind of lost my appetite this morning anyway.
Why? What's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing really. Only I'm just beginning to understand that old guy.
What old guy?
The one who rode me over. He made a couple of cryptic comments about this place. I'm beginning to see what he meant.
You're not making sense, but that's not my business. I was told to get you. The lawyer's arrived.
Lawyer?
Sure, to read Henry Goldbright's will. They're all gathered in the living room, and Lila figured you ought to be there, seeing that you're investigating Henry's death.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll get dressed right away.
Okay, I'll get back. If you time it right, you'll miss all the legal mumbo-jumbo and get there for the interesting part.
John Cross was right. By the time I crept quietly into the living room and took a seat, the legal eagle, a lean, lifeless-looking bird, was getting down to business.
Before reading the section concerning the actual beneficiaries, I must say that I did my utmost to dissuade Mr. Goldbright from the course he took. My efforts were of no avail, and he insisted on couching his will in its present terms.
Thank you, Mr. Daventry. Would you please continue?
And now, as to the disposal of my estate. I am well aware that my wife married me only for what she could get. Therefore, I have not the slightest intention of allowing her to squander the wealth it took my family 5 generations to amass. I leave her a legacy of $10,000 and trust it will be enough to keep her until she remarries. I might add that I have long suffered watching the sheep's eyes made at my wife by John Cross, and knowing he's practically penniless, cannot help feeling a certain satisfaction in knowing that if they marry, it will undoubtedly be a love match.
John, please.
The bulk of my estate I leave to my brother, Clem Goldbright. I realize that he is a waster, but I trust he has enough family pride to guard the family fortune. If my brother should die within 2 years of inheritance, my wife shall take over the whole estate. If she should die within a similar period, then the estate will revert to my friend Michael Dergrescu, who has for so long desired my paintings and other art treasures. There are other minor provisions, of course, $1,000 for the butler and $500 for the maid. And that, I think, is all. Has anyone any questions?
Yes, I have.
Yes, Mr. Goldbright?
That last condition, about the estate reverting on death. Is that legal? Can it be contested?
Contested? Certainly not. It's a perfectly legal procedure.
But don't you see what it means? If Henry was murdered, if his fall wasn't an accident, it means there's a killer in this house. And that will is an open incitement to murder.
Oh, come, Mr. Goldbright. Aren't you letting your imagination run away with you?
If I'm found one morning on the jetty like Henry was, that'll be a comforting thought.
The lawyer left after lunch. The rain hadn't let up, and that, combined with the terms of the will and Clem's outburst, produced an atmosphere like death row in a penal institution. Everyone retired early that night. I was back in my bedroom, and I was wishing it was someplace else, because the room kept reminding me of that whispering voice in the night. Since I couldn't stop thinking about it, I tried to figure out what the voice had been trying to tell me. Eternity can be held in captivity, it had said. Imprisoned for all to see. Of course. It meant a camera. If someone had taken a photograph as Henry plunged to his death, that was it. The voice meant that somewhere there was a negative that proved whether Henry fell or was pushed. Who's that?
Me, Lila.
Oh, come in.
I brought a bottle and 2 glasses.
Lila, that's an inspiration.
That's what I thought. Here, you do the pouring.
Mm-hmm.
It's been such a dreadful day.
Oh, I won't argue with that.
I just couldn't stand being by myself.
Well, now you're not. Now, here's your drink.
Thanks. You know, it's funny, isn't it?
Sure. What?
That will. When I think of all the time I've been here in this ghastly place, of all the time I endured Henry, what do I get as a reward? $10,000.
Henry seems to have been an eccentric character.
Henry was a heel, pure and simple. But don't let's talk about him.
Okay. What will we talk about?
You. You and me.
It sounds an interesting subject.
I like you, Mark. You're my idea of a man. I haven't known a real man these last few years. Is that a very awful thing to say?
Let me think about it. No, I don't think it is.
I'm glad. I wouldn't like you to think I'm awful.
I think you're beautiful.
Mark, the lights. They've gone out.
Yeah.
Mark! In the doorway. That figure. It's Henry!
As Lila's body collapsed to the floor, every hair on my head stood on end. In the doorway, bathed in an unearthly light, was the figure of a man with gray hair and a gray mustache. I grabbed for my gun. The figure was in front of me, but the laugh came from behind me. I whirled round, and when I turned back for the door, the figure was gone. I was heading for the door when I heard the voice again in the darkness.
Now, do you believe? Will you listen when I tell you that the secret of my death is held for all time, imprisoned in emotion, waiting to be found? Seek, and you shall discover.
Then suddenly the music stopped and the lights came on. I looked at my gun and then at Lila on the floor. As I picked her up and placed her on the bed, she stirred.
Mark.
Oh, it's okay, Lila, it's okay.
Did you see him?
I saw something.
It was Henry, back from the dead. Even from beyond the grave, he won't leave me in peace.
I don't think it was Henry. I fired at whatever it was, but my gun was empty. Someone's removed the clip. A genuine ghost wouldn't worry about bullets, but someone worried enough to take them out of my gun so I wouldn't fire any.
But who would do that? And why?
That's the $64,000 question. If we knew that, we'd know everything.
Mark, I'm scared. I can't go back to my room.
I've got a solution. Stay here.
Mark.
Yeah, we can finish the bottle. After breakfast next morning, we all gathered in the living room. Clem Goldbright had said he wanted to make an announcement, and everyone was wondering what it was.
Everyone's here? Good. I told you I had an announcement to make. Here it is. You all heard the terms of the will yesterday. You all know that World's End and everything that goes with it is my property.
There's no need to gloat.
You also heard me say what I thought of the will. Nothing more nor less than an open invitation to murder. Well, I have no intention of being murdered. So I'm asking you to leave, all of you.
Leave?
Now, wait a minute, Goldbright.
That's just what I won't do, Mr. Cross. Wait a minute longer than I have to. The inquest is this afternoon. It shouldn't take long. With no evidence, the verdict will be accidental death. And I'm asking you all to leave by tomorrow. The launch will be waiting for you at 10:30 in the morning.
But, Clem, that doesn't give us much time to pack our things. I've got all my clothes.
All the low-down nasty...
You can call me all the names you like, Cross.
You might have some consideration for Lila, even if not for the rest of it.
The only person I'm considering is me. I'm sorry. 10:30 tomorrow morning. That's final.
I watched him stride out of the room, and I thought that boy was really scared. I got away from the rest of them and decided to take a walk around the island. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still lead gray, promising more. After I'd been out for about an hour and was heading back towards the house, I came on the figure of a woman. And what a figure. And what she was holding pulled me up short.
Well, hello there.
Hello yourself.
Nice to get some fresh air, huh?
Yeah. What's the camera for? You one of those photograph fiends?
Just a hobby.
I wouldn't have thought that you'd go in for photography. You're quite a surprising girl, Mavis.
Am I? One of the tragedies of my life is having a husband who's old enough to be jealous, but too old to be interesting. You look young enough to be interesting, Mark.
Well, thanks. What did you do before you acquired your husband?
Used to work in burlesque.
You like it?
Some of it. The time I worked with a magician, that was fun. Until his wife woke up to him.
Tell me, Mavis, did you think Henry Goldbright was murdered?
I wouldn't know and I wouldn't care. I never liked him and he never liked me. How much is the policy you'll have to pay on him?
$50,000.
Wow, that's a lot of hay.
Sure is.
And it depends whether he fell or whether he was pushed.
That's right.
Supposing someone gave you proof that he was pushed, would you pay them anything?
Of course. 20%'s the usual rate.
$10,000. That's not bad.
Thinking of claiming it, Mavis? Maybe you've got some proof, like a photograph or something?
A photograph of what?
Henry coming down with a view of the balcony behind him and maybe somebody standing on the balcony?
That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Whatever gave you an idea like that?
It was just something that came to me in the night. The inquest, as Clem Goldbright had prophesied, was straightforward and to the point. Verdict, accidental death, which meant we'd have to pay on the policy. It was late by the time I got back to World's End, and after dinner everybody got busy with their packing in preparation for departure in the morning. I took some liquor up to my room and locked the door. I didn't want any visitors, supernatural or seductive. Half a bottle later, I was asleep. But I wasn't destined for an undisturbed night. I grabbed my gun and made for the door.
Mark, did you hear it too?
Hear it. It'll haunt my
It
dreams.
sounded as though we're outside.
The balcony. Come on.
Oh, Mark, do you think...
I don't know what I think.
There's the balcony.
Lila, don't come near.
Cross, what is it?
I heard the scream. I came out and looked down. Now, keep away, Lila.
Why? Why, John?
Because there's a body on the jetty.
A body?
Who is it, Cross?
Take a look for yourself. Can you see?
Yeah, the moonlight's shining full on it. That's Clem Goldbright.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Have you ever sat in the living room with a group of people after an announcement that one of them was a murderer? It's not the most soothing sensation. To reassure myself, I reminded me that I was Mark Hunt, insurance investigator, and what else could I expect if I insisted on investigating insurance? But it didn't help much. The rest of them, Lila Goldbright, Roger Beavis and his wife Mavis, the Romanian Degrescu, and the hunk of beefcake, John Cross, sat in a silence that was louder than screaming. Finally, Degrescu got to his feet.
It is no use sitting here like dummies. The police must be fetched. I shall get the launch and go.
Now, wait a minute.
Wait for what, Mr. Hunt?
I thought we decided the butler should fetch the police.
We did not decide. You did.
Makes sense, doesn't it? If one of us goes, he or she might not come back.
Do you insinuate that
I'm insinuating nothing. I just think it's better that all of us stay on the island.
I think he's right, Degrescu.
But I do not cross. Who is he to order anyone around?
Never mind that. The butler goes and you stay.
I shall be back in about an hour.
I'm sorry, pal. You won't be back because you're not leaving.
Take your hand from my arm.
I was expecting that.
Oh, if you want a fight, I'm happy to oblige.
Michael! Stop them, Roger!
There's no need, Mavis. Just for good luck. Now, Beavis, would you like to get the butler and send him for the police?
All right, Hunt. But I don't think you should have hit him.
What else was I supposed to do? Stand still and make like a punching bag?
Go on, Roger. Do as he says.
Very well. We'd better get the police here before everything degenerates into a wholesale brawl.
Lila, suppose you and Mavis do something about coffee.
That's a good idea. Come on, Lila.
All right, but what are you going to do about Michael?
Let him sleep it off on the floor.
That was quite a nice piece of work, Hunt. Where'd you learn to fight like that?
Special Service Division.
Yeah, so was I, 9th.
Oh, Europe, huh? I was with the 12th, in the Pacific all the time.
Yeah. Degrescu had it coming. Poor Clem was right. That will was a direct invite to murder. And the thing that worries me is Lila.
Because of what she said, you mean? About being suspected of it?
No. Because she'll be next on the list.
Next on... Of course. She inherits, and that makes Degrescu suspect number 1.
Oh. He's coming too.
What? I will remember that, Hunt.
Oh, that's okay. Add it to your other treasures.
The coffee's just about ready. Lila's bringing it in.
Oh, great. Oh, I left my cigarettes in my room. Keep the coffee hot for me. In the turmoil and tension, I'd forgotten about the mysterious voice and the equally mysterious vision of Henry Goldbright back from the dead. I made the excuse about my cigarettes because I realized here was my chance to do a little looking around. I went upstairs and tried the door next to my room. It wasn't locked. I stepped inside and shut it quietly. The first thing I looked for was there, a ventilator in the wall separating this room from mine. Then I started on the drawers and the wardrobe and finally the suitcases. In the third suitcase, I struck it lucky.
Find what you were looking for?
Yeah, Mavis, I did. A throat microphone, an amplifier, gray wig, gray mustache, spirit gum, and phosphorescent paint.
The real little detective, aren't you?
It was when you told me you'd worked in burlesque and once worked with a magician. Yeah, nifty gadgets, these throat mics. Fit them onto the throat, they amplify the vocal cords and produce that horrible whisper. And the wig and mustache, with a suit treated with a luminous paint, provided quite an effective ghost.
I thought so.
Of course, it was your husband, Roger, who did the talking and the appearance, with the amplifier and the ventilator. Now, you must have been downstairs turning on the musical effects, that Beethoven record.
That's right.
Yeah, what I don't get was why. Why the elaborate setup to give me the idea of a photo of Henry's murder? What did you expect me to do?
I hoped you'd mention it.
I still don't get it.
I was out there on the jetty when Henry came over the balcony. I had the camera with me. It was terrible.
And you got a photograph?
No, I didn't. I was so scared I didn't even look up. But afterwards it occurred to me that if Henry had been murdered, and if I had a photograph, it'd be worth a lot of money to the murderer.
So?
So I talked. I dropped hints to everyone about the camera and about Henry.
Figuring that the murderer would know what you were talking about because he'd have seen you from the balcony.
He or she, I wouldn't know. Then the next morning there was a note under our door addressed to me. It said if I left the negative in an envelope in the second drawer of the bureau, I'd be paid $20,000.
What did you do?
I left a note there saying that I wanted the cash first. In the morning the note was gone, but there was no answer. Then when you arrived...
You hit on this weird and wonderful way of giving me the idea that a photo existed.
Yes. I wanted you to talk about it, but you didn't.
Yeah, so then you dreamed up the gag of Roger playing ghost, taking the precaution of removing the clip from my gun first.
Yes. Neither Roger nor I figured on Lila being with you. Fortunately, he had the throat mic and used it to distract your attention and get away.
Yeah, but why go to all that trouble in the first place? Why invent a photograph that doesn't exist? You could have got yourself murdered, you know.
We needed the money. Henry withdrew his backing for Roger's factory, and we've got a big project underway. But it won't be ready for market for another 3 months. We'll go bankrupt if we don't get some money to see us through.
Seems a heck of a risky way of getting it. Well, I'll shut this case. We better get downstairs, back to the others.
You're going to tell them?
No, I don't think so. You've been a big enough dope to deserve it, but I don't see how it's going to help anybody. Besides, that gag about the photograph might prove useful yet. There was a gray dawn breaking outside, and the rain had come back. I figured that the police had brought it with them. The local lieutenant, a short, stocky guy named Wilder, who obviously considered me an amateur and a nuisance, started asking questions. He didn't stop for 2 hours, getting nowhere and covering the same ground so many times that everybody was sick and tired of it. Everybody except Wilder, that is. He was the original persevering kid.
It's a conspiracy. Here's Clem Goldbright lying dead on the jetty, just like his brother. And what do I get? Nothing but dumb looks and even dumber answers. Some of you must know something about it. One of you, at least, is a murderer. Maybe more than one. Maybe all of you are in a conspiracy.
Now, why don't you talk some sense, Lieutenant? I'm fed up to here with all the yakety-yak. I want to get to bed.
Don't you talk to me like that, Hunt, or I'll toss you in a cell and I'll break you with that insurance company.
Oh, nuts.
Much as I dislike to agree with Hunt, he is quite right. You have asked all your questions, Lieutenant, many times. I suggest you let us get some rest now. We shall all be here. There is no way to leave the island except by launch. So you can question us later if you wish.
All right. But don't think you're going to get away with this, any of you. I haven't started on you yet.
Lieutenant, you kill me. With repetition.
We'll take Clem Goldbright's body back to the mainland, and we'll take your launch too, Mrs. Goldbright.
But, Lieutenant...
Sorry, ma'am, but that way I can make sure you all stay here. Pleasant dreams.
Pleasant dreams? Is he kidding?
Now, there's a guy with a gruesome sense of humor.
He'll be leaving one of his men on guard here, surely.
He didn't mention it.
But we're marooned on the island now, and there's a murderer among us.
Roger, don't keep saying that.
I haven't said it before, my dear.
Well, everybody else has, and I don't like it.
I agree. It is not a cheerful thought.
It's about as cheerful as a wet Sunday in an igloo.
Personally, I think we all ought to hit the hay and get some sleep.
Sleep? I don't think I'll ever sleep again.
Now, take it easy, Lila, honey. Come on, Roger and I'll take you upstairs.
Yes, of course. Along, my dear. We'll see that you're all right.
Thank you, Roger. You too, Mavis. You're sweet.
Hunt, Cross, you're not letting her go with them?
Why not?
What if one of them is the killer? Lila is in danger. I will go after them. They will not try anything if I am there.
Hey, now.
Oh, let him go, Cross.
Are you crazy? I'm not supposed to have any brains, but the identity of the murderer sticks out a mile to me.
DeGrescu?
Sure. He's got that collector's kink. He wants those paintings, and he doesn't care how he gets them. And with Clem dead, there's only Lila standing in his way. Now, come on.
Don't bust your blood vessels. If DeGrescu's the killer, he won't dare try anything with Roger and Mavis there. If it's either of them, he's there.
What if the Beaverses are in it together? Well, you can stay if you like. But if I catch that DeGrescu anywhere near Lila's room, I won't be responsible for what happens to him.
I was left alone in the living room. I had a last cigarette and a last drink and listened for any uproar from upstairs. But there wasn't a sound. I figured everyone's nerves had probably calmed down and they were all safely in bed. I finished my drink and decided to follow their example. It was pretty comfortable under the blankets with the weather whining outside. I was just dropping off to sleep when a stray thought slid into my mind. A thought so obvious that I could have kicked myself for not remembering it before. It concerned the non-existent photograph that the Beaverses had dreamed up. Only Roger and Mavis and I really knew that the photograph didn't exist. As far as the others were concerned, it could be real. I turned over on my back and reached for a cigarette and started to think of what use I could make of that when something was added to the music of the weather. It was the Beethoven music. I leapt out of bed, grabbed my gun, and had just reached the door when the sounds came. I yanked the door open, charged into the corridor, and cannoned into Cross.
Lila. That was Lila. She was the next on the list, and the killer's got her.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Have you ever felt an ice-tipped finger hit the base of your spine and slide all the way out to the back of your skull? That was how I felt when the 3 shots and the scream shattered the silence. In the insurance racket, they consider Mark Hunt a strong character. In the Goldbright house, I considered Mark Hunt a scared kid. And Mark Hunt wasn't arguing with me. How could he? He's me. When John Cross grabbed my arm and yelled frantically that it was Lila who'd screamed, my heart was in my mouth, but my gun was in my hand. Cross and I ran for Lila's room.
Lila? She's not moving.
Now don't go off half-cocked, Cross. Let's take a look.
What has happened? I heard shots.
And the scream! It sounded like Lila!
Come on, quickly. The door's open.
Hunt, is Lila...
It's okay. She's still breathing. She's only fainted.
Fainted? Then she has not been killed?
Oh, thank heaven.
But the shots. There were 3 of them.
Yeah, and if you look at the wall over the bed, you'll see where they ended up. She had a very lucky escape.
I'll kill him. I'll kill him!
The question is, who is him?
Yes, that is it. Who fired the shots?
You have the nerve to ask that, you murdering swine. Wasn't your fault those bullets missed. I ought to take you apart with my bare hands, but I'm going to save you for the police, DeGrescu.
You are raving.
Stop it, both of you. Lila's moving. It's all right, honey. Everything's all right.
What happened? It was dark. The door opened. I saw a gun. There were shots.
It's all finished now, Lila, and you're safe. The shots missed.
Did I scream?
Did you scream? Baby, you made more noise than a hula girl huddled on an iceberg.
I suggest we all go downstairs. I think there's safety in numbers tonight.
An excellent idea. I would not fancy going back to my own room now.
You don't have to worry. You wouldn't try to shoot yourself. More's the pity.
Cut it out, Cross. Let's get downstairs, as Beaver says.
Can you manage, Lila, honey?
Yes, of course I can, John. I'll be all right now.
Okay. Hey, you and Cross go first, Lila. Then Beavis and DeGrescu. I'll bring up the rear with Mavis.
Hang on to my arm, Lila, darling.
Thank you, John.
I am glad to be behind Mr. Cross. With his crazy notions, I would rather not be in front of him.
Well, it's no use looking to me for protection. I've never been the physical type.
You can say that again, kid.
Never mind your disappointments, Mavis. Listen to me.
What, Mark?
When we get downstairs, anything I say about the photograph, you back me up.
Why? What are you going to do?
Set a little snare for the killer, that's all. When we filed into the living room, someone realized it was breakfast time. But with the death of Clem Goldbright the night before, the hullabaloo with the police, the hours had been turned upside down. It was after everyone had eaten that I decided to try my idea. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got something to say. This situation can't go on any longer. I had intended keeping quiet until the police return sometime tomorrow morning. But that's impossible now.
What are you talking about, Hunt?
Keep quiet about what?
Simply this. The identity of the murderer.
You know who it is?
Yes, I know who the murderer is.
Who is it, then?
You may remember after Henry Goldbright's death, Mavis mentioned a photograph. I believe she spoke of it vaguely to everyone. I'm sorry, Mavis, I have to tell this story.
Yes, Mark, of course.
Mavis was on the jetty when Henry was killed, and she had her camera with her. She saw a figure on the balcony, but the distance was too great for her to recognize who it was. But being a keen amateur photographer, she automatically raised her camera and got a shot.
Of the murderer?
She was desperate for money, both she and Roger. So Mavis thought the murderer would pay heavily for the photograph. She didn't care whether Henry's death was ever revealed as murder or not. She had no love for Henry, as long as she obtained enough money to keep their business solvent.
But I don't understand. Why did Mavis mention the photograph to everyone? Why not only to the murderer?
Because, like a lot of women amateur photographers, Mavis can take a picture, but she can't develop and print the film. So all she had was the exposed film. She didn't know who the murderer was. Then Mavis turned the film over to me. I can develop a film and print it. And once the film was developed, the murderer was known.
Who is it?
I think it better for everyone's sake if I don't tell you that. That must wait until Lieutenant Wilder and his men return in the morning. In the meantime, I'm going to my room. I shall stay there until the police arrive. I just want to add that I have a gun and I have no intention of sleeping. That's all. And that was it. The trap set, baited, and ready to snap. I didn't really feel as confident as I sounded, but there's one thing I've always believed. If you're going to bluff, you might as well make it good. I left them looking amazed and wondering and went upstairs to my room. I checked my .32. This was no time to have a gun that was empty or was likely to jam. And then I settled down for the long wait. And a long wait it turned out to be. All through the rest of that day, I sat in my room and lit one cigarette after another and gazed at the view from my window. The sky changed from pearl to smoky to leaden gray. The water rippled and splashed and tumbled under the wind until darkness fell and I couldn't see anymore. I opened the window. Somewhere there was a faint glimmer of moon. That and the glow from my cigarette made the only light in my room. I wondered if I'd die from nicotine poisoning before I had a chance to find out who the murderer was. The strain was stinging at my nerves. Against the sound of the wind, I heard the murmur of voices as the occupants of World's End went to their rooms, to bed. All except one of them, I thought. And he or she would be waiting, as I was, till the house was completely still. The wind had changed its note. I looked at my watch in the darkness. Its luminous hands pointed to 1:30 a.m. My eyes felt as though 2-pound lead weights were hanging from their lids. I'd had no sleep for about 36 hours, and it was as much as I could do to keep them open. And then, from behind me, from the window which I'd left open, I heard a small sound. Someone was coming in.
Don't try anything foolish, like grabbing for your gun. I'll pull the trigger before you can hope to get it.
Okay.
The film, the negative, where is it?
This is strictly for laughs. It doesn't exist.
Don't stall. Where is it?
I told you it never existed. Sure, Mavis was there, and she had a camera, but she never took the picture.
You're lying.
It was a bait, and you swallowed it.
If it doesn't exist, then that's all I want to know. That puts me right in the clear. Dispense with you, and no one can pin it on me.
You certainly put on a good act. A dumb college boy who never grew up. Grief and outrage when poor Lila was nearly killed. Only you never intended to hit her with those bullets, did you, Cross? You just wanted to make it look as black as possible for the Gresco.
Of course. Rather clever of me, I thought. I'll marry Lila, get all the dough I want. And neither you nor anyone else is going to stop me, Hunt.
Maybe.
No maybe about it. That fool Beavis girl had me worried. Those notes we exchanged, I thought you really had got a photo. I would have paid for it, too, but where was I going to get the money from? That's why I ignored her last note. I hoped her greed would keep her mouth shut. I thought she knew who I was and had realized that I'd have to wait to get the money.
That will of Henry's must have upset your calculations a little when you realized Lila wasn't getting all the money.
Keep your voice down. Yeah, it threw me for a while. Then I realized that once I got rid of Clem, the whole estate would be Lila's. So it didn't matter very much.
You don't think you'll get away with it, do you?
But I will. There's nothing surer. I'm afraid we'll have to terminate this conversation. If you've any prayers, Hunt, say them now.
Eternity is forever.
What's that?
The ghost of Henry Goldbright. There's one thing about ghost voices. Their timing's terrific.
It's a trick and you won't get away with it.
There's one advantage about sitting in a room all day. You get to know it so well that it doesn't matter when it gets dark.
I'll get you.
Yeah, that was your one chance. Too bad you missed.
The window. I'll take you with me.
Not if I can help it. That's right.
Are you all right?
We heard your voices, Mark.
Yeah, I'm fine. That was nice work, Roger. You timed it beautifully.
I didn't know what to do for the best. We weren't asleep. That is, I would have been, but Mavis kept me awake. When we knew the murderer was there, she thought of the ghost voice trick.
Well, it worked like a charm. In fact, I hate to think where I'd be without it.
In eternity, probably. Oh, I don't know what I'm laughing for.
And believe me, I wasn't laughing at the time. There's nothing funny about fighting for your life in the dark with a killer.
Mark, what's been going on? Mavis, Roger, what...
Calm down, Lila. It's all over. Huh? The guy who murdered your husband and your brother-in-law is down taking a drink.
A drink?
Yeah, in about 15 fathoms of water.
That scream
was Mr. John Cross diving out the window.
He was the murderer. John?
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it. I'll never trust another man as long as I live.
Who wants to be trusted? I got different ideas.
Like what?
Like a trip back to New York, preferably with a detour through Mexico.
Alone?
Not exactly. I was thinking of asking a certain widow along for company. I'm just wondering what she'd say.
I know what she'd say. The widow is willing.
This is Carter Brown. I guess being an insurance investigator has its compensations. For Mark Hunt, anyway. And what a compensation. A beautiful blonde, and with money. There's a blonde in my next book, too, a story called Meet a Body, but it's not the blondes. It belongs to a little guy named Jacob Finney, and the character who meets it is my hero, Sebastian Shaw, a private detective. So this is Carter Brown saying, so long for now, be seeing you.
In The Widow is Willing, you heard Lyndall Barber as Lila Goldbright, while as Mark Hunt, you heard our star, Richard Meikle. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to introduce another one of my books for you. This story is called The Lady Was Lethal, as my hero, Johnny Eaton, found out. And in finding that out, he also found quite a lot of tension and trouble, which is my cue to quit and let Eaton carry on.
I always hated the place. The business had taken me there more than once. Now it had taken me there again. It was large, high, and cold. But then, death is always cold. I hated the hollow ring your steps made on the floor, and the way your voice ricocheted off the walls. The shape which lay shrouded on the table drew my eyes, and there was a dry sensation at the back of my throat as Lieutenant Jorgensen flipped the sheet away.
There he is.
Yeah. That's Hank Williams, all right.
That's all you got to say?
What do you want me to say? Happy birthday?
He was your partner, wasn't he?
He was my partner.
You're a tough guy, aren't you? Johnny Eaton, the man with the poker face. I show you your partner's body, and you react like it was a guy you'd never seen before.
You want me to bust out crying? What good would that do Hank?
You guys have been in partnership for the last 5 years. Always acted like you were the best of pals. You were away in Detroit for 3 weeks on a job. You come back, I tell you Williams is dead.
So?
So I'm wondering, Johnny. Wondering whether you're really tough or just plain scared.
What's that crack supposed to mean?
Let's get out of here and I'll tell you.
Well?
I'm wondering how much you know about why Williams was knocked out. Maybe you're acting like a clam because you figure you'll stay alive that way.
You think I'd be wasting my time, Lieutenant, listening to your yakety-yak if I knew who killed Hank?
Could be. I'll have to keep an eye on you, Johnny. After all, we don't want to lose the other half of the best private eye partnership in town, do we?
No, we don't.
That's your jalopy?
Uh-huh.
New model Buick. Business must be looking up.
We get by. I guess I should say I get by.
Williams didn't have any family.
A sister in Kentucky someplace. She'll have to be told.
What happens to his share of the business?
I get it. His sister gets the rest. The dough in the bank, etc.
You should do all right out of the business.
We both made a will. Whoever went first left his share of the business to the other.
And by good luck, Williams went first.
Jorgensen, there are times when I dislike you more than normally. This is one of those times. As I drove back to the office, the night sky was studded with star points, but their silver twinkle was rivaled by the gleam of garish neon stabbing above the streets. I let myself into the office, started going through Hank's desk, but I knew it was a forlorn hope. There was one thing I hadn't told Lieutenant Jorgensen. I'd come back from Detroit in answer to an urgent wire from Hank. It said he'd cracked something really big and needed my help. The trouble was that Hank was the sort of private dick who never kept notes. He kept everything inside his skull, and that skull was now silent. I was right. There was no hint of what Hank had got onto. And there was so much of him in the office. I had to get out. I needed a drink. It was a honky-tonk. I wasn't feeling like the black tie nightclubs. This dive had a sign outside which spelled the world's most beautiful girls. Inside, the world's most beautiful girls were dancing with sailors, small-time hoods, and suckers. They all looked bored, and most of them chewed gum while they danced. Romantic.
Your drink, bud.
Thanks.
Hey, you look kind of gloomy, kiddo. Why don't you cheer up and have a dance? 50 cents a ticket.
Go away.
Well, you don't have to be rude. If you don't want to have any fun, well, okay.
Go
but...
splash in the sea.
Oh, now look, there ain't no call to be...
Beat it, babe.
What?
I said beat it.
Oh, well, okay. There's no need to get tough about it.
Dames. Mind if I park?
Suit yourself. If you can find a glass, you can even have a drink.
No, thanks. Cigar?
No, thanks.
You're Johnny Eaton, that right?
Yeah.
I was looking for you.
So, now you've found me.
How much do you want?
For what?
You know what. How much?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Quit stalling, Seamus. Name a price.
Look, let's play a little game. Let's pretend I really don't know what you're talking about. So you tell me, and then if I've got it and it's for sale, I'll name a price.
Okay. I'm talking about the thing your partner, Hank Williams, had. He didn't have it this afternoon, and it wasn't in your office. So he either sent it to you or he parked it someplace and told you where. Now, put a tag on it, Buster. I ain't got all night.
You mean Hank was murdered for this thing, but you couldn't find it?
Sure.
Why, you
Don't
dirty...
start anything. You can't finish, Buster. I've got company.
That little punk propping up the jukebox?
Plenty of good guys have been perforated by a punk.
That's a point.
So, how much?
$40,000.
That's a lot of dough. Maybe it'd be cheaper to have happen to you what happened to your partner.
Will that get you what you're looking for?
Maybe we might sort of persuade you to tell where it is first.
Maybe. $40,000 is the price.
I'll have to find out. Could take a little time. See you tomorrow and tell you. Be in your office.
I'll be there.
Okay, Seamus. Don't do anything foolish, will you? Not like Williams did.
I watched him clamp the cigar in his teeth, signal to the thin little guy, and the two of them walked out. Just then the blonde who'd tried to sell me a dance moved past the table. I called her.
Yeah? What do you want, mister?
I've changed my mind. I'll buy some tickets.
How many?
$10 worth.
Oh, attaboy. Now you're getting hip.
Sit down, have a drink.
Sure.
Hey, buddy, another glass. Here, Blondie. The $10.
Oh, thanks. Here's your tickets.
Keep them.
What's the big idea?
You've got the $10 and the tickets. So you've just made a $10 profit, right?
Yeah, but...
A glass. Thanks. Remind me to endorse your Emily Post diploma sometime. Here. Give your stomach a shock.
Oh, thanks.
Now, that $10 you just made, that's for information.
Oh, what do you want to know, honey?
The big guy who said scram and you scrammed, who is he?
Mister, I think I'd better give you back your $10. You sound like trouble to me.
No, not trouble. I'm just curious. I've been out of town. I don't know anymore who runs with who.
Oh, well, he's Tiny Laven. I don't know who he works for, but he hangs out in the blues club. Yeah, that's what the name says, all blues and stuff.
Who was the other guy with him?
Oh, he was on his own.
No, it was a little pasty-faced guy by the jukebox.
Oh, that's Babyface Brill. He's a mean character. Well, mister, that get me $10?
Sure does, and thanks.
Sure you wouldn't like to dance? I'll give you a dance for free.
Some other time. I gotta be moving. You know, business?
If business means trouble with Tiny Laven, you won't tell him who told you.
Over my dead body.
With Tiny Laven, that could be easy.
The Blues Club. A high-class dive. Cloths on the tables. No taxi dances. A floor show. 6 girls were just finishing a routine as I sat down and ordered a drink. They wobbled off the floor and the lights dimmed down to a single spot as a compere breathed one word into the mic.
Chilly.
I thought he was talking about the weather, until a dame appeared on the spot. And what a dame. A tall brunette with a figure dreamed up by a perfectionist and then improved on.
Your eyes of blue, your kisses too, I never knew what they could do. Can't believe that you're in love with me.
I listened to her low, husky voice and started to remember things like that Hank was like me. He could be a sucker for a dame. And if Tiny Laven was tied in with this place, and Hank had something Laven wanted, then it wasn't impossible that Hank had met Chilly.
I've always placed you far above me.
As I watched her, I decided it was more than probable that Hank knew her. Chilly was the last thing a guy would feel next to Chilly. And Hank liked to keep warm more than most guys.
Believe that you're in love. I can't believe that you're in love with me.
She finished her number. They yelled for more, but she just waved and wove off. I called the waiter.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to talk to Chilly.
Sir, you stand at the end of a long line of gentlemen with the same ambition.
There's a 5-spot going begging for someone to take it with the message to the lady.
What message, sir?
That I'd like to talk to her about my partner, a guy named Hank Williams.
I'll deliver your message, sir.
I never saw a $5 bill disappear faster from a table and into a pocket. I poured myself another drink, but I'd only had one sip when he was back, with his eyebrows touching his hairline.
Chilly will see you.
Don't look so surprised. I'm a guy who makes friends and has influence. The waiter led the way, and as I followed, I was congratulating myself. It looked like I had lighted on a lead at last.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Any person in the private eye profession runs the risk of sudden death. But the death of Hank Williams, my pal and partner in the firm of Williams and Eaton, came as a double shock. Because Hank had wired me that he was onto something big. And when I got back, it was too late to ask him what it was. Also, Hank was a guy who never put anything on paper, so I had nothing to give me a lead. But I found that it involved a muscular male named Tiny Laven and a mean mobster called Babyface Brill. It also seemed to involve the singer at the blues club, a girl named Chilly, who was anything but.
You're the man who sent the waiter with the message?
That's right.
You wanted to talk to me about Hank Williams.
Yes, he was my partner. I'm Johnny Eaton.
Glad to know you, Johnny.
I'm even gladder to know you.
Oh? Why?
Look in your mirror, for a couple of good reasons. Chilly, you knew Hank, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
When did you last see him?
2, maybe 3 days ago. I'm not sure. Why? Nothing's happened to him, has it?
Only one thing. He's dead.
No. Oh, that's not true. It can't be.
I'm afraid it can, and it is. This afternoon.
Poor Hank. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him it was dangerous.
What was?
Oh, whatever he was doing. He kept telling me he was onto something big, that he was saving it for his partner, but I knew it was dangerous by the way he talked.
Dangerous enough to kill him. Do you know a guy named Laven, Tiny Laven?
I've heard the name somewhere.
Comes into this club, they tell me. Big guy, smokes cigars.
I think I know who you mean. What about him?
I think he had something to do with it, that's all.
I liked Hank. He was a nice guy. Anything I can do to help Johnny, I'll do.
Thanks.
Come in.
Chilly, I heard that... Oh, Sorry, I thought you were on your own.
Oh, it's okay. This is Johnny Eaton. He's Hank Williams' partner. You remember Hank?
Sure, the private dick.
This is Hal Waltham, Johnny. He owns the Blues Club, which means he employs me.
That makes you a lucky guy, Waltham.
And I know it. How's Hank?
They're looking after him very well down at the morgue.
You're joking.
No, Hal. He was killed this afternoon.
Well, of all the tough breaks.
I was telling Johnny that anything I can do to help, I'll be only too glad. But Hank never talked about his work.
No. Well, same thing goes for me, Eden. Anything I can do, anything at all.
Nice of you, Waltham. If there is anything, I'll look you both up. Particularly Chilly. What she's got is worth looking at. I picked up a cab from outside the Blues Club and gave him the address of my apartment. When I put the key in the lock and opened the door, there was a light coming from the living room. Automatically, I reached for my gun. Then I remembered I wasn't carrying it. I moved into the living room and got a surprise. A beautiful blonde surprise with tear-filled eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I didn't know when you'd be back, and I just had to see you.
Well, how flattering can a blonde be?
You are Johnny Eaton, aren't you?
Unless I've changed in the last 10 minutes.
The superintendent of the building let me in here. I'm Helen Williams.
Hank's sister. But you're in Kentucky. I wired you about Hank.
That's why I came up. Got in an hour ago. The caretaker at Hank's apartment house sent me to the police. I saw Lieutenant Jorgensen. He told me what had happened. And then I came here.
Well, it's tough, Helen. I know Hank was a great guy.
Yes. Yes, he was.
You go ahead, honey. If you want to cry, it won't worry me any. You could weep a few tears for me, too.
No, I mustn't. Could I have a drink?
Sure. We'll both have one. What'll you do now, Helen? Go back to Kentucky?
No, not until Hank's murderer is behind bars. I'm staying until he's caught.
Your drink. That might take a long time.
I don't care.
Where are you going to stay tonight?
I hadn't thought about it. I couldn't go back to Hank's apartment. Not now. Maybe I could find a hotel.
Not at this time of night. Tell you what, you stay here. I'll take the sofa. You can have my room. In the morning, we'll find you an appointment.
Oh, thanks, Johnny. Thanks a million.
Don't look at me with those trusting eyes.
Why not?
Because I don't know that I'm too trustworthy. Not with a bewitching blonde.
Well, I trust you, Johnny. And since I'm going to stay, I might as well be useful.
Anyone as decorative as you doesn't have to worry about being useful.
Well, I'm going to be. You'll meet someone in the office now that Hank won't be there. I'll be your secretary.
That's fine. Anything that keeps you close by suits me.
Jerk your mind off my gender and think about justice. For Hank's killer.
Okay, Helen, you're right. I better give you the story so far. The next morning, while Helen was out arranging for Hank's funeral and then seeing about an apartment, I sat in my office waiting for the promised visit from Tiny Laven and Babyface Brill. My desk drawer was open, and the gun in it had the safety catch off.
You're here, huh, Seamus?
I said I would be, Mr. Laven.
That's smart of you, Eaton. Real smart.
Thanks. A compliment from Babyface Brill is really something.
You know our names, huh?
I get around.
Well, here it is, Seamus. $40,000 is too high. 25 grand is the most the boss will pay.
And who is the boss?
Are you kidding?
Okay. Sorry, Laven, the price stays where it is. Otherwise, it's no sale.
You don't want to talk like that, Eden.
No. You might wake up dead.
Bumping me off still doesn't get you what you want. You won't find out where the stuff is from a corpse.
Like I said before, we might be able to persuade you to tell us before you kick off.
You know what the recipe for fried chicken says? First catch your bird.
You won't be hard to take.
Why don't we do it now? I get tired of listening to its voice.
Just try it, Babyface. Me and this 38 are waiting.
All ready for us, are you? Your partner Williams figured he was tough, too. We'll give you 24 hours to change your mind, Eaton. After that...
Don't slam the door on your way out, boys.
You fresh punk.
Calm down, Babyface. You'll have plenty of time to devote to Mr. Eaton 24 hours from now, if he doesn't wise up.
Yeah. Take a tip, Eaton. Change your mind. Otherwise, I'll have fun changing your face.
Johnny Eaton.
Johnny, it's chilly.
Not with your voice warming up the wire.
I've been thinking about what you were telling me last night. I might be able to help a little.
That's fine.
Could you come over and see me?
Sure, let's see. It's just on 6 o'clock now.
I won't be through at the club until nearly midnight, and I don't think it would be a good idea for you to come there. My apartment would be better.
Much better. Just you and me and a bottle makes 3.
The address is apartment 16, 248 Parkview.
Great. See you at midnight. Midnight is the witching hour, they say. And Chili at midnight was one wow of a witch. We sat side by side on the sectional sofa with the drinks handy, and I told Chili all about Tiny Laven.
You have no idea what this thing is that Laven wants?
No, like I keep saying to people, Hank wasn't a guy to make notes. He carried it all in his head. I pulled the gag that I'd got it on Laven just to see the reaction. I don't suppose he'd believe me if I told him the truth.
Probably not. And according to Laven, they searched the office and they must have searched Hank's apartment and they didn't find it. So what did Hank do with it? Whatever it is.
You got me. I can't even begin to guess.
I think I might be able to help you, Johnny. But you'd have to trust me.
That's a song I've heard before.
I lied a little last night. I know Laven quite well. And the other one, Babyface Brill. But I wasn't sure last night whose side you were on.
Go on.
I could help you, but you mustn't ask questions.
Oh, I mustn't, huh?
I like you, Johnny. I want to help you, but I can't help liking you as well, can I?
It's the fatal Eton charm. And every time a dame tells me it's working, I find I've lost my wallet later on.
You're a cynical character.
I've been around a long time.
Not around me. Still cynical, Johnny?
I'm not sure how you describe the feeling, but I don't think cynical is the word. You were going to tell me about Laven.
He and Brill are a couple of strong-arm men.
I didn't think they were chartered accountants.
They're tied in with the Blues Club.
Huh?
It really is a club, but its membership is secret.
So that's what Hank was onto.
I guess so. I thought it was just me.
Who runs the place?
Hal Waltham is the manager, but he's only paid. I don't know who really owns it. Laven gives the orders.
Maybe Hank had some proof. Maybe that's why they murdered him. To stop him turning it over to the cops.
Be your age, Johnny. A joint the size of the Blues doesn't exist without protection, which includes protection from the cops. Hank must have had something more than that. Anyway, why did he get so interested? Why would he stick his nose into a tough setup like the Blues?
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes I'm so dumb I can hardly believe it myself. Of course he had a client.
Sure. So find his client, and you might get some idea of what he had that they want so badly.
Yeah, it's a bright thought. The only thing is how do I find him?
You should know. You're the detective. Who could that be at this hour?
Well, it's not opportunity. That only knocks once.
Oh, I guess I'd better go and find out.
As she walked out of the room, I thought that with things as they were, I'd be happier safe than sorry. So I eased the gun out of my shoulder holster and stood behind the door so that I was hidden from anyone coming into the room.
What's the idea?
Inside Chili like a good kid. Sorry about this, but it's nothing personal. Just orders.
Whose orders?
Just orders. I'll give it to you nice and quick. You won't know a thing about it, honest.
Like you gave it to Hank Williams?
I wouldn't know anything about that. But I can't stand you yabbering. And it won't do your nerves any good either. So long, Chili. Nothing personal, you understand?
Sure, she understands. What?
Oh, Johnny, am I glad you were here. I believe you're as tough as they say.
Babyface didn't seem to like you.
Brill neither likes nor dislikes anybody. It's just a job as far as he's concerned. A job he's paid to do.
The interesting thing is, who's paid him to rub you out?
I don't know.
Well, whoever it is, it's a sign they're getting scared, which means they might make a mistake. And when they do, I'll be right there.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
I was working in the dark, and I wished someone would turn on some light. With the firm of Williams and Eaton deprived of the services of Hank Williams by sudden death, it left me, Mrs. Eaton's little boy Johnny, carrying the ball. The only drawback was that I didn't know what the ball was supposed to look like or where I was supposed to boot it.
Well, what did you do with this Babyface Brill after you knocked him out?
Hal Waltham, the Blues Club manager, came over, and I gave Babyface to him.
What does it all mean, Johnny?
Helen, I wish I knew.
It certainly looks like it's all tied in with Hank's murder.
That is for sure. Your brother had something or knew something. Why the heck the dumbox always insisted on playing his cards close to his chest, I'll never know. If only he'd left a note, some hint.
Even if he had, you'd still never have found it. That Laven man would have got it first.
Yeah, I guess so. How's the apartment, Helen?
Oh, it's all right, Johnny. I'm afraid I can't take much interest in anything till Hank's killer is...
Yeah, I know, honey. I know. Now, who's that, I wonder?
I can tell you. It's a man named Stokes. He called up this morning and wanted to see you. I told him you'd be in the office about this time.
Okay, Helen. Let him in. Huh?
All right, Johnny.
Mr. Eaton?
Oh, yes, sir. He's in the small office there. Won't you go in?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Eaton. My name is Stokes.
Good morning. Shut the office door. We'll be nice and private. You wanted to see me? What can I do for you, Mr. Stokes?
I read about your partner's death. A terrible business.
His sister and I agree with you.
I have his murder on my conscience, Mr. Eaton. You see, I am the man responsible.
You mean you?
Oh, no. I don't mean I'm the man who pulled the trigger, though I might just as well have done so. I'm the man who hired your partner for the investigation that led to his death.
The client? Hank's client?
Yes. I hired Mr. Williams to investigate the Blues Club and give me proof of the bribery and corruption which came from it.
Can I ask why, Mr. Stokes?
I'm a rich man, Mr. Eaton. I had a daughter. She went to the Blues Club a few times. I suppose she thought it was exciting, that they knew her, knew where she came from, knew that there was money behind her.
Go on, Mr. Stokes.
You know the story, Mr. Eaton. It's an old story. Not even a very exciting story, except to the people directly concerned. She spent her allowance, she sold her jewelry, her clothes, she stole things from the house. And then finally she couldn't stand it any longer.
I'm sorry. I can understand how you feel.
I think perhaps you can, Mr. Eaton. I know how your partner felt about you, and I imagine you felt the same way about him. I wanted him to get me proof of the Blues Club's activities, and proof that it was allowed to exist by a number of people holding positions of public trust. And I think he had it.
Yeah, I've got reason to think that, too.
The morning of the day he was killed, he called me. Said he had something really big, and that he was sending you an urgent wire to come back and help him with it. The next thing I knew was the notice of his death in the papers.
You're going to ask me if I have that proof, Mr. Stokes. I haven't. But I know the people concerned haven't got it either. He hid it somewhere, and we don't know just where. But it must turn up sooner or later.
I can only pray that it does, Mr. Eaton. I came here this morning to ask you to take over where Mr. Williams left off.
Well, I'm doing that in any case.
Of course. But I should like you to consider this check as bringing the retainer up to date.
$2,000? That's a lot of hay.
I told you. My feed bag is well filled. Here's my card. You can reach me at that phone number or address.
Right, Mr. Stokes. I'll keep you informed.
You may believe me, Mr. Eaton, when I say that once I get my hands on whatever Williams unearthed, I shall know the best quarters in which to make use of it. Good morning, Mr. Eaton, and good luck. Goodbye, young lady.
Goodbye, sir. Well, who was he, Johnny?
He was your brother's client.
Johnny? Then you know what it's all about?
I've got an idea, and tonight I'm going to make sure. Tonight, I'm paying the Blues Club another visit. I got there early. The club was only half full. The waiters were looking bored, and after a couple of drinks, I donned the dull expression, too. I folded a couple of 5 spots in half, held them prominently in my hand, and signaled the guy who'd served me.
Same again, sir?
No. This is a bit slow. I'd like to go upstairs.
Upstairs, sir?
Don't kid me. A pal of mine told me all about this joint. I want some fun. How about it?
I'll inquire, sir. If you'll just wait.
I waited, with my fingers crossed and my eye on the entrance in case the hefty hunk that was Tiny Laban showed up. Then the waiter was back.
If you'll follow me, sir.
Sure. We went past the band to a doorway next to the kitchen. And up a narrow staircase to an iron door at the top. The waiter rapped on the door.
Yeah?
A new member.
Okay. Come on in. New member, huh? What's the name?
Hyde. Jekyll Hyde.
Cost you $50 entrance fee, Mr. Hyde.
Sure.
Okay, you're in. Through that door. Help yourself.
It was a large room, well supplied with gambling tables. It was also well supplied with babes. One of them, a red-headed, swivel-hipped model with the latest type chassis, swayed over.
Hello there. You're a new member?
That's right.
I'm Anna.
Nice to know you. I go for a girl with your manner, Anna.
Would you like to play?
That's what I came for. What can you offer?
There's roulette, baccarat, sherry, or dice.
Dice is strictly for the proletarians. I think I'll have a whirl at the wheel.
Have some more champagne, honey?
No. Like the man in the song, I get no kick from champagne.
Try one of the other tables.
What for? I dropped $400 on the roulette. What makes you think I'll be any luckier at the others?
Say, you're really down, aren't you, Sugar?
Right down. Down where you can't get no downer. I want something exciting, something new, something with a real lift in it.
Maybe I could do something about that. Come with me. In here. Give me $200 and I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Just wait here.
I lit a cigarette and waited. I thought I was getting closer. Closer to finding out what Hank had found out. Then I remembered he'd got killed for it.
Here you are, honey.
Just 2 pellets? Comes high, doesn't it? $100 a pellet.
That's the real thing. You ought to be grateful.
I am, baby. And I'm going to demonstrate my gratitude to you.
You are, Sugar? How?
Like this.
Oh!
Sorry, Anna, but it's time I was going. And I wouldn't want you to stop me. I got past the gorilla at the iron door with no trouble and walked through the club with my gun in my pocket and my fingers cold round the butt. Half an hour later, I was in my apartment, and the 2 little white pellets were safely stowed away. Whether they'd make evidence or not, I wasn't sure. I thought I'd ask Lieutenant Jorgensen sometime. But at last, I knew exactly what went on at the Blues Club.
Good morning, Johnny. Do you always get into the office this early?
Sure, Helen, when I'm breaking in a new secretary.
You can't call me new. I've been working here for 3 days now. Did you get anywhere at the Blues Club last night?
Yep, I got into their private rooms.
And you found out?
A few interesting items.
Well, here's another interesting item. This letter and package arrived here.
Uh-huh. Addressed to you in Kentucky and forwarded on.
Yes. The day after I came here, I wired back leaving your office as my forwarding address. Here, read the letter first.
But that's Hank's handwriting. Dear Helen, this is terribly urgent, or I wouldn't be bothering you. Enclosed is a package. It is vitally important. Please put it in your safe deposit till I send for it. Johnny Eaton is on his way back from Detroit, so I can't send it to him, and I daren't carry it around with me. When I get some time, I'll tell you all about it. When are you coming over for that holiday? Love, Hank.
When am I coming over for that holiday?
No, take it easy now, sweetheart. See, let's take a look at that package.
It's a notebook.
Hey.
What is it?
Wait a minute. Oh, I'll be... Wow.
What is it?
It's dynamite. It's loaded. No wonder they wouldn't stop at murder to try and get it back.
But what is it?
Well, without looking at it from beginning to end, it looks like a record of payments, a record of bribery and corruption, of people they paid to keep their mouths shut. City Hall, state politics, the police, and the narcotics squad.
Narcotics?
Yeah, that's one of the items I found out last night. The Blues Club's a front for dope peddling. Honey, this little book will lift the roof off the city if it ever hits the press. It'll smash prominent people, people in positions of trust, respectable people. Say, you don't believe it until you see it. And now we've got it.
Johnny Eaton, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of using this little book as bait. We might hook quite a lot of fish.
Isn't that dangerous?
Sure. It was dangerous for Hank. I owe them something for that. And this is paying off time.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The light had broken. The motive for the murder of my partner, Hank Williams, was clear, contained in the notebook he'd sent his sister, and which now lay on the desk between us in my office. I stared at the notebook, and my thoughts turned to the past, to when Hank Williams and Johnny Eaton were a team, a first-rate private detective team. And now there was only Eaton left. Well, they were going to pay for it.
What are you planning to do, Johnny?
Listen, and you'll find out.
Who are you calling?
The Blues Club. This is where the hook gets baited.
Blues Club?
I want to talk to Mr. Laban.
Who's calling?
Tell him Johnny Eaton. He'll talk to me.
Hold on. Laban, you're late calling to tell me you've changed your mind, Seamus. The 24 hours I gave you is over.
That's not what I'm calling for, Laban.
So, what do you want?
Just to tell you that I've definitely got the goods you want, all done up in a neat little book.
Yeah?
40,000 is the firm price. You've got till tomorrow morning. Otherwise, it goes to Washington, and they can sort it out on a federal level. So make up your mind fast, won't you?
Now listen.
Goodbye, Laban.
Oh, Johnny was that smart. They'll be after your blood.
And I'm after theirs.
Where do we go from here?
To my apartment. I'll feel safer when we're both there. The only way in is through the front door. The windows look out on a sheer drop of 7 floors, and the fire people are always complaining because we've got no fire escapes. So long as we watch the door, we're set. Once we got to the apartment, Helen headed for the kitchen to rustle up coffee. I set about a little work. I found a piece of oil silk, carefully wrapped the notebook and my gun in it, and tied a piece of wire around it. I went downstairs to my car, took off the petrol filler cap, and carefully slid the package into the petrol tank, attaching the wire to the screw thread on the cap. It was as good a hiding place as I could think of.
Johnny?
Yeah, it's me, honey.
Coffee's ready. Here you are.
Thanks, honey. Say, what have you done to yourself suddenly?
Nothing. Why?
I don't know. You look a different girl somehow.
I'm the same girl, only now you're beginning to notice me. Johnny.
Okay, I'll go. Who is it?
Me, Jorgensen. What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Come in, Lieutenant.
Thanks.
Who is it, Johnny?
Lieutenant Jorgensen. Pour him a cup of coffee. Let's go in the living room, Lieutenant.
Okay, but I haven't got time for coffee.
You know Helen Williams, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Miss Williams.
Sure you want to have coffee?
No, thanks.
You don't look happy, Sleuth. What's your trouble?
You know a dame called Chili? Real name Elsie Kuchenheimer?
I know Chili. I never met Elsie.
You never will. Now. Someone shot her about an hour back, 3 times.
That's tough. But why tell me?
Because I've got to take you in, Johnny. Captain's orders.
Take me in for what?
To be held as a material witness.
You're kidding, Jorgensen.
No, this is on the level. The captain wants to talk to you.
We'll see about that. I'm calling my lawyer.
No, Johnny.
Why, the artillery, Jorgensen.
The captain wants to talk to you without any lawyers. You carrying a gun? If you are, you better let me have it.
I'm not healed.
Okay, then let's go.
Helen, I won't be long. Remember what I told you about the door?
All right, Johnny.
Come on, let's move.
Things must be getting tough in the police department, Lieutenant.
Why?
Can't afford any squad cars to make a pinch. Just you in an ordinary auto. No other cops.
The captain wants it done the quiet way.
Hey, this isn't the road to the precinct.
The captain's over at 23rd.
Oh. What's the idea? What are you stopping for?
The book, Johnny. I want it.
Oh. Because one of the names in it is yours, Jorgensen?
Because one of the names in it is mine. I've been 15 years on the force, Johnny. I'm not letting anybody take that away from me.
Well, what do you know? A crooked cop worrying about his good name.
You got a choice, Johnny. You can give me the book, I'll burn it and forget we ever talked about it. Or you can stay clammed up and I'll turn you over to the others.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I gave you a chance. Now I'm going to give you something else.
Oh.
He's coming too.
I'm glad. I wouldn't want that sock you gave him to kill him, Jorgensen.
I just tapped it.
Shut up, all of you. He's conscious.
Yeah, I'm conscious. And I wish I weren't. Looking at a prized collection of rats is not my idea of entertainment. Waltham, Laven, Babyface, and Jorgensen. What a quartet.
All right, Eden, you've said your piece. Now, there's only one thing for you to add. The whereabouts of the book.
He's definitely got it because he knew my name was in it.
Why that dumb dame ever had to keep a book?
She had to keep one, or everyone else would have thought she was shortchanging us. Where Chili was dumb was that she could never resist a good-looking guy. So, when Williams came along and made like he knew everything, she started confiding in him. After him, Eaton. That's why she got dangerous.
I hope he plays it tough. I'll enjoy breaking him down.
I think I'll be getting along. When you get that book, burn the thing.
What do you think we're going to do? Frame it?
Okay. I'll beat it then.
So long, Lieutenant. Don't forget to polish the badge.
All right, now, Eaton, you can make things easy for yourself. Tell us where the book is.
Go fry a couple of dozen eggs.
Okay. Babyface, go get the surprise we have for Mr. Eaton.
Sure thing. You'll like this, Seamus.
You got company. See?
Helen.
They came, Johnny. They grabbed me. But don't worry. I can't tell them where the book is because you never told me where you hid it.
But you're going to tell us where, Eaton. Otherwise, we start on Miss Williams.
Oh, don't tell them, Johnny. It doesn't matter about me, but don't tell them.
Don't make the mistake of thinking we're bluffing about working the girl over, Eaton. We're not. You know how much that book means.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give it to you.
Johnny!
Where is it?
You wouldn't find it yourself. I'll have to come with you.
Where to?
My apartment.
It's not in your apartment. We looked.
That's right. But my car is outside the apartment. And that's where it is.
What are you fiddling with the petrol cap for?
Because that's where it is, in the tank.
Well, aren't you the ingenious boy? What are you doing?
I'm trying to get it out. The necks of these tanks are narrow.
Come on, hurry it up.
If you want it, you'll have to let me get it out. Okay. There it is.
Give it to me. Well, that's in the right hands at last. Let's go. Back to my car.
You got it?
Right here.
You gotta burn it now?
Burn it? Don't be a dope, Tiny.
But Jorgensen said...
Jorgensen. That dumb cop? Why, this book is the best insurance we've got. If any of them feel like getting difficult, all we've got to do is remind them of the pages in here.
Yeah. I didn't think of that. Where to now?
I'm going back to the club.
That's what you think. Oh!
He's got the gun!
That's right, duck him! Okay, sweetheart. You can get up off the car floor now.
I think on my boat. Johnny, you shot both of them and knocked out Walter.
Well, I had the advantage of surprise. Plus the 38 they didn't think I had.
I didn't think you had it either. Where did you get it from?
Out of my petrol tank. I got it out while I was bending over for the book. And it's the finest fuel my tank's ever held. Yeah. Okay, Dick. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've got the book. I'll hold it till you and your boys get here. See you.
Everything's all right, Johnny.
Couldn't be better. That was a pal of mine in the FBI. They'll be here in the morning to handle the whole thing.
I'd have thought you'd take a holiday and not come to the office today.
Oh, I'm expecting a client. I called him. He should be here now. And here he is, right on cue. Let him in, Helen.
All right.
Mr. Eaton asked me to come here this morning.
In here, Mr. Stokes.
Ah, I hope you have good news for me, Mr. Eaton.
Well, I've had some success. I've found what Hank Williams had.
That's first-rate work, Mr. Eaton. Oh, what is it?
A little book full of names. People connected with the Blues Club and its activities.
Splendid, splendid. Well, I don't wish to appear rude, but time may be vital. If you let me have that book, I'll start some action.
I won't keep you long, Mr. Stokes. You know, I've been thinking a lot about Hank, the way he was, the way he felt, especially about crime and criminals. He hated them. He was a kind of crusader in his own way, an honest crusader.
Yes, I'm sure he was.
Hank was so honest that he'd never forget to note down a client in my absence. But what do you know, Mr. Stokes? I couldn't find a word about you.
I don't see...
I salute Chilly, now chilled for good. She was subtle when she wanted to be. She sold me the idea that Hank had a client, then provided the client. She sent you along, Stokes, all cut and dried. So that if I did find the little book, I'd probably turn it straight over to you and save everyone a lot of bother.
Confound you, Eaton.
I'm not going to stop you going, Stokes, because the FBI boys are on the job, and you won't get far.
Confound you.
Well, that client didn't stay long, did he?
No, honey, and we're not staying any longer either. Shut up the office, we're through. Tomorrow morning I hand over the book to the FBI, and then I start concentrating on my next assignment.
And what is your next assignment?
You, baby. You.
This is Carter Brown. I can't help it. I always like it when the hero wins, which is why my heroes mostly do. But the hero of my next book, Sinner You Slay Me, finds a lot of complications to cope with before he does. It's a story of a mouse meeting murder, and the mouse is my hero, Marcus Mouse. He's one character whose answer to the question, are you a man or a mouse, is both. So this is Carter Brown saying, so long for now, be seeing you.
In The Lady Was Lethal, you heard our star James Condon as Johnny Eaton. The Carter Brown Mystery Theater, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to bring you another of my stories. The title of this one is Nightmare for Night, and in case that doesn't make sense to you, I'd better explain that my hero's name is Nicholas Knight. He's a private investigator, and this is the account of one of his cases. A blend of East and West, a mixture of mayhem and mystery. So let me introduce Nicholas Knight, usually known as Nicky.
You don't get many surprises in the private eye business, but this was one of them. This slim, sleek, suave character who'd walked into my office and introduced himself as an Arabian sheik. I thought it was a gag until he produced proof. And then when he came out with his proposition, I thought that was a gag, too. I looked at his black eyes and his black pointed beard, at his perfectly cut suit and his perfectly dazzling smile, and thought I'd heard everything.
Well, Mr. Knight, you seem a little taken aback.
Well, that is putting it mildly. Me, bodyguard for a harem.
I appreciate it may be something of an unusual assignment for you, but I am perfectly serious about it. The Prince Al-Zaman will be here in the city for 2 weeks. He has delicate negotiations to conduct. They concern the oil, of course.
Of course.
And he has brought 4 of his harem with him, the 4 most beautiful. Also 3 guards, but the guards know nothing of the ways of the Western world. That is why we think it necessary to engage a private detective as well.
I see. And when do they arrive?
This afternoon. I have rented a house for them, a large house some 20 miles out of the city. It has a high wall surrounding it, which will ensure privacy.
With a harem in town, privacy is a good idea.
I would like you to arrive at the house not later than 7 this evening. The prince will be there, and I shall present you. A room will be at your disposal, and you will be required to stay in the house for the next 14 days, the duration of the prince's visit. I trust that will suit you, Mr. Knight.
Sheik Haroun, for the dough you're paying me, I'll even wear a sarong.
You have, of course, a gun.
Yeah? You expect that sort of trouble?
I do not expect any trouble, Mr. Knight. I am just taking precautions, that is all.
I'll bring my gun with me.
I think in that case there is nothing further to discuss. I shall see you at the house. I have written the address and directions how to reach it. Please be prompt, Mr. Knight. The prince does not like to be kept waiting.
I'll be on time.
Excellent.
Your English is very good, if I may say so, Sheik Haroun.
So they told me at Harvard. Good morning, Mr. Knight.
Oh, now. What the heck does a guy pack to go looking after 4 harem beauties? Well, let's see now. Shirts? Visitors yet. Okay, don't bust your G-string. Yep.
Mr. Knight.
In person.
May I see you for a moment? It is urgent.
Yeah, sure. Come in. Park your hat and follow me. Now, park yourself. There's a good chair.
Thank you.
Well, what's so urgent?
It is a rather delicate mission, Mr. Knight. I'm not sure where to start.
Well, make it fast, pal. I haven't got much time.
And of course, how rude of me. I shall have to be blunt. You are hurrying now to undertake an assignment for Prince Al-Zaman.
Am I?
You are discreet, Mr. Knight. But you don't know much about Prince Al-Zaman. He's not a very pleasant person, I assure you. In his own country, he is absolute dictator and acts as such. Life and death are his to command, and no woman is safe from his harem. The prince's word is absolute.
Well, what do you want me to do? Start a crusade?
There was one woman. She was beautiful and not one of his subjects. She was a French girl named Marie Desprez. He met her on the Riviera. He made her many offers, even marriage. Then she disappeared. And by the time her disappearance was discovered, the prince's yacht had sailed. Marie Desprez has not been seen since.
How do you know all this?
I am her brother, Louis Desprez.
Oh.
Now, I know it would have been suicide for me to try and enter Al-Zaman's own country, so I have waited for him to leave it. This is the first time he has done so since last summer. He has brought some of his harem with him. I know that. What I do not know is whether Marie is one of them. You are the one man who can help me, who will be in a position to find out if he has my sister.
Yeah, but it's not as simple as that.
You mean money? Mr. Knight, I will pay you $5,000 to find out if...
It's not a question of dough.
I've got a reputation in this town as an honest investigator. I've been employed by Prince Al-Zaman. Now you want me to spy on him.
I see. There's no more to be said, then. I only ask that you forget we have ever met, have ever had this conversation. I shall spend my life looking for Marie. But if Al-Zaman learns of it, my chances will not be worth a snap of the fingers.
Oh, look, now, if I want to contact you, where do I find you?
The Hotel Arcadia. Mr. Knight, does that mean you will do it?
I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Monsieur, if you do, you'll have the undying gratitude of a desperate man. I shall wait anxiously at the hotel for a word from you.
Well, don't bank on it.
I know a man when I see one. Au revoir, Monsieur Knight.
It was sharp on 7 when I turned up at the house. A large, forbidding sort of building surrounded by a large, forbidding sort of wall. There was a guard at the gates, and another at the doorway of Prince Al-Zaman's private apartments to which the Sheikh Haroun led me. The guard at the door wore a long, curved knife, and he didn't look as though it was just for decoration. He opened the door and ushered us in.
You will address the prince as Your Highness.
When I saw the prince, I felt more like addressing him as Fatso. He was reclining on 2 overstuffed cushions, and it was hard to tell where he finished and the cushions started. There was a 4-pound box of chocolates beside him, and he kept dipping into it with his fat, short fingers.
I have brought the private detective, Your Highness.
Your Knight.
I am, Your Highness.
These are excellent chocolates, Haroun.
You honor me, my prince.
Knight.
Yeah?
Your Highness.
Your Highness?
You understand I shall be away for some days from tomorrow morning. It is essential for my women to be well guarded. My guards have orders to kill any intruder.
What?
Your orders are exactly the same. Pah! A hard center.
Hey, now, wait a minute. This is the United States. This business about killing you can't do...
Are you questioning me?
I guess not, Your Highness.
That is better. You need not fear any consequences, Knight. My influence with your country is considerable. The women's apartments are directly above here. I have given orders that no one enters on pain of death. No one.
Yeah, I get it. I understand, Your Highness.
Should you need any assistance, you have only to call. My guards all speak English. In my own country, I find that has certain advantages. I can give orders which will not be understood by eavesdroppers.
Yeah, I guess that would be a help in your country.
I think that is everything. Haroun will give you any other information you require.
Retire from the prince's presence backwards.
What? Oh, sure.
The first layer is finished already. The box will not last out the night.
Abdul, the audience is over.
Yeah, Sidi.
Mr. Knight, let me introduce you to Abdul. He will be upstairs most of the time guarding the harem.
Ah, good evening.
Well, I'll be with you. Come along now, Mr. Knight, and I will show you your room.
Oh, thanks.
I think you found the prince a little startling.
Yeah, a little.
It is understandable from the Western point of view, but in our country you must remember he is the absolute ruler.
And you get carved by one of those knives if you feed him the wrong sort of chocolates.
It is not advisable to joke about the prince, Mr. Knight. Here is your room. I trust you will be comfortable. I have left you a bottle of your American rye.
Oh, say, that's really thoughtful of you. How about we open it now?
We do not drink alcohol, Mr. Knight, but if you care to do so, open it by all means. Tomorrow morning, the prince leaves to conduct his negotiations, and I go with him. As the prince told you, the 4 women are upstairs. There is also Fatima, who looks after them. She prepares all the meals and will serve yours. Then there is Abdul, whom you have met, Hassan, an Arab, and Blanc, the guard on the gate.
Yeah. Well, sounds nice and cozy. Cheers. What in thunder is that?
That is the prince going to make his nightly inspection of the harem. The gong is a warning that he is coming.
Yeah, I can see how that'd be needed.
Is that another joke, Mr. Knight?
Oh, no, Sheik. Any way you look at it, it's no joke. After breakfast next morning, I took a stroll down the drive. I saw a car disappearing through the gates, the Prince and Haroun on their way. That left me and the harem and the guards. The one on the gate who'd let me through last night was right on the job. I thought I might as well strike up an acquaintance, and this time I used the right greeting. I'll be with you.
And you, boss. Heck of a morning, ain't it?
What? Hey, you don't sound like you come from the Prince's country.
Well, only been there about 3 years, boss. Between you and me, I was a seaman on a tanker, but I ran into a little bother in Tunas and skipped the ship. Then I wound up on this job.
Uh-huh. You like it?
It's sure better than jail, boss. Uh-oh. Here comes trouble.
What do you mean, that little guy coming towards us? Who's that?
That's Hassan. He's pure poison, boss. Yes, sir, pure poison.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, you are Mr. Knight. I am Hassan.
Oh, yeah, Haroun mentioned you, Hassan.
Being a guard is dull work, don't you think, Mr. Knight? So little excitement. It is always more exciting to attack than defend.
And more dangerous.
Life is nothing without danger. I do not know why my master, the prince, should have engaged your services. I am a superb shot, a brilliant knife thrower, and my cunning is known throughout the East.
Well, such brilliance must be exhausting. Maybe he wanted to give you a rest.
Possibly, although I could have told him I am not tired. It has been delightful to meet you, Mr. Knight. We shall see more of each other. For the present, good morning.
Say, Blanc, what does that character do for a living, huh?
Oh, he does many jobs for the prince. Any time the prince wants something fixed, it's Hassan who does it. Sheik may be obvious about his share of the oil, then Hassan goes to see him.
Oh.
After Hassan sees him, the Sheik makes no more noise, ever.
Yeah, I get the point. And obviously so does the Sheik, since Hassan's so slick with a knife.
Tell you something else, boss. He eats hashish sometimes. That's a time to stay away from him. Far away.
After that, I decided the best place for me was my room. I killed the rest of the day there and the rest of the bottle. Fortunately, I'd taken the precaution of bringing a quart of my own. By midnight, I'd made fair inroads into that, too. And then suddenly I heard a sound. Yeah? Well, what do you know? Straight out of the Arabian Nights, yashmak silk trousers and all. Well, I'll be with you.
Shut the door, you dope.
You're an American.
Well, I didn't come here to sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Now shut that door, quick.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
This was really one for the books, the story books. Nicky Knight, the private eye, bodyguarding the harem of an Eastern prince in an isolated house made even more isolated by a high stone wall. But instead of Knight coming to the harem had come to Knight. In the person of this black-haired babe with a veil over her face and the silk jacket and silk trousers trying hard to hide her how-do-you-do figure, and not succeeding.
I said shut the door. That fool Abdul might wake up any minute.
Abdul? Oh, yeah, sure. He's on guard upstairs, isn't he?
I thought he was going to wake up just as I went past him. Boy, was I scared.
I don't get it. You came from the harem, but you're American.
All the way from Texas.
Well, then what are you doing in a harem?
Oh, it was just one of those things. I was dancing in the East, and my agent took a powder with all the dough. Some of it was the management's, so they tossed me out on my ear. Well, it's not exactly pleasant being broke in those countries. But Al's a man had seen me dance and made me an offer, so here I am.
And you don't mind it?
Oh, he sticks $300 into an account for me every month. Living doesn't cost me anything. Only it's so darn boring.
Boring?
Sure. You don't see anyone all day except Fatima, and at night when the great man makes his inspection, you know what he does?
You tell me.
He just sits there eating those concerned chocolates.
What?
That's right. Then he goes to bed, and we go to bed. I tell you, I have never been so bored. That's why I took a chance tonight.
The sneaking out?
Yep. Fatima told us about you. You sounded interesting, so I thought I'd take a look.
Look your fill, lady.
Not bad. Not bad at all. What's your name?
Knight, Nick Knight.
Nicky. I like that. You can call me Tex. Say, that wouldn't be a real old-fashioned American bottle, would it?
It would indeed.
Oh, pour me one.
Sure.
I haven't had a swallow of one of those since George Washington was a pup.
There you are. Watch out it doesn't choke you.
I'm from Texas, remember? Well, here's looking at you, Nicky.
Cheers. There are 4 of you girls up there, aren't there?
Yep. We fight like cat and dog, too. Takes Fatima all the time to sort us out.
Who are the other three?
Why? What's wrong with me?
Well, from what I can see, and that's plenty, and not a thing, Tex.
Then what do you want to go asking about the others for?
Oh, just curiosity.
Oh. Well, there's Natasha. She's old White Russian or something. Then there's Li Chi. She's Chinese. They're okay. But the other one, the French dame, she's a queer one. Always unhappy, always crying.
Did you say she was French?
Uh-huh. Her name's Marie.
Marie what?
Well, how the tarnation do I know? You know, for a guy who's just curious, you sound awfully interested.
Oh, no, I'm not, Tex.
You better not be. I haven't got much time. That Abdul might wake up any minute. So just you forget about the others, huh? And concentrate on me.
Honey, you've come to the right boy. I can concentrate better than a short-sighted accountant looking for a missing dollar.
So,
Hassan!
So you would betray my master.
Now, take it easy, Hassan.
You know the penalty. Death.
Listen, pal, don't let that hashish you've been feeding yourself give you any nutty ideas.
I have told you, Knight, of my skill with the knife. You may witness it now.
Down on the floor, Tex! I'm not bad with a good old American bottle myself. And then there's the good old American rabbit punch, too.
Whew. How's that for a guy who's a little out of practice?
Nicky, you're going to have to do better. I think someone's coming, and my guess is Abdul.
I can take care of him, too. Little Hassan won't want his gun any longer. That's it. You stay put, Tex. I'll get behind the door.
What is this? Hassan? Dead? Hey, you! Woman! Where is the American?
Right here!
Oh, Nicky, you're colossal.
Oh, so's he. If he'd hit that floor any harder, he'd have gone right through it.
Well, what do we do now?
To coin a phrase, let's get out of here.
But, Nicky, how? There's a guard on the gates, and if he sees
But
me...
he won't, baby, if you're lying flat on the floor in the back. And with a gun poking at him, I don't think he'll argue with me.
I was right. The ex-seaman took one look at the revolver, his eyes did a double-action rock and roll, and he unlocked the gates. I shoved my foot down on the accelerator, and we got out of the place quicker than a fish slides down a performing seal's gullet. I didn't slow down until about 15 minutes later.
Whew. Well, that's better. The way you were pushing this bus along, I thought we'd end up in a ditch any minute.
Honey, I used to drive a Jeep in the Army. After that, this is kid stuff.
Where are you heading?
Home, my apartment.
Oh. And what about me? Where am I heading?
Home, my apartment.
Nicky, you're a right guy.
And first thing in the morning, I'll have to get you some clothes. Some decent clothes. If a cop pulled us up now with you in that outfit...
You'll have to tell him we've been to a fancy dress ball.
And if he believes that, he'll believe anything. Hey! Of all the dumb...
What's the matter?
I've just realized what a dope I am. We could have brought that girl Marie with us.
What's that French dame got that fascinates you? You haven't even seen her.
It's not what she's got, it's what her brother's got. His name's Louis Desprez, and he offered me 5,000 greenbacks for letting him know whether his sister's in that place or not. If we produced the sister, he might have made it 15.
Oh, that explains the curiosity. Money.
Can you think of a better explanation?
I guess not.
Oh, speaking of money, that dough that Fatso was depositing in a bank for you, is it an American bank?
Sure.
In your name?
That's right.
Well, then he can't touch it. It's safe.
But I don't know that I am. His Highness Prince Alzaman will never forget that I have insulted his honor by leaving. He'll hunt me down, Nicky. That's the way he is.
I'll let you into a secret. If what Louis Desprez says is true, his sister was kidnapped. And if I can prove it, the prince might be on the other end of the hunting.
Well, watch out for him, Nicky. He can be real mean.
Look, what's the setup anyway? Where does this Haroon who hired me fit into the picture?
Well, he's the contact man in the States. He's here all the time to work out any troubles with the oil company.
Well, if he's here the whole time, why did Fatso come?
Well, we girls of the harem weren't taken into the prince's confidence. I do know, though, that he had an urgent cable from his younger brother, and that was why he decided to make the trip.
His younger brother? Who's his younger brother?
Haroon, of course, stupid.
Look, I may be stupid, but nobody told me that Haroon was his younger brother.
Well, now I've told you.
Yeah. Where does it get me?
Huh?
There's something screwy going on, Tex, but I just can't figure it. With those 3 gods already, why was I hired at all?
Search me.
With you in that outfit, it wouldn't take long.
You know, girl looks so stupid in this get-up once you get out of that atmosphere. Girl feels cold, too.
Well, in that case, honey, move closer. We got into my apartment without being seen, which was just as well. First thing next morning, I called Louis Desprez at the Arcadia and arranged to meet him in the lounge. Then I went shopping for Tex. With a list of stuff she gave me, I was only just in time for my talk with Desprez.
Hey, Mr. Knight, when you rang, I could hardly believe it. Well?
Don't we get to order a drink first?
No, please, Mr. Knight, you know how important this is to me.
Yeah, I guess I do. She's there, Desprez.
She is? Is she all right?
As far as I know, I didn't see her, but I have it on good authority that she's okay but unhappy.
Oh, Marie. My poor little Marie. Is there anything else you found out?
One thing, that my conscience doesn't worry me anymore, not after meeting the prince. In fact, it would be a distinct pleasure to feed him some hot lead instead of chocolates.
Me, I feel the same way. But what are you doing away from the house?
Order me a drink and I'll tell you. While the waiter went off with our orders, I told Louis Desprez the whole story. When I finished, Louis looked up at me and his expression was serious.
So this Hassan is a really dangerous one, then, huh?
Uh-huh. And after him, that mountain named Abdul. The one on the gate, Blanc, doesn't matter. He's easy meat.
That is good. Oh, by the way, here is your check for $5,000.
Huh?
I've had it already, just in case.
Well, thanks.
And that keeps my promise to you for finding out whether Marie is there or not. Now I would ask you something more. How would you like to earn a further $5,000?
I'd like. What do I have to do?
Break into that house with me and rescue Marie?
Say, you know, the more I think about that, the more it appeals to me.
Excellent. I told you, monsieur, when we first met, that I knew a man when I saw one.
When do you propose doing it?
We should not wait too long, I think. They may become panicky and do something drastic to my little sister.
Well, when do you think?
What do you say to tomorrow night?
Uh-huh, suits me.
I shall call for you just before midnight. By the time we get to the house, everyone should be asleep.
Yeah, that sounds okay.
Then, monsieur, I give you a toast. To tomorrow night and success.
I drank his toast and then left. In the foyer of the hotel, I bumped into an old acquaintance, Hank Green, the hotel detective.
Hi, Nicky. I saw you in the lounge.
Yeah, I get so reckless. I'll even chance the liquor you serve here.
You get reckless, all right, with the company you keep.
Huh? What's that?
The guy you were drinking with.
Louis Desprez?
Oh, is that what he calls himself now?
Well, how do you mean now?
I know him as Louis Katz. A nasty taste in the mouth from way back. He dodged a murder rep in France in 1948 and came to the States. He's lucky. His parents were holidaying here when he was born. So he's got U.S. nationality and can't be kept out of the country. He's pulled everything from selling the Brooklyn Bridge to a sucker to murder. He's tough and he's clever. Also about as safe company as a Death Adder.
Oh, brother. You're sure you're not mixing him up with someone else?
Oh, not me, not little Louis. I don't sleep nights while he's staying in the hotel.
You're not paid to sleep nights. Well, thanks, pal. I'll do something for you one day.
Just take my advice, Nicky. If he's made you any proposition, don't take it.
On the contrary, Hank, that's just what I'm going to do. I'm going along with him all the way.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
walking into it with my eyes open. Me, Nicky Knight, the smart private eye. Call me Sir Lancelot, all set to storm the wicked prince's castle and rescue the beautiful captive maiden. Only instead of riding my brave steed with my trusty sword, I rode a Buick Special beside a two-time fraud, Louis Desprez, alias Louis Katz. But this was the only way I could see of finding out what the catch was. We parked the car off the road about a quarter of a mile from the house and cat-footed it up to the wall at the back of the building.
You think this is the best place, Knight?
Yeah. The way I figure it, there's an even chance that Blanc, the guard on the gate, sleeps in the little gatehouse.
Yes, that is reasonable.
So if we get over the wall here, we got a chance of getting away with it. I'll go first. You give me a push-up, and then I'll give you a pull.
Very well.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, here go! I'm set. You jump and I'll grab you.
Here I come. Grab my arm. That's it. Up. Good work, my friend. Now down to the garden, eh?
Yeah. Let's go. Now, quiet now.
Where are we going, eh?
Back door.
What if it is locked?
I got a little gadget with me that's pretty useful for this sort of emergency.
You have your gun ready?
Of course. The way that Hassan flicks a knife about, I'm not taking risks.
I, too.
Hold it.
We are here.
Uh-huh.
You will unpick the lock now, eh?
No. Lesson 1 in the private eye manual. Always test the door before trying to pick it. You never know, it might be open. Well, what do you know? It is.
Piece of luck.
Yeah, I wonder. This is the kitchen. That door opens on the hall. Come on.
The light. There is a light under that door ahead.
Yeah.
Who lives in there?
The prince when he's home.
Perhaps he has returned. Let us go and see.
Don't be crazy. It's the girl we're after.
But I am also after the prince.
Louis!
What? Who dares to disturb me? Who are you?
Your executioner. So much for His Highness Elzaman.
What did you do that for? It's just payment. Now we go upstairs to find Marie.
Correction, please, not we.
Me!
I prefer to go the rest of the way alone, pal. You just lie there and rest. I went up the stairs 2 at a time, dodging from side to side as I came to make a difficult target. Then a large curved sword appeared on the landing. Behind it was Abdul.
The American!
Hello, Abdul. Goodbye. As he came toppling down the stairs, I pressed back against the wall and then ran for the door to the harem. I dragged it open and found myself face to face with a dark-eyed beauty with small curls and sweet curves.
Who? What do you want?
Are you Marie Desprez?
Yes?
I've come to take you home.
Take me? What kind of a trick is this?
No trick. The prince is dead, Abdul is dead. And if we don't get out of here fast, we'll qualify for the quartet. Now, come on. Well, how do you feel now?
I do not quite know. I'm still dizzy from the haste.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Marie. About the rough treatment getting over the wall, but a skinned knee is better than a punctured hide.
Oh, I do not mind. I am more than grateful.
I kept waiting for Hassan to come yelling after us. You know, that's a funny thing.
What?
There was no sign of Hassan, and he's the toughest of the lot. Where was he? And where was Haroun? If the prince was back, he should have been too.
Oh, surely, Nicky, the one thing that matters is that we have got away.
Yeah, that's true enough. I just can't help wondering.
Where are you taking me?
To my apartment first. Tex is there.
Tex? Oh, that's wonderful. I would like to see her again. She was kind.
After that, I'm not sure. The police, probably. You were kidnapped, weren't you?
Oui. On the Riviera last summer. I met Prince Elzaman there. I thought he was horrible from the first. I had proof of it afterwards.
Uh-huh. Have you got a brother named Louis?
No. I'm an only child.
Oh. Does the name Louis Katz mean anything to you?
Oh, the only Louis I ever knew was Louis Malbert. The wretch who tricked me so that I was kidnapped.
Is he tall, dark, gray eyes, and slightly crooked mouth?
Oh, but yes. Yes, that he is.
We're talking about the same Louis.
I don't understand.
Well, it's a long story, honey. And this is no time to tell it.
His car stops?
Yeah, for one very good reason, out of gas. You know, that's strange. This is Louis's car, and there's not enough gas for a two-way trip.
What will you do now?
Well, I'll leave you here and go look for a phone. I'll call Tex and she can bring my car out here and pick us up.
You will leave me alone?
You can have my gun for company. I won't be long.
Oh, please don't be. I'm frightened.
There's no need. You just sit tight. I'll be back as fast as I can. I trudged along up the road for half a mile before I found a house and an irate farmer in a nightshirt whose bad temper disappeared when I waved a couple of 5 spots under his nose. He eventually led me to the phone, and I dialed my apartment.
Hello?
Tex?
Oh, Nicky.
Relax, honey. Everything's okay.
Oh, thank heavens. I've been sitting here going quietly crazy.
I've got Marie with me, but we run out of gas. Will you bring the car out and pick us up?
Oh, sure. Just give me the directions.
Tex, what's the matter?
Nicky, the door's opening. There's somebody coming inside the apartment.
Tex, are you all right?
No, I...
Tex! Tex! Hello! 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 Hello!
Hello, Mr. Knight.
Who's that?
This is Haroun. We have your American girl. She is quite safe at the moment. She may have a headache when she wakes up, but it will pass.
If you hurt her...
Calm, Mr. Knight. No one will be hurt so long as you are sensible.
What do you mean by that?
It is quite simple. You have a girl, we have a girl. You want the one we have. We want the one you have.
I don't get it.
I think you do. We want Marie Desprez back. If you want to see your friend Tex alive, you will return to us the French girl. If not, Hassan is very anxious to practice some of his peculiar talents. Hello? Mr. Knight, are you still there?
Yeah. I'm still here.
The exchange will be made at 9 tonight. You have my word that the American girl will not be harmed in any way before then. We will meet you at the crossroads on the main highway 10 miles north of the house. Is that clear?
It's clear.
Till 9, then, Mr. Knight.
I put the receiver down and just stood looking at it. I felt as though I'd been kicked in the stomach by a specially vicious mule. The thought of Tex and that dagger-happy Hassan was the stuff that nightmares were made of. Then I went back to the old farmer and found he had some spare petrol. Bought it from him, and half an hour later the car was ready to move again. Then I told Marie what had happened. She sat staring ahead of her for a few minutes, then turned to me.
Of course, Nicky. You must take me back.
No. There must be another way.
But they are very thorough. There will be no other way.
I tell you there must be. We can't just...
Have you gone mad?
No, I just had an idea. Where do you think they'll take Tex?
Back to the house, I suppose.
If you were Haroun, where would be the last place you'd expect to find us, you and me?
Why, Oh, you mean go back to the house? No?
Why not? There's only Louis and Blanc, the guy from the gate. I think I can take care of them. Then we sit tight and wait for Haroun and Hassan to bring Tex along. They won't suspect a thing. They'll walk through the door straight into my gun.
It is very audacious.
And that's the way wars are won, baby.
Oh, very well. It is a better way than to surrender tamely.
Oh, that's my girl. Hold on to your yashmak. Here we go. Keep beside me, Marie.
I'm trying, but my knee, it hurts.
Yeah, sure. If I ever have to get into this place again, I'm not going over that wall. I'll bring a couple of sticks of dynamite and blow it down.
Oh, it's very quiet. Not a sound from the house.
No. Be careful now. We're almost at the door. It's still open.
Is that not strange?
Yeah. Come on, quiet as you can.
Welcome back, Mr. Knight. Don't move, Knight. When the girl gets a bullet. Switch the light on, Blanc.
Well, looks like we got a reception committee.
Exactly, Mr. Knight. Drop your gun, please. Thank you. We counted on your being a clever man, Mr. Knight. If you had not been, we might have been in trouble. But we had to have a clever man, one who would react the right way, and we got you.
React the right way? So the whole thing was a plant, huh?
Yes, Mr. Knight, the whole thing. A perfectly planned trap. A chess game in excelsis, with you as the pawn.
What's the next move?
The next move is to wait, Mr. Knight, for the prince to arrive.
The prince? But of course, Haroun is the prince now.
Precisely. And he will hand you over to the police for the murder of his brother.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
It was beginning to make sense. Crazy, nightmarish sense, but sense. Right from the start, I hadn't been Nicky Knight, the dashing private eye. I'd been Nicky Knight, the dumb puppet, with every move planned for me. Even this last one, returning to the house with Marie Desprez, figuring it to be a surprise twist. Only the twist was on me, with a gun pointed at me by Louis Katz and the pleasant prospect of being handed over to the cops for the murder of Prince Al-Zaman.
Blanc, take the girl away. You know where to put her.
I'm sorry, Marie. I guess they're calling the tune.
You're very wise, Mr. Knight, to try nothing foolish.
I know when I've been outsmarted, Louis.
Not only outsmarted, Mr. Knight, outplanned, outmaneuvered, outthought.
Yeah, I was picked as the fall guy from the beginning, wasn't I? From the moment Haroun got his brother over here to the divergent oil business. Haroun, who's your boss, of course, was getting tired of playing second fiddle to Al-Zaman and planned to get rid of him. Get rid of him here in the States instead of on his own home ground.
Correct.
So Haroun engages me to protect a harem that's already protected. And then you come around with a story about your sister. Even when I beat it out of the house with Tex, you and Haroun weren't worried. You knew I'd found out from Tex that Marie was in the house and that I'd come straight to you.
Which you did, Mr. Knight.
Yeah, and played right into your hands for the murder of Al-Zaman. Back I come with you, and Fatso gets it, with me all set to take the rap. The only slip-up was with you, Louis. You couldn't know that I'd been tipped off about you by the house stick at the hotel. But I hadn't figured it all then. I was just suspicious of you. That's why I tapped you on the skull and beat it with Marie.
But you have come back, Mr. Knight.
Yeah, I even worked that out right. While I was getting Marie out of the way, Haroun and Hassan were carefully collecting Tex. Hassan is Haroun's man, too, like you. And then after the phone call proposing the quid pro quo, or more accurately, the girl for girl, you figured I'd come straight back here, hoping to surprise you. You waited for me, and here I am.
Like a good little pawn, going from square to square, exactly as anticipated.
Yeah, the perfect pawn.
Which is about to be taken. You heard that car? That will be His Highness Haroun, the new prince with the police. Goodbye, Mr. Knight. It's been fun playing with you.
Yeah, they had it worked out to a T. T for Tombstone with my name on it. Oh, there's something very depressing about sitting in a cell swearing at yourself for a sucker. And that was how I spent the time all that night and next morning. That and thinking about Tex, worrying if she was all right. And then round about midday I was taken out of the cell and driven to a downtown office. where a gray-haired guy sat behind a desk with a slim, efficient-looking character next to him.
Take a chair, Mr. Knight.
And what is this? Who are you?
My name doesn't matter. This gentleman is Mr. Wilde.
Hello.
First of all, please accept my apologies for having kept you in that cell so long, but when your statement came to us, we had to investigate, and that takes time.
I don't get it.
You will when I tell you that we checked your story about Marie Desprez and found it to be true.
Oh, you did, huh? That's nice.
Don't play tough, Knight. This isn't the time or the place for it.
It's all right, Wilde. Mr. Knight can't be blamed for feeling a little sore.
Oh, a little?
But I suggest you don't say any more, Mr. Knight, till I put you in the picture. An international picture.
Okay.
It's mostly concerned with Prince Al-Zaman and his country's oil. As you probably know, that oil is extremely valuable to us, and incidentally to France. For a long time, the United States and Britain have advocated that Al-Zaman should be deposed, but France has remained firm. As long as the oil came out of the country, they weren't worried with what went on inside. There's a Democratic Party within the country. It's been fostered for some time, and it's ready to take power. We could assist them to do that bloodlessly, and now is the time, with Al-Zaman dead. But, of course, the French must agree.
Now, wait a minute, the French...
You're getting it now, aren't you? It's important that Miss Desprez must be found alive.
Yeah.
The indignation of the French people when they learn what happened to her will swing their government to our way of thinking.
Yeah, I can see that.
Now, our big problem is to find Miss Desprez. Have you any idea where she would be?
Yeah, sure. Somewhere in the house. It's an old place. There'd be a cellar. They'd probably put Tex there as well.
Oh, yes. I'd forgotten about the other girl.
I hadn't.
As soon as Haroun even thinks we're suspicious, he will undoubtedly murder the Desprez girl or both of them. That's the tricky part. Mr. Wilde here is from the FBI, but I can't use him or his men any more than I dare send a squad of police with tear gas and Tommy guns into the place. It would be signing the French girl's death warrant.
Looks like a one-man job. And I'm the one man.
Why, Mr. Knight?
Because I know the house.
He's right, sir.
Look, here's an idea. Take me back to headquarters, book me for murder, and let the press get all the pictures they want. When Haroun sees that in the papers, he'll feel safe again. Then pull out all the cops at the house, and tomorrow night let me out of a side door in the jail.
It's not bad, sir. It could work.
Yes, Wilde, I suppose it could. It's a risk, but on the other hand, I can't think of any better scheme. Very well, Mr. Knight. That's how we'll do it.
Okay, you guys, keep it quiet. All right, now we got over the wall. Nicky, this is where you're on your own.
Yeah, me and my .32.
I've got another gun for you. Here.
Hey, what's this, a 6-inch howitzer?
It's a rocket gun. You've got an emergency, you point it out the window and you pull the trigger. We'll see the rocket, all right.
Uh-huh. All right, thanks.
The best place to carry it is in your sock.
Oh, okay, right. Just hope it doesn't go off and leave me minus 3 toes.
We'll fan out and watch for your signal. If it doesn't come within 20 minutes, we'll come in anyway. Good luck, kid.
Well, thanks again. So long. For the 3rd time now, I crept up to the back door. For the 3rd time now, it was unlocked. These characters obviously didn't believe in guarding their rear. I was halfway across the kitchen when I heard voices.
Yes, Your Highness.
I looked around for a place to hide. There was a broom cupboard built into the wall. I got in with the brooms and pulled the door to, leaving just a crack to see through. A second later, the light was switched on, and Haroun and my old pal Louis came in.
So, in a week, Louis, we shall leave the United States. I return home to take up my rightful position.
While Mr. Knight remains to die for the murder of your brother. A sacrifice in honor of the new prince, eh?
What about the 2 young ladies?
Well, I'm about to take their food to them, Highness. The team has prepared the tray.
Good food, I see. Excellent. I don't like thin women. Return to me in the library, Louis, when you have finished. We have other plans to make.
I watched Louis pick up the tray and disappear through a door I'd never seen before. It looked like part of the paneling when it was closed. I gave him a minute or so and then headed after him. The door opened on a flight of steps leading down. I'd been right about the cellar.
Here's your meal. Eat up. His Highness Prince Haroun prefers women who are well filled.
I'd like to fill him with arsenic.
Or even lead, honey.
Night!
Which means the long sleep for you.
Mickey, I knew you'd make it. I told Marie you'd find us.
We're not out of here yet, Tex, baby. get back to Marie and keep down on the floor, both of you. This will bring the rest of them here like hornets.
All right, Nicky. Down on the floor, Marie, quick!
It will not help you, Mr. Knight. Fire low, Hassan, to floor level. Hassan, the machine gun you see, Mr. Knight. Against that, you have no chance.
No? Oh, that takes care of Hassan and his Tommy gun. Now you're on your own, Your Highness. Come on down and demonstrate how brave a prince can be. Not good enough, Haroun. What's the matter? Too scared to come down?
No, Mr. Knight, not scared now since your gun is empty.
I always wait my time, you see. And my time, Mr. Knight, is now.
Is it? As he came down the steps, I remembered the rocket gun in my sock. I grabbed for it and pressed the trigger. Haroun was practically on top of me when it hit him. When I came to think of it, he didn't stay a prince for long. Later that day, I was back in the office of the gray-haired guy.
Congratulations, Knight. You did a magnificent job.
Oh, just pin the medal above the heart, General. Now go home.
With both Alzaman and Haroun out of the way, that line of succession is gone forever. And we feel confident that a much more democratic regime will take its place. The people should erect a statue in your honor, but they probably won't.
Just tell me one thing. Who exactly are you?
Oh, let's just say that I'm connected with the State Department. My job is connected with what happens in other countries. You know, the things you don't read about in the newspapers.
Well, of course. Of course I'm dumb. Espionage, huh?
Yes, that's the ticket. You know, if you were interested, I could use a man like you.
Well, it's very kind of you, but no thanks. I'll stick to a nice quiet racket like the private eye business.
Well, it hasn't been so quiet these last few days, has it?
No, but it's going to be much quieter for the next few days. You see, there's someone back at my apartment who'll see to that.
You know, Nicky,
Yeah?
there were times when I just couldn't believe I'd ever sit in an American apartment again and hear some real American music again.
With a real American man again, huh? Yeah, although, you know, those Eastern guys have one idea that's not bad.
Hmm? What was that?
A harem. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Oh?
Sure, you get tired of a brunette, so you pick a blonde. You get tired of a blonde, and you pick a redhead.
No. No, you want to rewrite it. You get tired of a certain brunette, and you pick up prussic acid in your morning coffee.
I never drink morning coffee.
You will that morning.
Honey, I was only kidding. I love you, Tex.
I love you, Nicky.
Enough to marry me?
Nicky, you've got yourself a one-woman harem for life.
That takes care of Nicky Knight. His nightmare's over, or it's just starting, depending how you look at it. Well, I'll be back to bring you another of my books. The next one's called Destiny, Danger, the story of an English undercover man who didn't stay undercover enough. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Nightmare for Night, you heard June Salter as Tex, while as Nicky Knight you heard our star, John Bushell. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown with another of my books for you. A story I've called Belladonna Was Poison. You could also call it Tempest in Television, only I wouldn't like to think this sort of thing normally happened in TV. As for my hero, well, I'm not going to tell you anything about him, except his name, Rock Stone. You can find out everything else from him.
In the glare of the bright lights, the woman backed away from me, her beautiful features contorted in fear and dismay. One elegant hand crept up to her mouth, and the tense posture of her body indicated the tumult of her racing thoughts. I stared at her, impassive, implacable, with just the faintest trace of a smile on my lips. Her voice, when it came, was husky and low.
You know.
I know, Mrs. West. I knew from the time you failed to identify your husband's body as your husband. I knew you were not Mrs. Adele West at all, but her twin sister, Adeline. You impersonated your sister in the hope of stealing the West diamonds.
You devil.
You murdered your sister so that you could take her place. What you didn't know, Adeline, was that only 3 hours before she had murdered her husband to prevent him discovering that she had pawned the West diamonds to pay her gambling debts.
I guess it's hopeless trying to fool you, Inspector Stone.
You can't fool the homicide squad. And don't bother to open your purse and grab for that gun inside. I took the precaution of emptying it 10 minutes ago.
You...
Okay, Sergeant. Take her away. It's like I always say, folks. There's no future in murder. The clue to next week's show will be seen in the windows of our sponsor, Lacey's Departmental Store, on Thursday morning. Make sure you take a good look, friends. A clue in itself can be a small thing, but it can lead to the electric chair. So, till next week, this is Inspector Rockstone bidding you good night.
Tune in next week, same time, same channel, for another story starring Rock Stone as the inspector, who proves that there's no future in murder.
Well, wraps it up for the night. All right, Fred, you can strike now.
That last scene played beautifully, I thought, Rock.
Say, thanks, honey.
It was fun being in the show with you. Do you think our producer was happy about it?
Our producer, Miss Arlene Molden, is a woman, but definitely. And who can tell what a woman thinks, huh?
Only another woman. So long, Rock.
So long, honey.
Well, that's another one over. It was a good show, Rock.
Arlene, coming from you, that's really something.
Why? Am I such a tyrant?
No. But there are enough distractions for an actor working in TV without a producer who puts so much vitality into her vital statistics.
You ought to pass snappy cracks like that on to Sam Long. You might be able to use them in next week's script.
And speaking of which, what's the gimmick for Lacey's window display the next show?
It's a Lulu. Let's walk over to your dressing room. I'll tell you all about it.
Fine. This noise isn't doing my ulcer any good.
You read Sam's script for the next show? Belladonna Was Poison, he's called it.
I had a quick look at it.
Well, we've had 2 dummies made. One of you and one of the girl who's murdered. The window dressers will set them up in the window, and on Thursday morning, when the blinds are lifted, the public will see you just entering the room with the girl's body slumped in a chair and an upturned glass on the table beside her.
Yeah, what's the vital clue?
The upturned glass, stupid. Don't you remember in the script the girl is poisoned with belladonna? In her last moment, she turns the glass upside down.
What for?
It gives a clue to the poisoner. The butler did it. And the butler always keeps the glasses upside down in the liquor cabinet.
Holy cow. Did Sam Long dream that up all by himself?
You worry about your acting. I'll worry about the script.
Well, there's something else I'm worried about.
What?
These stunts you pull every week to tie in with the show, like this gimmick in Lacey's window. You know, I think we should drop them.
Not on your life. They're worth thousands of dollars in publicity.
Look, I had a nasty phone call from a real inspector of homicide last week about that stunt of yours with a girl in her underwear being chased by a gunman down 5th Street. Well, Inspector Jakes was very annoyed about the whole thing.
Forget it, Rock. We'll make a sizable contribution to the police pension fund or something the next couple of weeks. That'll keep them quiet. Anyway, this scene in Lacey's window shouldn't upset them.
I hope you're right, but I doubt it. Inspector Jakes made a lot of rude remarks to me.
Maybe he doesn't like your acting. Well, you better go and get your makeup off and have a good rest. I'll pick you up at 7 on Thursday morning.
7? Hey, that's in the middle of the night. Why should I be there? You usually handle these things yourself.
You're featured in this display. You're a dummy, remember?
Yeah, you flatter me. Oh, what a way to make a living.
Honey, I'd feel sorry for you if it wasn't for all that money you're making.
Mr. Stone, thank goodness you've come.
Yeah?
I've been waiting for you to come home. Oh, Mr. Stone, I have to talk to you.
Now, look, baby, I'm awfully tired. I'm about to open this door and hit the hay. You cannot wait.
It's urgent, Mr. Stone.
Okay, you better come in. Yeah. Now then, what's all this about?
My name is Hannah Vogue, Mr. Stone. I'm an actress.
Oh, congratulations.
I'm playing on one of your shows next week.
Well, that's fine.
I'm frightened, Mr. Stone. There's something wrong, terribly wrong.
If it's as bad as that, I can probably get them to rewrite your part for you.
I don't mean with my part or the show. I'm talking about real life. It affects you as well as me. It affects the whole show. I only found out by accident, and I'm scared, Mr. Stone. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid to go to the police because they won't believe me. And then he'll know, and I'll be...
Hey, is this some elaborate kind of a gag?
I knew it. You won't believe me either. You think I'm crazy before I've even told you what it's all about.
Honey, can you blame me? But go on, I'll listen.
No, what's the use? It's no good you won't believe me. No one will believe me.
I must be dreaming. And I'm not even in bed. It was Thursday morning, just before Lacey's departmental store was due to open for business. Outside, there was already a crowd spilling over the sidewalk. Inside, there was a character with rimless glasses and a fixed smile. Arlene Malden introduced us.
Rock, this is Lacey's manager, Mr. Sebastian Sheep.
An honor to meet you, Mr. Stone. Or should I say Inspector?
With a name like that and a line of dialogue like that, is he real?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, Mr. Stone likes his little joke. Remember Lacey's sponsor the show?
Perhaps you'd like to take a look at the display before we lift the blinds. I think you'll be very pleased with it.
We'd love to take a look, Mr. Sheep.
Splendid. There we are. You can step right into the window. Just take care not to disturb anything. The dummies are remarkable, I think. Just look at your likeness, Mr. Stone. How do you like meeting your double? And the girl.
Hey, isn't that Hannah Vogue?
It's a dummy of her. I didn't know you knew her.
Oh, we met.
It's amazingly lifelike, isn't it?
Amazing. Say, the gleam in that red hair. And how do you like that skin texture? Man, it looks like the real thing. Say, I wonder if it feels the same.
Ah! Don't do that. I must say, for a man who plays the part of a homicide cop, you're unduly sensitive to atmosphere.
You don't understand.
It's a compliment to our window dresses. Is that what you mean, Mr. Stone?
I tell you, give me your hand, Arlene.
Oh, darling, how touching. But this isn't the place to hold hands.
I don't want to hold it. I want to guide it. And you feel...
Oh, well, of all that...
Yeah, you see what I mean? She's real. She's been murdered.
Murdered?
We'll have to get the police.
Yes, but we'll have to get the newspapers first.
What?
Do you realize this is the greatest publicity gimmick of all time? A real murder. A real corpse taking the place of a dummy in a window display.
I am thinking of it. And it's making my insides churn.
I'll call the papers first. I want them to get pictures of the police coming in the window. Then I'll call homicide.
Homicide. That means Inspector Jakes.
I suppose so. Why?
Goodbye.
Where are you going?
South America.
Don't be stupid, Rock.
Stupid? That Inspector Jakes was rude to me about a traffic block. What's he going to be about a murder?
Well, the great Inspector Stone, the wonder boy of Copland. There's no future in murder, he says, and he says it every week.
Hello, Inspector.
And now you've turned up a real-life corpse. It just so happens that the corpse is part of one of your corny publicity stunts. Did she volunteer to die for you?
I don't know a thing about it, Inspector Jakes, honest.
By a remarkable coincidence, every newspaper in town gets to hear about the murder before homicide does. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you, Inspector?
Oh, no.
Well, I'm going to do the right thing by you, Inspector. I wouldn't spoil your show for anything. Never let it be said that the homicide squad doesn't appreciate a fellow fighter against crime. Let the press boys in, Sergeant. Okay, quiet. That's better. Now I'm giving you boys a break. You can quote me on all of this.
Hey, you feeling all right, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm feeling fine. I'm never better. You boys know what's happened? The window was set for a publicity stunt for the TV show. There's no future in murder. Someone substituted a real corpse for the dummy.
That's not telling us a thing worth quoting.
I haven't finished. This is the bit that will interest you. I've just been talking to Inspector Rockstone here, and he wants to go on record as saying that no one is going to get away with murder on his show.
Oh, now look,
He says he personally pledges himself to bring the murderer to justice, to solve his crime.
I didn't...
And what's more, he doesn't wish for the cooperation of the homicide squad. He intends to handle it alone.
Hey, is that right?
That's a story for you. A real-life murderer turns Stone into a real-life cop. Who knows? Maybe he'll get himself murdered in the process.
Boy, what a story.
Okay, now you can blow. You get the story, and I hope you play it up big. I go on record as saying that the police department has the greatest respect for Inspector Stone's deductive powers, and they also know he has a hot lead which may well take him straight to the murderer.
Inspector Jakes, what's the idea?
I'm giving you a break. That's what. Every Tuesday night, you're so smart with a script somebody's written for you. Let's see how smart you are without a script.
But that crack about my having a hot lead. Supposing the murderer reads that. He might believe it.
He probably will.
He might kill me.
You never know. We might be lucky at that.
Yeah, but I don't...
I've given it to you on a plate. The camera's focused right on you. Go to it, Inspector.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
You get all the excitement of a dramatic situation with none of the worry, because it's all been worked out for you beforehand by a writer. But the fun fizzles out when a real-life dramatic situation ups and smacks you in the face, and there's no script to rely on. Now, just because my name was Rockstone, and they tacked the word inspector in front of it for my TV show, There's No Future in Murder, I was given star billing by Homicide Inspector Jakes when the actress Hannah Vogue was killed. Now, the inspector didn't like me, and this was his way of showing it.
Rock, darling, this is the most wonderful publicity the show could ever have had.
We look at things from different angles. You're the producer, Arlene. That's fine for you. I'm just an actor, and right now I wish I'd never gone to drama school.
What a story. Front page in every paper. Inspector Rockstone, TV's tech hunts for killer. There's no future in murder, says Stone, with a hot lead to prove it. Ah, this is terrific.
This is terrible.
Inspector Jakes may have shoved this onto you, Rock, but you'll have to go through with it. You'll have to find the murderer. This will catch the public's imagination. They'll expect it.
You're crazy. How will I find who killed her?
Deduction. You've been playing this show for over a year. Sam Long does a lot of research to make the scripts look authentic. You're a cop, Rock. Just play it the way you would in the show.
But this is for real. Supposing I did find the murderer.
That would be wonderful.
Except that the murderer mightn't have the same script as I have. He might rewrite it with me as the corpse.
Let's worry about that when you've found him. Come on, Rock, give. Start deducting.
Well, okay, I guess I can try. Now, Hannah Vogue was to be on next week's show. You auditioned her for it, right?
Correct, Inspector Stone.
Well, how did you find her? Did she come from a casting agency?
No, as a matter of fact, Sam introduced her to me. He said she'd had some theater experience and needed a break. It was only a small part, and she had the looks for it, so I gave it to her.
Sam Long. Hey, maybe we're starting to get someplace.
There you are. You see how easy this deduction is once you get going?
Yeah. Where would I find Sam at this time of the day?
No, that's easy. Harry's bar. Let's go.
Hi there, Sam. Hey, we've been looking for you.
Ah, the great Inspector Stone. Following your hot lead, Inspector?
That was Jake's idea, and I'm stuck with it. Hey, listen, Sam. Arlene tells me you introduced Hannah Vogue to her.
That's right. So what?
Say, what do you know about her?
Sorry, Inspector. That's confidential.
Oh, come on, Sam. Somehow Rock has to solve this thing, or there'll be no show anymore, and we'll all be out of a job.
Yeah, that's a point. Okay, but don't quote me. Someone whispered gently in my ear that Hannah Vogue was a brilliant young actress who should get a break on the show.
Well, who said that?
I told you, don't quote me. Our revered sponsor himself.
You mean Aldous Lacey?
Of Lacey's departmental store, the very same. I was told not to mention his name, but all the same, he wanted to see her appear on the show or else.
You'll have to talk to him, Rock.
To the sponsor? Are you nuts?
Well, it has to be done, and you'll have to do it alone.
Well, if that isn't typical. The producer gives the orders, the poor dumb actor has to do the work.
Come in, Stone, come in. Glad you called. I was just going to leave a message at the studio that I wanted to see you.
Oh? What about, Mr. Lacey?
I've read the story in the papers, and of course my manager, she told me what had happened. Your statement about intending to solve the murder yourself is a magnificent gesture, Stone. I congratulate you on it.
Thanks.
It'll be a wonderful thing for the show, and for me as the sponsor, of course. You'll need all the help you can get. That's why I was going to send for you.
Oh?
You're a man of the world, Stone. You'll understand when I say I knew Hannah Vogue rather well.
Oh, sure, Mr. Lacey.
And I wanted to help her. She aspired to be an actress. I told long to see she got a part in the show. I'm being quite frank about this, Stone. I trust you realize the necessity of a discretion on your part.
I'm a clam, Mr. Lacey.
If anyone else got to know this, anyone like the police, well, it could be most embarrassing for a man in my position.
Oh, naturally. I understand.
Good, then that's that.
Not quite, Mr. Lacey.
No? What else is there?
A couple of questions I'd like to ask.
Oh?
Have you any idea why she was murdered?
None at all.
When did you last see her?
Well, it must have been Tuesday night. Yes, we watched the show at her apartment. I left about 9.
Did she seem worried about anything?
Not at all. She was her usual vivacious self.
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Lacey. Oh, just one other thing. Would you give me the address of her apartment?
Yes, of course. I'll write it down for you. Here you are.
Thank you.
Are you planning to call them?
Uh-huh.
Well, in that case, perhaps I'd better give you the key, too.
On my way to Hannah Vogue's apartment, I wondered about the strange contrast in the dead girl's behavior. According to Aldous Lacey, when he saw her on Tuesday night, she was her usual vivacious self. When I saw her, later that same Tuesday night, she was scared, almost incoherent. I stood inside her apartment and looked around. It was really quite a layout. Obviously, any girl under Aldous Lacey's protection had nothing but the best. I stepped over to the door of the bedroom. Well, well. An inhabitant. And what an interesting inhabitant.
Who are you? How did you get in here?
With this key? Hey, how did you? This is Hannah Vogue's apartment.
I'm a friend of Hannah's. She invited me to stay here. I only arrived yesterday.
Did you know she'd been murdered?
Yes, the police were here today asking questions. I answered them all. And now here I am answering more from someone I don't even know.
Well, we can remedy that. My name's Stone. Rock Stone.
The television star? The man who's made all the headlines and who's going to track down Hannah's murderer?
That's right.
Mr. Stone, I think you're wonderful.
You do?
I certainly do. And I'd like to help you find the killer.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr.
I'm Lois Shaw.
Oh, nice to know you, Lois.
It'll be even nicer once we're working closer together.
Huh?
Well, you're going to let me help you in your search for the murder, aren't you?
If you get as close as that, you won't be helping. You'll be hindering.
But it'd be fun, wouldn't it?
I'm not interested in fun right now. I got too much else on my mind. Anyway, how can you help me?
I could give you a tip.
Such as?
Ask your producer, Arlene Malden, about her sister, Kathy.
I never knew she had a sister, Kathy.
Kathy died. Ask Miss Malden how.
I left the luscious Lois puzzling over her cryptic reference to Kathy Malden's death and headed for Harry's bar, where I expected to find Arlene and Sam still waiting for me. But there was a message that they'd gone to the studio. When I arrived there, I found I'd forgotten about the conference for the next program of There's No Future in Murder.
We've got the scripts. All we've got to do is check through them in case anyone has any bright ideas. Then I can go ahead with the casting. I have to get someone else to play the murdered girl, of course.
Hey, hold it a minute, Arlene.
What is it, Rock?
We can't do this show next week.
Why not?
Well, maybe you've forgotten, Sam, that Inspector Jakes told the press that Inspector Rockstone was going to solve Hannah Vogue's murder.
Well, no, but I don't see...
If we're going to keep any viewers at all for the program, next week's show's got to be devoted to the case of Hannah Vogue. In the next show, Inspector Rockstone has to reveal the murderer's identity.
Hey, that's a colossal idea. Here, give me the details and I'll start work on the script right away.
I haven't any details.
What are you talking about?
The show will have to be played without a script. It'll have to be an impromptu job. We'll have to play it by ear.
What?
Yeah, that's right.
Aren't you overlooking one minor point? You have no more idea right now who killed her than I have, or Inspector Jakes has.
Well, that doesn't matter. We do the show just as it happened. We can get photographs to use from the newspaper boys. We'll make sure everyone concerned appears in front of the cameras. Even if we don't find who the murderer is then, we've still got a so-called finish. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just seen the actual events which took place. You have seen and heard everyone connected with the girl, Hannah Vogue, who was poisoned. One of them may be her murderer. Who is your choice? Hey! Can you imagine what that will get us?
Yes, about $3 million worth of libel suits.
My bet is it'll get us the murderer. Hey, imagine the strain of appearing in front of the cameras knowing 1 million people are watching you. How easy it would be to make one small slip of the tongue, one small fatal slip, that reveals you as the murderer.
People will just refuse to appear on the show, that's all, including the murderer.
No, they wouldn't dare. Look, imagine the question mark in people's minds if someone refuses to cooperate. It'd practically brand them as the murderer right away.
Yeah, he's right, Arlene. He's really got an idea there.
Well, I suppose it could be possible. And if by any chance we unmasked the murderer, it'd lift the show's rating like nothing else could.
Well, it looks like you two don't need me anymore. Since I haven't any script to write, I might as well gravitate back to Harry's. You can catch me there if you want me.
So long, Sam.
Listen, Rock, do you know any more than you're telling? I mean, this idea of an off-the-cuff show, you must have something to go on.
Not really, Arlene. I've only been around asking questions. Oh, and there's one that was suggested I ask you.
Oh?
About your sister.
Kathy.
Yeah, in particular, about how she died.
Who suggested you ask me?
Well, the girl I found in Hannah Vogue's apartment. A girl called Lois Shore.
Never heard of her. How on earth does she know anything about it?
I don't know, but apparently she does. Oh, look, if you don't want to talk about it, Arlene.
No, I guess you might as well know. Kathy was found in a swimsuit on the beach at San Antonio, drowned. Coroner's court brought in a verdict of accidental death.
See, that's tough.
It's even tougher than you know, Rock. Kathy was 5 years younger than me. She was always a wild kid. She was working as a model in L.A., and then I found she'd given that up. Was living in San Antonio in a house that a man was renting. I wrote to her warning her. I said the man would get tired of her and throw her out. She wrote back and told me that would never happen because she knew too much about him. I didn't pay any attention to that at the time.
Go on, Arlene.
Then, some months later, I got another letter. What I'd prophesied had happened.
Yeah, the guy had thrown her over.
Yes, but she wasn't standing for it. She'd told him she wanted $100,000 compensation, or she'd give him $100,000 worth of publicity that would ruin him. I didn't get any letters after that because she died.
Well, is that all?
Not quite, Rock, but I'm afraid I've overdone the build-up. The punchline will probably be a letdown. You see, the man was Aldous Lacey.
Carter Brown, Mysteries.
Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
It was a great idea of mine to do an impromptu show devoted to the death of Hannah Vogue for the next TV presentation of There's No Future in Murder. But there'd be no future in TV for me if I didn't reveal the murderer on that show. Because to a million viewers, I wasn't Rockstone the actor. I was Inspector Rockstone, the infallible cop, who'd been put on the spot by a real-life cop, Inspector Jakes of Homicide.
What are you doing here, Stone? I'm a busy man.
Oh, I know that, Inspector. But I thought since you gave that tale to the papers about me solving the murder, you might tell me how things were going.
Yeah, I see nobody could have taken that bit seriously about you having a hot lead.
Why not?
You're still alive.
So's the murderer, unless you've arrested him.
It's only a matter of time.
Did you find out how the corpse got into Lacey's window?
Window was set up the night before. The window dressers left at 9 p.m., so whoever substituted the corpse for the dummy must have done it after that. 2 night watchmen claim they heard nothing. But one of the metal blinds closing off the loading dock at the back of the building shows signs of having been forced.
I see. What did you find out about Hannah Vogue?
She was an actress, and she'd been in this town about 6 months. She hadn't had any work since she got here. I don't know how she kept that apartment.
No hot lead, huh?
No. Why, do you know something?
Me, Inspector? I'm just a TV cop. How could I know anything? Hey, and speaking of TV, how about being in the studio for our next show?
Me? Why?
Well, we're doing the murder on the next program, and we'd like you to be there.
Hey, what's behind this? What are you up to, Stone?
Oh, nothing, Inspector. Just trying to carry out the promise you made to the newspapers in my name.
Stone, if you know anything, it's your duty to inform the police.
Oh, I shall, Inspector. But I don't want to make you look a liar to the general public.
What?
Well, you told the press boys that I would solve the murder, and that's what I'm trying to do. So long, Inspector. See you in the studio.
I think it's the most ridiculous idea I ever heard. I wouldn't allow it for one moment. To commercialize murder. It's unethical.
But, Mr. Lacey...
It's a crazy, preposterous idea. I won't hear another word about it, Stone.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Lacey. That means I'll have to scrap the idea of you introducing the show.
What? Well, me? Introduce it?
Well, that's what I had in mind. I naturally figured that you, as our sponsor, would open the program.
You wanted me to appear on the show?
Sure. With a statement to our audience about how you stood foursquare for justice and how this program would bring a murderer to justice.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. I hadn't thought of it quite like that before. That puts a different complexion on the matter.
Oh, does it, Mr. Lacey?
Of course. Now, this whole thing will have to be properly organized. We can't afford any slip-ups.
That's right, sir.
All right, get on to it, Stone.
Of course, Mr. Lacey. Just one other thing.
Yeah?
We'd like your manager, Mr. Sheep, to come along, too.
All right, I'll send him a memo about it.
Why, thank you. You know, there's one thing that's had me wondering about Mr. Sheep.
What's that?
If he can't sleep at night, what does he count? People? When I left Lacey's department store, I thought I ought to have a few words with Sam Long about the form the presentation ought to take. He wasn't to be seen at Harry's bar, so I headed for his apartment. I'd never been there before. Man, it was a shabby-looking building. I was surprised. Sam was making money. He could afford something better than that. There was no answer when I pressed the buzzer, but a door opposite opened, and a woman stuck her head out.
You looking for Mr. Long?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he isn't in.
Yeah, that probably explains why he doesn't open the door.
Say, aren't you Inspector Rockstone?
That's right.
Gee, I always watch your program. That is, when my old man isn't working early shift. He gets home around 4 in the afternoon then, and we watch another channel.
Why?
He can't stand the sight of you. He says if you're a cop, he's a ballet dancer.
And he's not, I take it.
He works on the garbage collection.
Have you any idea where Mr. Long would be?
Try Harry's bar.
I have.
He's there most times. Drinks too much. He's changed since he first come here. He was different then.
Younger, perhaps.
Happier, too. They both were happy.
Did you say they?
Sure. Him and his wife.
Wife? Hey, I never knew he was married.
Oh, lovely little thing she was. An actress. But then they started in quarreling. Quarreled something terrible before she left him. Guess that's why he drinks so much.
You say she was an actress?
Uh-huh. Used to go mad at him, yelling it was his fault she couldn't get a job because he wouldn't help her.
You don't know the name that she used professionally?
No, never heard of it. But pretty as a picture she was, with her red hair and everything.
Red hair?
Flaming red. Lovely hair. Way mine used to be before it started falling out.
I can imagine.
Every time I saw her, I used to say to myself, Holy Hannah, if only my hair... Hey, that was her name, Hannah.
I left the talkative dame with my head reeling. Not only from her gabbling, but from the unexpected, astonishing information I'd stumbled on. Sam Long, married. And to a beautiful redhead actress named Hannah. And it was a beautiful redhead actress named Hannah who'd been found dead in Lacey's window. It looked as though Sam and I should have a long, confidential chat. But I ran into a complication with curves. A special set of curves called Lower Shore.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Stone.
Where else should I be, Miss Shore? This is the door to my apartment. I was about to open it and walk in.
Not yet. We've got to go somewhere else first.
The implication is that we can come back here afterwards?
Why, Mr. Stone, we hardly know each other.
A couple of hours of some low lights and lingering music could fix that.
I'll think about it. But now we'd better be on our way.
Well, where are we going?
You'll see when we get there.
Hey, why all the mystery?
Because it's important to me that whoever murdered Hannah Vogue is found. And it's important to you, too, isn't it?
Well, sure. But the trouble is that all I've got so far is a lot of questions with no answers.
Come with me and I guarantee you one of the answers. Maybe the most significant one.
Lois had a car and slid in behind the wheel. After a half-hour drive, we stopped outside a sprawling two-story house with grounds big enough to build an aircraft plant in.
You know who lives here?
Nobody in my income bracket.
The name is Tony Seguera.
Should I know him?
Tony Seguera is one of the 3 top syndicate men in the city.
Then I shouldn't know him.
I think you should. Let's go meet him.
She led the way up to the front door, where a butler carefully patted me in case I was carrying a gun, then led us into a large, luxuriously furnished room, and then discreetly retired. From a spidery-looking and expensive chair rose a spidery-looking, expensive character.
This is Rock Stone, Mr. Seguera.
Glad to know you, Stone. Pick up your show regular.
I'm pleased to hear it, Mr. Seguera. Say, do you like it?
Sure. I'm glad the regular cops aren't as smart as you. I'd be out of business.
But you are, aren't you, Tony?
Oh, sure. Legitimate business I'm in now. Trucking.
Tony's a sort of elder statesman for the syndicate in this area.
Yeah, you could call me that.
He's got some interesting information for you.
Glad to hear anything that might help me.
Now, this will, but you got to understand a few things first.
Huh?
Now, this dame getting herself knocked off in a store window, that's bad for the syndicate. Gets too much publicity. People start talking, say what it's doing in their city. Next thing you know, there's a reform party starts up, and we got to buy to keep things as they are. It costs too much dough.
Yeah, I can see that.
So we got no interest in this thing. It don't concern us until it gets publicity, and then it does.
I see.
Now, you're going to do a real-life show next Tuesday.
That's right.
You find the guy who did it on your show, and everybody gets happy, says, what a fine city we got, huh? Makes sense?
From your side of the fence, yeah.
So we're in your corner on this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, here's the facts. This Vogue dame is Aldous Lacey's dame, right?
Right.
She gets herself murdered. Why? Maybe because she found out something that Lacey don't want anybody else to know.
Could be.
Something like he's been spending more dough than he should have over the last couple of years, maybe. And he wants a quick investment with a large profit to get it back. So he puts $100,000 into the rackets when the syndicate can use the dough, and he collects 20% over 12 months.
With due respect to Tony, you could say this was right from the horse's mouth.
Now, the syndicate did the right thing by Lacey. We paid him his 20% a month ago and gave him back his $100,000. We're clean. But we don't want to get mixed up in this thing. Way we see it, the dame found out about it some way. Maybe she blackmailed Lacey, or maybe she threatened to talk to the cops. But that's why she was killed. We're sure of that.
Thanks, Mr. Seguera. Thanks a lot.
Oh, any time. Now, I just done you a favor. How about you do me one?
Well, what is it?
Well, you mention this in your show, that's okay with us. But just change it around a little. Not very much. Don't say he invested the dough in the rackets. Just say he invested in the syndicate through me. I'm okay. I'm clean. I've paid taxes on the dough I made on his dough. And make the point that Lacey got his dough back. We don't want people we do business with to doubt our honesty.
Sure, Mr. Seguera, I'll do that.
Fine. I look forward to seeing your show. I'm a real fan for your show. It's my second favorite TV show.
Which is first?
Hop along, Cassidy. He's a real nice guy. And so's his horse. And he keeps the kids on the straight and narrow. Lets them know that crime don't pay.
You approve of that?
Sure. You think we want the rackets to get overcrowded?
I just don't get it. How come you found all this out, Lois? And you know about Kathy Molden. Hey, where do you belong in this setup?
I'm just a girl who knows a guy. The guy being Tony Seguera. But right now I'm with another guy, and the lights are low, the music's lingering. I'm feeling languid. Didn't you say something about getting to know me better?
Oh, sorry, honey. This isn't my night for concentrating on anything except murder, that is.
You've just got a one-track mind.
You know, I thought it was a pretty brilliant idea. This live TV show to unmask a killer. With me on the spot the whole time.
Well?
Well, it just occurred to me. If anything goes wrong, and I'm in front of the cameras every minute...
Yes?
I'll make an awfully easy target. Won't I?
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Any actor worth his salt is generally nervous before a performance is due to begin. But this performance was something extra special, and so were the butterflies in my stomach. Because this program of There's No Future in Murder, which starred me, Rockstone, as television's Inspector Rockstone, was going to be devoted to disclosing the murder of Hannah Vogue, I hoped. That was why only part of the show had been planned, the early part. The rest of it had to be an impromptu affair with me in charge and with music improvised from the orchestra whenever I gave the signal. The signal was to be each time I scratched my ear. I only hoped the viewers wouldn't think their favorite cop had suddenly gone deaf.
15 seconds. Everybody quiet.
I watched our sponsor, Aldous Lacey, bracing himself as he faced number one camera. The orchestra leader stood with his baton raised as the seconds ticked away. And then, the show was underway. As the music hit its familiar theme, I knew the title cards would be flashing onto the screens of a million TV sets, and I mentally crossed my fingers.
My name is Aldous Lacey. I have the privilege tonight of introducing a special program of There's No Future in Murder. As sponsor of this series, Lacey's departmental store is proud to align itself with justice-loving people everywhere in an effort to solve a terrible crime, the murder of Hannah Vogue, whose body was found in our special display window last Thursday morning.
From then on, things went smoothly. This was the part that had been planned, rehearsed. Photographs flashed onto the screen of the window with the body in it. I did my commentary, then hurried over to set one to reenact the finding of the body with Arlene Molden and Sheep, the store manager. Then I scratched my ear for the orchestra leader. While the orchestra added some grim, ominous music, I raced over to camera outside set 2, Inspector Rockstone's office, and faced it ready for the red light. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen the discovery of the body of Hannah Vogue. In my office, which I shall enter in a moment, a group of people have been gathered. I shall interview them. You have seen me do this many times, but I ask you to remember that tonight I am not an actor playing a role. I am a man, a citizen, trying to solve the murder of a beautiful girl. I am really you, a part of you. I am a conscience, yours and mine. The conscience of a city raising its voice to demand that justice should be done and the evildoer brought to a reckoning. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You all know what has happened. I am going to question you about the murder of Hannah Vogue. I know I have already asked you many questions in the last few days, but this time I shall be asking them in an effort to build up a pattern, a picture of Hannah Vogue's life, and perhaps, because of that, a picture of her death, of why she had to die. Firstly, Mr. Lacey.
Me?
You are Aldous Lacey, managing director of Lacey's Departmental Store.
Why, of course I am.
You knew the deceased, Hannah Vogue?
Yes, I knew her.
How much were you paying a month for the rental of her apartment? There is no point in hiding this, Mr. Lacey. You freely admitted to me in your office that you had been interested in the girl. How much?
$200 a month.
You knew she was an unsuccessful actress?
Yes.
Did you order Sam Long, the writer of the series, to see she was engaged for one of the shows?
Now, look, I don't see that...
Please answer the question, Mr. Lacey.
Well, I suppose if a man sponsors a show, what's wrong with seeing that someone he's interested in gets a chance?
Nothing, Mr. Lacey. Did you think there was?
Why, you...
The night before her body was found in the window, Wednesday night. Did you see her that night?
Oh, we had dinner, and then she had to leave.
You didn't go with her?
No.
Thank you. Miss Shaw, please.
Yes, Inspector Stone.
Your name is Lois Shaw, and you were a friend of Hannah Vogue.
That's correct.
You were staying at her apartment the night before the murder.
Yes, I was.
When did you last see her alive?
That evening. She left about 6:30. She said she was going to dinner. She never came back.
Thank you, Miss Shaw. Mr. Lacey, this girl was living in an apartment rented by you. She knew you very well. Well enough to realize you had a secret. She found out that secret. When you discovered she'd found out...
It's a lie. I had no secret. I had nothing to be ashamed of, to be kept hidden.
Didn't you, Lacey? Suppose I were to remind you of an investment you made a year ago.
Investment?
A short-term investment with high return. An investment placed in the hands of Tony Seguera, advisor to a group of men commonly known as the Syndicate. An investment with no papers signed and paid back to you, capital and interest, only last month. Wasn't that what you wanted kept quiet? That a supposedly respectable businessman like you had invested money in the Syndicate?
Well, why should I want to keep it quiet?
Oh, come, Mr. Lacey. Even a child has some idea of what the name Syndicate means today. That was your secret, wasn't it? The secret Hannah Vogue discovered. The secret which cost her her life.
I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her.
Now, a few questions for Mr. Long.
Okay.
You are Sam Long, the writer of There's No Future in Murder.
That's right.
Wasn't Hannah Vogue the name your wife used as an actress?
Yeah.
But you and your wife quarreled, and she left you some time ago. Why?
Because I wouldn't chisel her apart on this program, that's why.
And then some months later, Lacey ordered you to find her a part in the show.
Yeah. Me, the guy she was married to who lost her because he wouldn't do just that.
Did you ever see your wife again?
Once. Last Tuesday night after last week's show. She came to see me. Told me she'd found out something about Lacey. But she was afraid he knew she'd found out. She asked me for advice, said she was scared, and what should she do?
And what did you tell her to do?
She was still my wife. She'd run out on me. She was living in an apartment paid for by another man. She'd got him to get her into the program, and then she came running back to me and asked me what she should do. I told her to get out of my apartment and never come back. That's what I told her to do. That was the last time I saw her alive.
I see. Thank you. Now, Mr. Sheep.
Yes, Inspector.
You are the manager of Lacey's Departmental Store.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Mr. Sheep, when you helped Mr. Lacey carry the corpse into the store window, did you take the head or the feet? Well, Mr. Sheep?
Oh, the shame of it. I've worked for the Lacys for 30 years. I've never had anything but respect and admiration and loyalty for them. He swore to me he hadn't killed her. But if the body were found in his apartment or his car, it would mean ruin for him, for the store, all the employees. I had to help him for their sake.
So you broke open the steel shutter on one of the loading docks to get in?
No, that was only to fool the police. We used my keys. I knew where the watchmen would be. It wasn't hard to avoid them. Oh, the shame of it.
Yes, Mr. Sheep, the shame of it when honest citizens turn to crime. But I notice the shame is only felt when you're caught.
I'd like to make a statement, if I may.
Yes, Miss Shaw, go ahead.
You must be wondering, Inspector Stone, just where I fit into all this.
I have been puzzled by it, Miss Shaw.
My real name is Lois Birkinshaw.
And for the last 3 years, I've been employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
You're an FBI agent?
Yes. The Bureau has long suspected that prominent businessmen all over the country were investing money in the local organizations of the syndicate. This practice was not only immoral, but near criminal, and was also defrauding the inland revenue of taxation on the profits. I'm one of the agents whose task it was to obtain evidence of this in the hope of stamping out the practice.
So that's how you knew about Kathy?
Yes, Miss Malden. That's how I was able to furnish Inspector Stone with the details of Mr. Lacey's dealings with the syndicate through Mr. Seguera.
It was part of your job to get close to the syndicate?
Yes. And I also became friendly with Hannah Vogue in an attempt to pin the charge on Aldous Lacey.
Thank you, Miss Birkinshaw. Now we'd better clear up something with Miss Malden.
Yes, Inspector.
You are Arlene Malden, the producer of the show.
Yes.
The name you mentioned a moment ago, Kathy, was the name of your sister who was recently found drowned in San Antonio?
That's right.
Isn't it a fact that your sister had been living under the protection of Aldous Lacey?
Yes.
That he'd thrown her over and she wrote you a letter saying she knew something about him and intended to make him pay for it?
Yes.
You destroyed that letter and said nothing about it in the coroner's court for lack of proof and to avoid scandal.
That's correct.
No, it's a lie. You witch, you lying devilish...
Take it easy, Lacey. You're going to need all your strength for the trial.
All right. It's true, part of it. Kathy did find out about the money I'd put into the syndicate. I killed her. I was desperate. We went swimming, and I held her head under the water. But when I got back here, I had a visit from her sister, from Arlene Malden, with the copy of a letter from Kathy giving her the story.
What? You didn't destroy the letters? And you didn't tell me about the most important one?
No, because she wanted to use it for blackmail. I've been paying her $1,000 a month to keep her from showing that letter to the San Antonio police.
It's a lie. It's a fantasy. I never took a cent from him in my life.
The account is in the Carley branch of the Devonport Bank in the name of Arlene Strand.
What about Hannah Vogue?
Well, she found out, too. I nearly went out of my mind. I couldn't kill again, but I couldn't afford to pay 2 lots of blackmail. I told Arlene Malden. She laughed at me. Called me a spineless weakling.
He's making it up. He killed Hannah Vogue and he's trying to fix it on me.
You won't get out of it like that. You told me to bring her over to your apartment that Wednesday night. You made me make an excuse to leave her for half an hour. And when I came back, Hannah was dead. You'd poisoned her.
And that's when you got Sheep to help you put the body in the window before thinking of a better way of disposing of it?
Yes, I wish I were dead.
Mr. Lacey, I prophesy you'll get your wish. And Miss Malden will be right alongside you.
That's ridiculous. You've got no proof. Lacey's lying his head off.
I don't think so. And that letter he spoke of, the copy which you showed him, must still exist in the original, and the police will find it. That, I think, ladies and gentlemen of our audience, is the finish of this program. There's no future in murder. I have only one announcement to make. I said before that I was an actor, a man whose conscience was part of your conscience, those of you who are watching me now. This program was brought to you tonight by your own faith and honesty, sponsored by your pride in your city and its people. When something like this program tonight can happen, and does, our city is a good place to live in. Good night. I nodded to the orchestra leader for the closing theme music of the show. Then suddenly the police appeared with Inspector Jakes in charge, and Arlene, Lacey, and Sheep were taken off. And Sam was at my elbow.
Nice work, Rock. You wrote a good script, and off the cuff. Better than I could have done. Oh, it was a colossal show.
Yeah? Hey, don't you realize what I've done? I've just sent my sponsor to the electric chair.
I wouldn't worry too much about that. If those phones aren't running hot with prospective new sponsors, I'll go back to writing copy for commercials.
Hey, I never thought of that. Well, what do you know? Arlene always wanted this show to get top rating, and it took a murder she committed herself to do it.
This is Carter Brown. Well, I guess after that story, nobody's going to want me to write for TV. But you know, I agree with my hero. There's no future in murder, except in writing about it. And it's fun, too. I'll be back again with another story for you, called Hazard in Hong Kong, and the hero's name is Tony Masters. Or at least, that's the name he finds himself saddled with. If you're listening, you'll find out why. Meanwhile, this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Belladonna Was Poison, you heard our star Frank Waters as Rock Stone. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to bring you another of my books. A story called Crime for a King, in which a private detective, Roger King, is embroiled in a batch of bewildering events. Normally a private eye knows all about his assignment, but in this case our hero is in the dark, which naturally enough makes it hard for him to see where he's going. But he can tell it better than I can, so I'll hand over to Roger King.
There was an east wind driving past the car. Behind the wheel of the Dodge, I had to pull up my coat collar. I lit another cigarette and kept my eyes on the road and the car in front of me. The car which contained Miss Elise St. Crease, whom it was my job to follow. About 3/4 of an hour out of town, the road swung round in a bend. When I came round it, I saw the Packard had pulled into the side of the concrete, and a hefty character in chauffeur's uniform waved me to a stop. I wound the window down as he approached.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Miss St. Crease would like to speak to you.
And who is Miss St. Crease?
My dear sir, if you have not been following us for the last 25 miles, it must be my mistake. Just drive on and forget it. But if I am right, then you know who she is, and we can forget the pretenses.
Okay, fair enough. I'll have a word with the lady. Good evening.
Hello. You are the private detective, I presume.
A snooper is probably the word you're looking for.
Who do you snoop for?
Around this time of the year, Santa Claus. Now, what are you expecting in your stocking, apart from a luscious limb?
Is wit a necessary accompaniment of your profession?
Oh, not really. We throw it in as an extra.
You have not answered my question.
I have a client who pays good dough for me to trail you. Why should I tell you his name?
Because I am curious. Because I don't like being followed around.
That's too bad.
I don't think I like your attitude. You look like becoming a nuisance.
Oh, you'll get used to me after a while. Hey, let's ride in your car and save the juice in mine, huh? What do you say?
I say that you begin to bore me. Johnny?
Of course.
Hey, what?
Too late, my friend.
Something belonging to the chauffeur, probably his fist, came across my head, and I lost interest in the proceedings. When I came round, I was sitting behind the wheel of my car, with a headache and without the ignition key. The hulking chauffeur must have tossed it in the bushes. But I'd been caught that way before, and I kept a spare in the glove box. As I drove back in the direction of the city, which contained my apartment, which contained my bed, which would contain me as soon as I could get to it, the only thought in my mind was that my client wouldn't be happy about this. It was about 3 in the morning when I was climbing gratefully into the sheets, when suddenly... Roger King.
So glad you got home safely. Did you walk?
No, I cut a hole in the floorboards of the car and pedaled it home.
It's nice to know that you have not lost that quaint sense of humor.
That smack on the cranium has improved it. Tell that chauffeur of yours that next time we meet, I'll try and do the same thing for him.
Would that be wise? After all, he is so much bigger than you.
How did you get my name and phone number?
I would have thought that you could have deduced that. You were unconscious, weren't you? And in your pocket was your wallet, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Tell me, is there any point to this conversation, or you just like talking to me?
I don't like talking to you at all, Mr. King, but this once it is necessary. You received very mild treatment tonight. Next time it could be much, much nastier.
Are you threatening me, my elegant Elise? I can hardly hold the receiver. I'm trembling so badly.
Very funny. This is my last warning, King. Find something else to do, and tell whoever has employed you why. Otherwise, you might wake up one morning and find yourself dead.
Well, well. Now, just what the devil can all that mean? I arose refreshed but resentful, and I had an idea that my client, Mr. Polvey, was going to be resentful, too. It was about 10 o'clock when I presented myself at the offices of Overseas Enterprises Incorporated and asked the pulsating platinum blonde secretary to announce me.
Come in, King. Well, have you anything to report this morning?
In a short word, no.
What do you mean by that?
I followed her car, then I was hailed by a chauffeur. She made it clear she didn't like being followed. The chauffeur made it even clearer by slugging me over the skull. When I came to, they and their car had gone.
So you don't know where she went?
You're right on the ball this morning.
See here, King, I'm not paying you for rudeness. I'm paying you for results, of which I appear to receive none.
Just remember that it's one thing to trail someone who's using the subway, but quite another thing to trail someone who travels in a chauffeur-driven Packard.
That was your problem, and you don't seem to have tackled it very competently. I shall have to find someone who can carry out an assignment without falling down on it.
Does that mean I'm fired?
In a short word, yes.
Well, it doesn't exactly come as a surprise. How about my dough?
I shall have my secretary draw you a check. $150 covers it, I think. A lot of money to pay for nothing.
But you're not paying me for nothing, Polvey. You're paying for the privilege of discharging me. There was a restaurant on the ground floor of the building, and so I decided to step in for a cup of coffee. I'd hardly taken my first sip when a familiar, creamy voice fell on my ears.
Do you mind if I share your table?
Well, Miss St. Creets herself. And what are you doing here?
Asking if I can share your table.
Well, it's a free country, or so the rumor goes.
How was Mr. Polvey this morning?
Not very happy. He fired me. He thought private eyes should all have steel skulls, and because I hadn't got one, I must be masquerading under false pretenses.
That's too bad, Mr. King.
Oh, stop it. Your sympathy unmans me. In a minute, I'll be weeping salt tears into my good cup of coffee.
I'm glad you didn't have to walk home.
Oh, that's past history. Now, if I was still working for Polvey, I should be worried about letting you trail me to his office. But as I am now unemployed, I couldn't care less.
I wonder why Polvey had me followed.
Does that wad of dough you've just dropped casually on the table wonder, too?
Yes, you could say it does.
Much as I hate to pass up the chance of some folding money, I don't know. All I know is that Polvey hired me to follow you. He didn't tell me who you were or why he wanted tabs kept on you. All he told me was that you were going to that party last night and I was to take it from there. As you know, I didn't take it very far. In fact, my work for Polvey might be summed up in 3 words. Hired, tired, fired.
Well, thank you for being honest anyway. You're not leaving the money lying there, are you?
Honesty is so rare that it's for free.
You misunderstand me. That money is a retainer.
Retainer? For what?
For watching Mr. Polvey. I am hiring you to find out as much as you can about him.
Where do I report back to?
I shall call at your office every morning at 10. Any other questions, Mr. King?
Only one. Am I crazy or is everybody else?
That is not what I am paying you to find out. You will start on your assignment immediately, of course.
Well, not till around 5 this afternoon.
Why not at once?
Because the quickest, easiest, and best way to find out about Polvey is to trail his platinum blonde secretary.
Oh.
Not to mention the fact that following her will give me something interesting to look at on the way.
Yes. Oh, it's Mr. King.
Hi, beautiful.
What do you want?
Well, since you ask, what are you doing for dinner tonight?
I'm flattered, Mr. King. Don't tell me you came all the way out here just to ask me to dinner.
That's a fact.
And how did you know where I lived?
Simple. I followed you.
Well, in the face of that, what can I say? I have an engagement for dinner tonight, but come in and have a drink anyway, Mr. King.
Just call me Roger, huh? Miss,
Oliver. Marcia Oliver. This way, Roger.
Hey, quite a place you have here, Marcia.
I like it. This is the living room.
Hmm.
Will you have a martini?
You don't have to ask me twice.
Try the lounge. I find it very comfortable.
Thanks. Hey, you're right. It is, and big enough for 2.
You're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you, Roger? We're only at the drinking stage. Here you are.
Thanks. I drink to a very beautiful girl.
Who am I to call you a liar? Good luck.
You mix a masterly martini.
Well, thank you. And how's the private detecting business?
Booming. In spite of the brush-up I had from your boss this morning.
Oh, that was too bad. He seemed to be in a very bad temper all day.
Tell me, what do Overseas Enterprises Incorporated do for a living?
Import, export.
Fine stuff mostly. Jewelry, antiques and so on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you ready for another martini?
Thanks. Your version really has a kick in it. I've never had one martini hit me that hard before.
Maybe you've just got a weak head.
Not normally, but right now I feel something like the morning after 2 nights before.
Maybe you'd better not have any more.
Maybe I'd better not. That one seems... A Mickey Finn. You gave me a Mickey martini.
I think it's kind of appropriate. Dope for a dope?
You...
Morning, Mr. King. How you feeling?
Awful. Take those panel beaters out of my head. Hey, in this bed, it's moving.
It's not a bed, Mr. King. It's a bunk.
What?
And the reason it's moving is because we're at sea.
At sea?
That's right, Mr. King.
Hey, who are you?
My name's Harris. I'm the skipper of this yacht.
Shanghai. I'm being...
taken for a little cruise to the Caribbean.
Hey, now wait a minute,
I'm
Harris.
afraid we can't, Mr. King. We've been underway now for some hours.
Well, what's the idea?
Simply that the owner of this yacht feels that 10 days in the Caribbean would do you a lot of good.
Well, who's the owner?
I'm not at liberty to tell you that, I'm afraid.
Hey, but I don't want to spend 10 days in the Caribbean.
I'm sorry about that. But you don't seem to have any choice, do you?
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The yacht moved through a heavy swell at a fast clip. My thoughts moved through a heavy head at a feeble crawl. I looked around me. The cabin was fit for a king, but this king's name was Roger. And why Roger King had been drugged and then dragged on board, I hadn't the faintest idea. All I knew was that first I was working for Pulvey, trailing Elise and Crease. Then I was working for Elise, trailing Pulvey. And in the course of that, Pulvey's secretary, Marcia Oliver, fed me a dope martini, and here I was, all set for a cruise to the Caribbean.
Decided to come up for a breath of fresh air, Mr. King.
That's right, Captain Harris, and it feels very fresh.
Yeah, the swell's getting heavier. We look like having some fun. Do you have breakfast?
Yes, thanks. You run a first-rate service for Shanghai passengers.
We do our best.
You don't feel like doing better still and telling me why I'm here and who owns this boat?
I'm sorry, I can't oblige you.
Well, no harm in trying.
Now, Mr. King, I think you'd better go below.
I've had my quota of fresh air, huh?
I'd prefer you in your cabin. I'll have one of the crew conduct you.
Well, if I'm going to be incarcerated for any long periods, do you mind if I borrow one of your bottles to keep me company?
Not at all. There's a good supply in the saloon. You can stop off and pick up some on your way down.
I didn't notice the rest of the day pass, due largely to the bottle, whose contents transferred from it to me made things seem less bewildering. And then it happened. I was flung from the bunk to the floor, the empty bottle still in my hand. I picked myself up and tried the door. It was locked. The engines had stopped. Up above, I heard footsteps running along the deck, and after a while there was silence, except for a single sinister sound, the plash of running water. The cabin tilted to a crazy angle, and I could see the water creeping in under the door, and I was forced to the comfortless conclusion that I'd been left to my fate. And then I was proved wrong. Well, hi there, sailor. How's the hornpipe?
You're drunk.
That's right, Captain.
Perhaps it's just as well. We hit a reef, Mr. King. Got too close inshore in this fog.
Well, never mind. There are plenty of yachts.
It's bad luck for you, though. If this hadn't happened, you could have enjoyed a 10-days cruise. And then we'd have dumped you someplace. And that would have been it. But as things are now, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you.
Why, you bold, bad boy.
You see, we can't take any risk of you being around on the 18th. That was the whole reason for getting you aboard, to keep you out of the way till after the 18th. Now, well, I'm sorry, King. I'll have to give it to you.
What, another bottle?
No, a bullet.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. There's already about a foot of water in here. I'm going to shoot you, and you'll go down with the yacht.
Hey, I think you're really serious.
Perfectly serious. Goodbye, King.
Oh, no. I'll bet you never figured I was such a good shot on an empty bottle.
The bottle I had thrown in desperation had struck Harris just above the temple. If I'd been stone cold sober, I don't think I'd ever have done it. I left him lying there in the water, which was rapidly rising in the cabin, and made my way to the deck. I looked at the reef on which the yacht had struck, then at the waves now pounding hungrily against the sides of the vessel. Suddenly it lurched onto my feet. That told me as plainly as words that it was my time to get off. The reef below didn't look inviting, but it looked safer than the yacht. I swung out over the guardrail and let myself drop. I landed on the rock on all fours, and as I picked myself up and stumbled away from the yacht, there was a harsh, rending sound. I turned to see the yacht slowly turn sideways and disappear. Then I headed towards the end of the reef. I remember staggering across the slippery rock surface, and then the sudden shock of the ice-cold water, and nothing more.
Take it easy now. Come on, drink some more. Not so fast now. Gently, Dusty.
Yeah, what's this? A bed? Blankets? Where am I?
In bed in my cottage, Mr. King. Come on, have a little more of this brandy.
Hey, how'd I get here?
I found you on the beach. You must have made it to the end of the reef and swum the rest of the way.
Don't remember. Only remember the water.
I saw the yacht strike. Then I came down to the beach later. I saw an upturned dinghy out at sea. And then I found you. What about the others?
Don't know.
Well, perhaps you'd better not talk anymore, Mr. King.
You know my name.
Well, when I stripped off your clothes, I took out your wallet. Naturally, I looked through it, but it's all safe, your license, your money, everything. My name is Wallace, by the way. Hugh Wallace.
Well, Mr. Wallace, I guess I owe my life to you. That seems to entitle you to the whole story. And that's it, Mr. Wallace, right up to the time I saw the yacht go under. The rest of it, well, you know.
It's an incredible story. Now, what are you going to do now?
Going back to where I came from. I'm annoyed enough now to want a piece of revenge. And another thing, too. I'm curious about that date Harris mentioned, the 18th. I'd like to find out why I had to be kept away until after that. And what exactly is going to happen on the 18th?
What about the wreck?
I've been thinking about that. You saw an upturned dinghy. Looks as if the rest of the crew must have drowned. I know Harris is dead, and that leaves me the only survivor. I'd like to keep quiet about the wreck for two reasons. One, because to explain Harris's death would be awkward. And two, because with Polvey and his secretary thinking I'm dead, gives me an advantage. But of course, your conscience may insist on reporting the thing, Mr. Wallace. Well, it's up to you. You saved my life, and I won't argue with you on your decision, whatever it may be.
I believe your story, Roger. It's too fantastic to be anything but the truth. And I'm only too happy to keep quiet about the wreck. You see, I'm wanted in 4 states for forgery.
It was good to get home. It was good to roll into my own bed and sleep 18 hours straight. It was close to lunchtime of the next day when I got to my office and found an irate note from my employer, Miss St. Crease. I flicked the telephone dial to the number in her note.
Hello?
Good morning, Elise. Roger King speaking.
Oh.
I got your note. The tone of it seemed rather angry.
With good reason. Where have you been the last 3 days?
Around.
A round is expensive at $200. That is the amount I paid you, remember? I want more than that.
You'll get it. I've been busy. I couldn't wait around my office for you to call.
This had better be good. Otherwise, I shall ask Johnny to call on you and convince you that it is better to produce results.
Johnny?
He was driving my car the other night, remember? Johnny bends iron bars before breakfast, simply because he has to work off his surplus energy.
That ape. If he gets near me, I'm liable to forget I'm trying to be a gentleman and break a chair over his head.
Oh, I'll tell him that. It will worry him for weeks.
Now, look, leaving your playmate Johnny out of the picture for a while, I'm onto something really good.
What is it?
I can't tell you yet, not until I'm really sure.
Mr. King, this begins to sound like stalling to me.
Now, just give me 2 more days. After all, as long as you know before the 18th, it's all right, isn't it?
Very well. I'm prepared to give you 2 more days. But if I don't hear from you by then, you will really be in trouble. That I can guarantee, Mr. King.
So, the 18th means something to you too, baby. The question is, what? And I figure there's only one person who can tell me that. You learn all kinds of handy hints in the private eye profession. One of them is how to use a knife blade to open a window. I thought I had a good half hour before Marcia Oliver got home. More than enough time for a quick look around. And the Platinum Blonde's wardrobe was full of clothes. And if those clothes had been bought out of her salary as a stenographer, then, brother, I was going to take up shorthand and typing. I looked around for a hiding place. The full-length drapes over the living room window seemed to be as good a place as any. I arranged the drapes carefully, leaving myself a crack to see through, took a deep breath, and settled down to wait.
Here we are, honey. I'll get us a drink.
Baby. There's something I need more than liquor. Come here.
Rodney, take it easy.
You're gonna tell me you don't like it?
No, honey, but there's no time. You can't stay here more than a minute. Palvy's coming.
Palvy? One of these days I'm gonna wring his neck.
After the 18th, you can do it with pleasure, baby. But not before. He's too valuable.
Yeah, it makes me sick when I think of that slug and you.
Then don't think of it. It won't be for long now. Come on. Let me give you a drink and get going.
Skip the drink. I'll just have the same again.
Now, you must get out of here, Rodney.
Okay. But I won't be happy till the whole thing's over.
That's the day I'm living for, too, lover.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye.
You could pour one for me too, Marcia. Only this time you can skip the Mickey Finn.
You're dead.
You mean I should be dead, but I'm not.
How did you get in here?
Through the window. I've been behind the curtains for quite a while.
Oh. Well, I don't know what you want here, but Mr. Palvy will be calling very soon.
For his regular visit, huh? Which explains all that expensive clothing you own.
If he finds you here, he'll turn you over to the police.
I don't think so, baby. Not after that little sea trip you arranged for me, you and Polvy, I presume. I think you'd better give me a little information. If you don't, I'll tell Polvy of the pretty little scene I just witnessed between you and dear Rodney. I'm sure he'd love to hear all about it.
What do you want?
For a start, the 18th. That's a date everyone seems to be interested in. What happens then?
I don't know.
Now, baby, don't start with the fairy stories.
Palvy says he's pulling off a big deal then. There'll be a stack of money in it, and I'll get some. That's all I know.
Well, that could be true, I guess. And why did you slip me that dope martini?
I was scared when you said you followed me home. I thought Palvy's wife might have put you onto me. I wanted to keep you here till I could get in touch with Palvy and ask him what to do.
And he suggested the sea trip?
Yes.
I don't think I believe you, but I can wait. When Polvy comes tonight, find out something definite about the 18th. I'll call back around midnight. You'd better know then, or I'll blow the whole works to Pal Polvy. So it's up to you, baby.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense.
based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The deeper I delved into the setup, the more it made mystery. It was turning out a king-size problem for a private eye called King. My big bewilderment was concerned with the date, the 18th, on which something was supposed to happen, which everyone was worried about in one way or another. But I figured I stood a fair chance of finding out what the 18th meant after the ultimatum I had delivered to Marcia Oliver. I was due to call on her at midnight, when I hoped all would be explained. Meantime, I headed for the precinct to pick up my car, which had been impounded from in front of Povey's office. After a long explanation to the police about sick relatives and a $20 fine, I got the Dodge back, and then it was close enough to midnight and Marcia.
Oh, it's you.
It's not my twin brother.
You couldn't have a twin brother. There couldn't be two mistakes like you.
You know, Marcia, you're sweet, like cyanide candy.
Cut the compliments and come in.
You phrased the invitation so tenderly, I can't resist.
I'm glad, pal. Just stand nice and still. This is a hair trigger and my finger's twitching. Shut the door, Marcia.
Sure.
We've been waiting for you, pal.
Well, that's nice of you, Rodney.
It's gonna be even nicer. I'm gonna relieve you of your gun. Then your coat will fit better.
That's not my gun. It's my tailor.
I'll have it anyway. I'd hate to put temptation in your path. Yeah, that's better.
You know, Roger, I'm surprised you forgot about Rodney so quickly.
Honey, I'm even more surprised. I must be slipping.
That can happen when a guy gets close to his end.
I've still got a way to go.
Have you?
Well, I thought I had, but I guess I could be wrong.
You certainly could, pal. You know, you're a guy who keeps looking for trouble.
It keeps looking for me.
You should have kept moving south when you got off that yacht. A guy can't be that lucky twice.
I suppose not.
Yeah, you're a problem, pal. But not too big a one for a guy with brains.
Where is he? I don't see him.
Don't get smart, King.
Sorry.
You see, our problem with you is this. While you're still around, you're liable to tell Polvey things we don't want him to know. He's got a nasty, suspicious mind. So, what are we going to do?
Let's think it over for the next fortnight.
Murder isn't a rap I'd care to risk.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
I'll bet you are.
You haven't heard it all, pal.
I'm listening.
Tell me this. Where does Polvey think you are now?
Well, I guess he...
That's right, pal. He thinks you're under the water with the rest of the boys who were on his yacht. So maybe you can figure the answer to our problem now, huh?
If it's what I think it is.
You get the prize, pal. All I have to do is put you back where you belong, under the water, and nobody's going to miss you. And if anyone does, that's Polvey's worry, not mine.
You're forgetting one thing, Rodney. When I took that sea voyage, it was planned very suddenly. So suddenly that I didn't have a chance to shift my car from outside Polvey's office.
So what?
So the police impounded it after it had been there a couple of days.
I don't get it.
Guess when I paid $20 to get it back?
When?
Exactly 45 minutes ago. So if you knock me off, it's not going to be Polvey's worry. It's going to be yours. The police know I was alive an hour ago.
You're lying.
Wait a minute, Rodney. He's not. I remember seeing a car driven away from out front of the office. What model is it, Roger?
Blue Dodge, 49 sedan.
Well, that's it. I saw it.
Of all the rotten...
No language in front of the lady.
Rodney, this changes the whole thing. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Well, I think I do.
Huh?
Let's have another look at this thing. Now that I've proved I'd be a nuisance if you killed me, what about a deal?
Such as?
You tell me what happens on the 18th, and I'll tell you what I know. How about that?
What's your angle, King?
I'm not working for anyone. I decided tonight to resign from my latest employer, so I've just got a large slice of curiosity after Polvey tried to get rid of me. Whatever's behind it, there must be dough in it. And I'm not the sort of guy to look sideways at a buck. I'm not even ready to quarrel whether it's an honest buck or not.
Oh. Marcia, what do you think?
That might be a proposition, Rodney. That's one sure way of keeping his mouth shut between now and the 18th. And we could use someone else that might make the job easier.
Yeah, you could be right at that. Okay, King, I'm putting the gun away. It's a deal.
Fine. How about a drink to clinch it? I've got a kind of dry feeling.
I'll bet with my gun staring you in the face. Yeah, fix the drinks, baby.
Sure.
Yeah, it's pretty lucky for you, King. That business about the cops in your car.
Yeah, I guess so.
You'd have been laying around the bottom of the sea without it.
Forget that, Rodney. Here are the drinks.
Thanks. You'll forgive me if I don't wait. Hey, I needed that. Okay, Rodney, suppose you give with the story now.
Sure. Well, first of all, Palvy. Overseas Enterprises Incorporated, his import-export business, is just a sideline. His real work is jewelry. Palvy's one of the finest craftsmen in the world. Well, when anybody's got something really valuable they want altered or fixed, they take it along to Palvy. He's kept his name pretty quiet for obvious reasons.
Of course. He wouldn't want the boys who collect that kind of stuff illegally to get to hear about him.
Next, we come to a dame, the Baroness von Oltz. You ever heard of her, King?
No.
Well, you should have. She owns the Carmel Royne diamond pendant.
I've heard of that.
She bought it for $500,000. They say it's worth more now.
Must be nice to have money.
The Baroness arrived here a couple of days ago. It was in the papers.
I never read the social columns.
You should. Then you might have figured what that date means, the 18th. You see, on the 18th, there's a ball being held in honor of the Baroness von Oltz. Everybody who's anybody in town will be there. And the Baroness will be wearing her pendant.
Daylight breaks through. Correct me if I'm wrong. On the 18th, you aim to snatch the Baroness's pendant.
I'm correcting you. Palvy aims to have it snatched.
What? I may not be the brightest private eye in the business, but that doesn't sound smart to me.
You haven't heard the half of it.
I hope not. To snatch a pendant like that, you have to love it for its own sake. Nobody'd touch it. It'd be too hot.
Sure, you're 100% right.
Well?
Well, it so happens that when the Baroness arrived here, she found the clip on the pendant needed some attention. So who does she send it to?
I'll guess.
Palvy? Palvy, the expert who, luckily enough, lives right here. And Palvy has the pendant for 3 days, with cops and guards sitting all over the joint.
So what? You're getting hard to follow, Rodney.
It'll clear up. Now get this. When Palvy knows he's getting the pendant to work on, he makes an imitation pendant, a pretty good one. Not so good that it'll fool the experts, but good enough to fool the Baroness. When the time comes for him to return the pendant, he's going to return the imitation and hang on to the original.
How does he figure he's going to get away with that? How long does he think it'll take before the Baroness finds out she's got a phony?
That's right. So Palvy is arranging to have the fake pendant snatched at the ball on the 18th.
Oh.
You get it now? He has the fake snatched. Then he waits for the insurance company to offer a reward. It's insured for $300,000. And the insurance company won't think there's anything unusual about the pendant being offered to them through a jeweler. I tell you, this Palvy character has some ideas.
Very neat. So he collects the insurance on the diamond without having to worry about disposing of it, which he couldn't do anyway, seeing it's so well known.
It's really one for the books, isn't it?
You said it, Marcia. But where do you and Rodney come into it?
That's simple. I'm the guy Palvy's paying to do the snatch.
Yeah? Well, that's interesting.
Isn't it?
But not as interesting as the setup between you and Marcia. From what I overheard earlier tonight, neither of you exactly care for Palvy.
You're going to say that again.
So my brilliant mind leaps to the conclusion that maybe you two are planning a little piece of double-cross?
Right on the button, pal. We got it planned rather cutely, even though I say it myself. You see, I'll be at the ball, and so will Palvy. But while we're busy there, Marcia will be paying Palvy's office a visit and collecting the real pendant.
And then?
Then we fade quietly into the wide blue yonder until we can collect from the insurance company.
So that's it, Roger. Well, how do you like it?
It doesn't sound a bad proposition. There's only one thing I don't understand, and that's Elise St. Chris and her boyfriend, Johnny.
Who?
Elise St. What? Who's she?
Marcia, you better pour another drink while I tell you. While they sipped their drinks, I went through the story from the beginning. How Palvy hired me to follow Elise, and how she hired me to follow him, with all the details, right up to where we are now. When I finished, Rodney looked at Marcia, and they both looked at me.
I don't like the sound of that. This St. Chris dame and her sidekick must be after the pendant, too.
You'll have to watch out for them, Rodney.
Don't worry, I'm going to.
We're all going to. What's the situation right now?
Well, today's the 16th. Palvy's due to give the fake pendant to the Baroness tomorrow, the day before the ball.
Uh-huh. So now we just wait. till the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that this Elise St. Crease around, it might be a good idea if I went with Marcia when she collects the real pendant from Paulby's office.
Yeah, it might be at that. I'll think about it and let you know.
Fine. Now, if it's okay with you, I think I need some sleep.
Sure.
Oh, just one thing.
Yeah?
I sleep better with a gun under my pillow. Can I have mine back?
Sure. I'll even hand it to you, but first. After all, we're partners now, aren't we?
The social columns of the papers next morning were full of nothing but the Baroness von Oltz and the coming ball. There was no photograph, but they gave the name of the hotel she was staying at. After coffee, I took a ride over to it. I wanted an interview with the Baroness, but when I climbed out of the elevator, 4 quiet-looking characters moved up to me, and one of them did the talking.
Yes?
I want to speak to the Baroness von Oltz.
What's your business?
I'm Roger King, a private detective. My business is private and urgent.
Sorry, Mr. King, the Baroness is seeing nobody.
I tell you it's important.
We've got our orders. You've heard what they are.
But I tell you...
Please, Mr. King, don't make a scene. There's only one of you, and there are 4 of us.
So I see, but... Say, who's that? That woman who just walked out of that door and crossed the hall.
That is the Baroness herself.
It is? Well, in that case, let's forget the whole thing. I'll go.
Something amusing you?
Uh-huh. And it's no good explaining why, except to say that she may be the Baroness von Oltz to you, but to me, she's Elise St. Crease.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The more I thought about it, the funnier it became. And the laugh was on me, because there was I, Roger King, the smart private eye, itching to tell the Baroness von Oltz that there was a plot to plant her with a fake diamond pendant. And the Baroness was fake herself, or was pretending to be. I couldn't decide which. All I knew was that the Baroness and Elise St. Crease were the same dame. I kicked that intriguing fact around in my head for the rest of that day, and came evening, I was outside Marcia's apartment door again.
Hi.
Hi yourself. Or are you?
Not yet, but I've got the wherewithal waiting. Come on in. I kind of thought you'd be calling tonight.
Well, that's nice. And so is this room. Cozy lights, warm fire.
I pulled the lounge up in front of it.
For you and Rodney?
Rodney won't be over tonight.
Oh.
I'll pour us a drink. Why don't you relax?
Hey, that's a great idea. I never felt more like relaxing.
Me neither. Here we are.
Thanks.
You don't have to sit as far away as that, do you? Move closer.
Here's to crime.
Here's to our partnership.
What's the setup for tomorrow night?
It's all fixed. The ball starts at 9. You pick me up here about 10. We'll go over to Paulby's office and pick up the pendant. Then we head south and meet Rodney.
Sounds simple enough.
Uh-huh. So we don't have to think about it anymore.
Suits me.
Roger, you're smart. From right outside the whole thing, you picked up even more than Rodney knew. About the St. Crease woman and everything.
Just luck. Private eye has to have some luck sometimes, otherwise he goes broke.
Now you're being modest. You know, it's not fair. You being handsome as well as clever.
Lady, with a line like that, you leave me breathless.
Girl has to watch points. You can't be too careful about choosing a man. I'm ditching Paulby only just in time. And there are moments when I find myself wondering whether Rodney's really smart enough to get by.
Roundabout now, I think I could move even closer.
I think you could, too.
I picked up Marcia promptly at 10 the next night, the 18th. She had 2 of her suitcases packed, and I put them in the boot of the Dodge, and we drove round to the offices of Overseas Enterprises. Marcia had all the right keys, and as the elevator wasn't working, we used the stairs.
Hold the flashlight up while I find the key.
Sure. It's nice that Povey trusts you so much.
Yeah, isn't it? Ah, this is it. Well, come on. Let's not waste any time. It's in his office. You can turn on the light now, I think.
Okay. Where does he keep it?
In the safe.
I don't see any safe.
It's a wall model. Behind that picture.
Have you got the key to that?
It's a combination lock. But don't worry. The picture slides up.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. 6. No. 6, 2, 7. That's it. And there it is. Oh, look, Roger.
The Carmel Royal pendant. Hey, it's really something, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
But not real.
Polly!
That's right, Mr. King. Just keep your hands by your sides. This gun and I aren't joking.
Why aren't you at the ball?
Because that pendant's a fake. As big a fake as you, my dear Marcia. It's very funny, isn't it? I hope you both appreciate it. The real pendant turns out to be a fake.
It can't be.
But it is. All the planning, all the double-crossing, for nothing. I took it out tonight for another look at it, and then I noticed something. Something only very few people would have the knowledge or experience to see. It's very pretty, very well made, and worth about $1,500. An expensive phony, but a phony.
Who pulled the switch? The beautiful Elise St. Crease?
I suppose so, though I don't know how she could have done it.
Where does she fit into this picture anyway?
I met her in Europe about 6 months ago. She talked to me in vague terms about the possibility of doing a deal. She didn't mention the name of the Baroness, but the plot was outlined to me. I told her I'd think it over. I did. And when I got back here, I decided there was no good reason for cutting her into the deal. I could handle the whole thing myself.
Sure. Why split profits if you don't have to?
Exactly. When the Baroness arrived and I got the job of fixing the clip on the pendant, I realized the Baroness was who Elise St. Crease had been talking about. She called me a day or so later and told me she was over here and what about her deal. I said I wasn't interested. Then she threatened me. That was when I hired you to keep an eye on her.
Uh-huh. The pieces fall into place.
But I didn't think Marcia was planning to double-cross me.
Well, you know how it is, Polvey. One good cross deserves another.
She won't get the chance to try it again. I'm going to kill you, Marcia. And your private eye friend will join you next.
Take it easy, Polvey. That won't get you anywhere. If you cool down, we can still make some dough out of this deal.
What are you talking about?
Did you ever see the Baroness von Oltz?
No.
I'll bet you didn't. She'd take care of that. You see, the Baroness and Elise St. Crease are one and the same.
What?
That's right.
But why would she want to rob herself?
I think I've figured that. Was a cunning caper. Even baronesses can be broke, and I think at one stage she must have been so broke that she sold the pendant. Not in its original form, of course.
It must have been split up. It's too well known to sell any other way.
Yeah. And at the same time, I think she had a fake made. The one in your safe right now.
Go on, King.
Then dough gets short again, and she gets another idea. If her pendant should be stolen, she could claim the insurance money. But if it is stolen, she has to make sure it doesn't turn up again, because it's a fake.
Yes, I'm beginning to see it.
Sure. She puts up the scheme to you that she should be robbed of a fake pendant at the ball, the one you would supply while you kept the one you thought was real. She knows the fake one stolen from her will be destroyed, and the original will be returned by you to the insurance company. But here's where you get the big laugh. When you return what you think is the original, Elise, or the Baroness, whichever you prefer, has a look at it and yells fake. The insurance people check up. They find it is a fake. And that means the Baroness collects the insurance dough, and you're left without even a fake pendant.
I don't believe it.
Can you make the facts fit any other way?
Of course not. You're right, Roger.
That was why the Baroness couldn't be known as the Baroness to you. That's why she took the name of Elise St. Crease.
Well, all that dirty double-crossing...
Polvey, that doesn't really come well from you. She was just too smart for you.
And how do you think we can make money out of it now?
We should like to know that, too.
What?
Watch him, Johnny.
I am. You fooled me. I'll...
I am afraid poor Mr. Polvey will do nothing any more.
Very stupid of any man to try shooting at a man who is behind him.
Marcia, I'd better introduce you. This is the lady we were talking about, Elise St. Chris, alias the Baroness. And the gentleman is named Johnny, alias, I presume, the Baron.
So, you worked that out too, Mr. King.
It just came to me like a flash.
Oh, you have more brains than we credited you with.
Like the late Mr. Polvey, he did too. We picked him as a so-called expert who wouldn't notice the fake. But he was a better craftsman than we thought.
How did you get here?
We noticed Mr. Polvey had left the ball. We thought it might be wise to follow his example.
Johnny, we are wasting time.
Yes, of course, my dear. We're going for a ride, Mr. King. And I'm going to enjoy our farewell. Though I'm afraid I can't say the same for you.
Drop that gun.
Watch it now.
Drop it, pal. That's better. I always feel safer when I'm the only guy with a gun.
Well, well, well. Just like a daisy chain, isn't it? Polvey holds us up, then the Baron holds Polvey up. And now little Rodney holds the Baron up.
Oh, Rodney, I'm so glad you came.
Are you? I wonder. I just got an idea in my head that maybe you and King were trying a little funny stuff. Stay where you are, King.
It's okay, Rodney. I just want to grab this gun.
Get them, Johnny!
Oh, no, don't try it, Baron. Freeze. I'm just aching for an excuse to let you both have it. Marcia,
Yes, Roger.
go downstairs and call the cops. Wait till they arrive and then bring them up. Tell them I'm here with the Baron and his wife, and we've discovered they stole the pendant. Tell them you're Polvey's secretary and that I was working for Polvey, and he's been murdered. Got it?
Yes, Roger. I've got it. I'll be as quick as I can.
Well, this is nice and cozy now, isn't it? You know, Johnny, I never liked you from the off. From that time you hit me over the head when I wasn't looking.
I assure you the feeling is mutual.
But I don't think you've got any nerve at all. Behind that tough front, I think there's only a watermelon.
Big talk when you have two guns. Mine and your own.
We'll see. Elise, come here.
Yes?
Here's your husband's gun. Take it by the barrel and walk backwards toward him. If you try to turn, I'll shoot.
Very well.
Now, we'll see who's the better man, Johnny. When she gives you the gun, Elise can count to 3, and then we'll fire.
You are going to fight a duel with me?
Unless you're too scared.
That I have never been accused of.
Okay. Hand him the gun. Now start counting, honey.
1,
Make your last wish, King, quickly.
2, 3. You hit him, Johnny! You hit him!
But not so badly as he hit me.
Don't go for his gun, Elise. It's only my shoulder that's got a slug in it. I can still pull a trigger. You've been a sucker, Baron.
How?
There was only one thing wrong with the setup. When the cops turn up, I could explain Rodney's death. He could be one of Polvey's assistants who turned up because he wanted to rescue us from you. But the trouble was that though he was shot with your gun, Johnny, it had my fingerprints on it. Now it has yours.
Why, you...
We shall tell the police the truth.
And who do you think they'll believe? They're coming now. Smile, suckers.
This is Carter Brown. You've got to hand it to Roger King, haven't you? He may have been befogged in the beginning, but he came in fine at the finish. I couldn't let him do anything else, could I? He's a hero. My next book's got a different kind of leading character, Richard Van Bryden III. I've called his saga Malice for a Multimillionaire, because that's what he is. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Crime for a King, you heard our star Terry McDermott as Roger King. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown with another of my books for you, a story called Kudos for Khan, and the Khan in this case is named Joe, a private eye in the best tradition. He's got an office, a pretty secretary, and no clients, until a luscious lady walks into his life, and from then on, complications call for Khan. Now, here he is, Joe Khan himself.
When I came into the office that morning, Daisy had her feet up on the desk again. Not that I mind looking at her legs. They're very good legs. A lot of guys paid dough to see them when she was in show business. But I had a feeling that a secretary with her feet up isn't good for office routine. Not that my office had any routine.
Good morning, boss.
Daisy, put your legs down.
Why? Have I got a ladder? They look all right to me.
They look all right to me, too, but that's not the point.
So what are you worrying about?
An office is a place where you're supposed to work.
All the secretaries show their legs to the boss. You're the only one who's not interested.
I should be interested in your legs when we haven't had a client in 3 weeks.
Why don't we take a holiday, Joe? Let's go to Miami and laze on the beach. Just you and me, huh?
Get off that Miami beach before you get sunburned. Daisy, the phone. It's ringing.
Oh. Hello? Oh, sure, you could see him any time. He's not doing anything. 11 o'clock? Oh, that'll be fine. Bye.
That's a fine way to impress anyone. You can see him any time. He's not doing anything. They'll think we're broke.
Aren't we?
That's not the point. Who was it?
A dame. Her name's Diane Clutterbuck. She sounded fat with wrinkled stockings.
What did she want?
To see you. I can't think why.
I don't know why I keep you. I should fire you.
You'd never be able to pay my back salary.
Promptly at 11, Diane Clutterbuck arrived. I took one look at her and thought of Daisy's description. Fat with wrinkled stockings. This dame looked like a Miss Universe winner taken in hand and tuned up by Vogue and Harper's Bazaar. She was a redhead with a swept-up hairdo and a figure that would have sent Cleopatra back down the Nile looking for a dietitian.
Mr. Khan?
That's me. Won't you come in and sit down?
A friend of mine recommended me to come to you. He told me you were the best private detective in the city.
Modesty forbids me saying how right he was.
I'm trying to find my sister, Mr. Khan. I've tried all the official channels, and she still can't be found. I've come to you in the hope that you might be able to achieve what the police and other authorities haven't.
How long has she been missing?
Look, I think I'd better tell you the whole story.
Yeah, that's usually a good idea.
My sister married an American serviceman in England 2 years ago. 6 months after her marriage, she came with him to America, to this city. 3 months after that, her husband was killed in a car accident. I had 1 or 2 letters after that. She wrote about coming home to England, and then said she'd got a job here and thought she'd stay a while. And then the letter stopped altogether.
I see.
At last, I managed to make the trip across. Now I've been here for a month, and the authorities can find no trace of her at all. I don't even know if she's still alive.
That's tough.
Mr. Khan, I can't tell you what it would mean to know. Just to know, definitely. It's this frightening uncertainty. Even if I knew she was dead, I'd feel better.
Yeah, I can understand that. What's your sister's name?
Helen. Her married name was Duisberg.
You got a last address?
Of course, but the police checked there. Helen had left without giving any forwarding address.
Where was she working?
A nightclub called the Casbah.
Doing what?
Dancing, that was her profession.
And what did they say?
Practically the same thing. She left suddenly without telling them why or where she was going.
So she could be anywhere in the United States, huh?
Mr. Khan, I realize that it sounds almost an impossible task, but I'm desperate.
Okay, I'll try and find her for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Khan.
A couple more things. When you went to the police, who did you see?
A lieutenant named Harding.
Where'd you find him?
Well, I went to the Bureau of Missing Persons. They put me in touch with the lieutenant. He was from the homicide section, I think they called it.
Homicide?
Yes.
Oh, no, not a thing. I just wanted to make sure I had it right. The other thing is, have you a picture of your sister?
Oh, yes, I brought a photograph with me. Here you are.
Mm-hmm. Well, you certainly got one thing in common, you and your sister.
Oh?
You're both beautiful girls.
Well, thank you, Mr. Carr.
Lady, don't smile at me like that. You'll take my mind off my work. She gave me her sister's last address and her own. She was staying at the Astoria, and then Diane Clutterbuck curved her convex way out. Whoever said English dames had nothing needed an optometrist. This Clutterbuck babe made even Sabrina look leaner.
Yes, boss.
Daisy, is there any coffee?
Coffee? Well, it's nearly time for lunch. I thought you'd be taking me to lunch.
What would I use for money?
Haven't we got Clutterbuck for a client?
Sure.
Well, didn't she give you some dough as a retainer?
Holy... I never thought about asking for it.
What were you thinking about? No, don't tell me.
I'm Harding. I'll ask you to give me a time, Lieutenant. What do you want? I'm Joe Kahn, a private detective. I'm working for a lady by the name of Diane Clutterbuck.
Yeah, the dame who came over from England looking for her sister?
That's right, Helen Duisberg.
Well?
I hoped you might be able to tell me something.
Now, she can tell you as much as I can. The sister's missing, disappeared, that's all I know.
The husband, Duisberg?
Got himself killed in an accident 3 or 4 months ago.
Was it an accident?
What are you getting at, Con?
You're a homicide, Lieutenant. You aren't interested in accidents or missing persons either, for that matter. The Clutterbuck girl went to missing persons, and they sent it to you. Why? Because you're tied up in the case. And the only way you could be tied up in it means that you're interested in finding Helen Duisberg because you're not satisfied that the husband died by accident.
Con, let me give you some advice. Stay out of this. Tell the Clutterbuck woman you're sorry, but you can't do anything for her.
Look, Lieutenant, she hires me to find her sister. That's all I care about. If you've got any leads, maybe I could help.
Con, the department needs private eyes like it needs a hole in the head. Now stay clear of this gumshoe, or you're likely to find yourself minus a license.
Joe, what do you know?
Daisy, I'm not in the mood for riddles.
The Clutterbuck dame came good. She sent around $400 in cash.
Well, she did? That's great. Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that a new blouse you're wearing?
Uh-huh. I thought I'd grab a couple of weeks' salary before you hogged the lot.
How much have we got left?
$275.
I'll take it, thanks. All of it, all of it. Fine thing when a guy can't trust his secretary. Now listen, Daisy. I want you to call Dave Toady at the Globe. Tell him you're speaking for me and get him to look up the files and give me what they've got in the Duisberg accident.
And what'll you be doing?
Getting spruced up to go night clubbing.
A nightclub? Aren't you going to take me with you to celebrate?
You've done your celebrating with that new blouse. Now it's my turn. The nightclub I had in mind was the Casbah. Getting to see the manager involved a lot of phone calls and finally an escort. A hulking hood named Hank. The manager's name was Mailer.
You wanted to see me?
I'm Joe Kahn of Private Eye.
Yep, I've heard of you.
I'm trying to find Helen Duisberg.
I'd like to find her, too. She was good. My floor show's never been the same without her. But I'm afraid I can't help you, Con.
I thought you might have something to give me a lead.
Oh, she came and asked for a job. She worked in London, she said. I gave her an audition. I gave her a job. She worked here 6 weeks. One night she didn't turn up. I haven't seen her since.
There was no reason why she should want to leave the place?
Not that I know of. I was paying her good dough. She seemed quite satisfied.
You ever know Duisberg, her husband?
No. Should I?
I guess not. He was killed in a car accident a few months ago.
I never know him. Cops were around asking questions, but I told them it's a big country. People want to blow, they blow. And it makes them hard to find.
I've got to try. I got a client who's paying.
Sorry I can't help you, Con.
Thanks for your trouble, anyway. I went back into the club and headed for a phone. Mailer was lying. I didn't know how I knew, but I was sure of it. And he hadn't really liked the reference to Duisberg. As I dialed Daisy's apartment, I was hoping she'd be home.
Hello?
Daisy, this is Joe.
Well, this is a surprise. What's the matter? Things
Never mind the comedy, kid. Did you call Dave Toady?
Yes. All he could tell me was that Carl Duesberg was found in the gutter on Hope Street around 4 a.m. one morning. He must have been coming home from late shift, and he'd been hit by a truck. They never found any trace of the truck.
Late shift. That means they know the firm he worked for.
Sure. Glauben Chemicals.
Thanks, Daisy. Oh, and don't expect me in the office too early tomorrow.
Why? A heavy date with a dancing girl?
No, a date with a personnel manager of Glauben Chemicals. First thing in the morning.
Yes?
Mr. Kaplan?
Yes?
My name's Joe Kahn. They gave me your name and address at Glauben Chemicals.
Oh?
It's about Carl Duesberg and his wife, Helen. I was told you were his best friend at the plant.
Yes, that's right. You'd better come in. I've been expecting you to call. Carl said either his wife or a friend of hers would come for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
It's been a responsibility. My wife didn't like me keeping it. She said we should hand it over to the police, but I promised Carl faithfully that anything happened to him, I was to hold on to it until his wife sent for it. If you'll just wait a minute, Mr. Kahn, I'll go and get it.
I stared blankly at his back as he moved away. Whatever else I'd expected, it wasn't this. But it looked like I was in luck. And there was a lead to Helen Duesberg coming up.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
As I waited for the little guy Kaplan to come back, I couldn't help speculating on what it was that he'd promised to hold on to for the dead Carl Duesberg. Whatever it was, it promised a lead for me to Duesberg's wife, Helen, whom her sister Diane Clutterbuck had hired me to find. And Clutterbuck had come just in time, because Joe Kahn, private detective, and his secretary, Daisy, were minus credit, cash, or clients. I was just finishing a cigarette as Kaplan came back.
Here you are, Mr. Kahn. I haven't liked holding on to a dead man's property, but since I'd promised Carl...
Sure, Mr. Kaplan, I understand.
Now my wife can stop worrying. The parcel is delivered and we're finished with it. Tell his wife from me, Mr. Kahn, that Carl was a great guy.
Sure, Mr. Kaplan, I'll be happy to. That accident was a terrible thing.
Terrible. And the truck driver never stopped. I don't know how he could have that on his conscience.
Yeah.
Poor Carl. He must have been careless. He had something on his mind, you know. He was worried the last 3 weeks before he died.
Worried, huh? He never mentioned what was worrying him.
No, he never said anything, but I could tell. He didn't have his mind on his job.
Or on where he was going, I guess. Hence the truck.
I suppose so. Well, I'm glad you came, Mr. Kahn. That parcel's been on my mind all the time.
It was on my mind, too, every second of the way back to my apartment. When I got inside the door, I opened it. It contained a note and a silver box. I read the note first. Dear Helen, you won't be reading this unless the worst has happened. I know that sooner or later you will think of Kaplan and ask him if I left anything with him for you. He is the only person I can trust. I thought it was safer to do it this way. If they try and force you to tell them where it is, you won't know. Do whatever you think best, darling. Goodbye, Carl. Then I opened the box and nearly fainted, because the box was brimful of dough, tightly wrapped wads of high-denomination notes. When I finished counting, I got another shock. There was just under $200,000. But where it had come from or what it meant was a mystery. I got rid of the wrapping paper and shoved the box in a drawer. Then I picked up the phone and dialed the office.
Con Detective Agency.
Daisy.
Well, the boss himself. When are we going to be honored with your presence in the office?
Later. First, I've got a proposition to make to you, Daisy.
Oh, goody. I'd given up hope.
Not that kind of proposition. How'd you like another job?
You can't fire me till you've paid my back salary.
I wasn't thinking of firing you. I want you to help me on this case.
Oh, that's different. What do you want me to do?
Get a job at that nightclub, the Casbah.
What doing?
Well, how do I know? But you're always busy displaying your legs around the office. Maybe the Casbah will pay you for doing it.
Okay, I'll try.
That's my girl.
I wish I were.
Now, let's stick to business. Speaking of which, anything new around the place?
Well, there was a dame came in, but she didn't look exactly new to me.
What did she want?
To see you. There was a guy with her, lean Latin type.
Did they say why they wanted me?
No. But let me warn you, boss, in case she comes back.
Oh?
She looks like a lady to stay away from in the clinches.
Thanks for the tip, Daisy. I'll keep it in mind. Callers. Yeah?
Mr. Kahn? Forgive the intrusion, but it is important that we speak to you, if we may.
Sure, come in.
Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Earl Cortez, and this is my sister, Inez.
Hi.
How do you do, Mr. Kahn? We called at your office earlier, but your secretary, is it, told us you are not in?
Oh, that was you, was it?
So we thought we would try your apartment. You will be wondering about the purpose of our visit, Mr. Kahn, so perhaps it is best if I come straight to the point. You have been hired by Diane Clutterbuck to find a woman, Helen Duesberg, that is so?
You're telling the story.
I also particularly want to find this woman. She has something which belongs to me. Would you have any objection to accepting 2 clients?
It's not exactly ethical.
I will pay double the fees Diane Clutterbuck is paying you.
Sorry, no dice. I may not look as though I go in for business ethics, but I do.
I see.
Perhaps Mr. Kahn might be more receptive to persuasion from me.
Yes, that could be so. In any case, I have another appointment. If you will excuse me. Oh, please don't trouble. I shall let myself out.
Well, can I offer you a drink, Miss Cortez, or is it too early in the day?
No drink, thank you. And I hate formality. Why don't you call me Inez?
Yeah, I'd like that.
And your name?
Joe. Exotic, isn't it?
Joe. I like it. Come and sit over here, Joe. Close to me.
Inez, I don't need asking twice.
You know, Joe, my brother Earl is a big man, a wealthy man. If you take this job for him, there will be other jobs. He will do anything for his friends. But if he doesn't like people, he can be a dangerous enemy.
How about you, Inez? Are you dangerous, too?
I am like my brother. We are half Spanish, you know. I can be dangerous, Joe. I can also be nice to people I like. Very nice. And I like you, Joe. You're a hunk of man, Joe.
Yeah. And I'm gonna prove it.
Joe.
Oh, baby.
You will do this thing for Earl, won't you, Joe?
No.
What?
I said no. Not after one kiss, not after 100.
Oh, you!
Oh. Hey, you wield quite a wallop, baby.
It is a mistake to laugh at me, Mr. Kahn. You will find that out. Remember, I told you that I could be dangerous.
She slammed the door nearly as hard as she'd slapped my face. I thought Inez wasn't kidding about being dangerous. And I thought it might be a good thing to try and find out a few things about her and her brother.
Hotel Astoria.
Miss Clutterbuck, please.
One moment.
Hello?
Miss Clutterbuck, this is Joe Kahn.
Mr. Kahn, you found Helen?
Not yet, but I'd like to have a talk to you if it's convenient.
Yes, of course. When?
Say, quarter of an hour?
Very well. I'll be waiting for you in the bar.
On my way to the Astoria, I stopped up at my bank. I had the silver box with the $200,000 with me, and I hired a safe deposit box and left the money inside it. Then I mailed the safe deposit key to myself at the office by registered mail. An old gag, but effective. The bar of the Astoria had stools. On one of them, Diane Clutterbuck was seated. She had an old-fashioned drink in front of her and an old-fashioned look in her eyes.
Well, Mr. Kahn, you've arrived at last. I've been waiting here exactly 30 minutes.
Sorry I was delayed. I'll have whatever the ladies drinking, barman.
Okay.
What did you want to see me about?
Just a little information, if you have it.
What kind of information?
Here, drinks it.
Oh, thanks. Here, keep the change. Well, here's luck.
Are you going to tell me now what you want, Mr. Kahn?
Sure. I met some friends of yours a little while ago, Miss Clutterbuck.
What friends of mine?
Maybe they're just acquaintances. Earl and Inez Cortez.
Oh. Yes, I know them.
Earl had a proposition. You'd hired me to find Helen. He wanted me to do the same.
It's not precisely ethical, is it, Mr. Kahn, to accept two clients for the one task?
Which is why I turned his proposition down.
And then Earl left, leaving Inez behind to persuade you.
They must be friends of yours. You know their every move.
How successfully did Inez do her persuading?
Very successfully. Until she asked me outright if I'd accept Earl's offer. I told her no.
Oh. I can imagine her reaction to that.
It was drastic, to say the least.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kahn.
Well, let's skip the formality. Call me Joe.
Very well. We'll make it first names for both of us. I've always hated Clutterbuck anyway.
I'm surprised some guy hasn't tried to change it.
Between trying and succeeding is a long way, Joe.
I see. Well, to get off the personal and back to the personnel in this case, you can imagine that I'm curious, Diane.
Yes, of course.
Who is Earl Cortez?
I believe your American phrase is racketeer.
Huh?
I have a nasty feeling that Helen must have been mixed up with him at some stage or other. He seemed to know her quite well.
How did you meet him?
He was at the Casbah when I saw Mr. Mailer there.
And you don't know anything else about him or his sister?
No, except that I have a feeling he'd make a bad enemy.
Diane, that's one feeling we have in common. I left the Astoria and headed back for the office. The door was locked, and as I opened it, I wondered what had become of Daisy. Then the phone rang, and I found out.
Joe?
Yeah.
I got the job, Joe. Starting tonight, I'm a cigarette girl at the Casbah.
Great, Daisy. I told you those legs of yours would pay off.
Since I can't work day and night, I've decided not to come into the office today.
Sure, that's okay.
I'll call you if I hear anything worth hearing.
That's the girl. Oh, Daisy,
Yeah?
keep your eyes peeled for that man and woman who came looking for me. The guy's name is Cortez. The dame is his sister, Inez.
Oh, they found you, huh?
Yeah. You know what you said about her? You were right.
Oh, thanks. Hey, wait a minute. I said she looked like a lady to stay away from in the clinches.
That's right.
Well, the only way you could know I was right would be because...
That's right.
Why, you oversized apology for a wolf.
Hey, now wait a minute.
Here have I been trying all this time to clutch you in a clinch, and what do? Pass me up for that.
Daisy, watch your language. And watch the Cortez couple, too. They're in this thing up to their teeth, and I got a feeling those teeth can be awful sharp.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Well, it looked like your hero, Joe Carn, wasn't the only one searching for Helen Duisberg. But at least your hero knew why the dame was so popular. Because of the parcel given to me by her dead husband's pal, Kaplan. The parcel which contained $200,000 and which now nestled in my safe deposit box. Since I was sure that Mailer, the manager of the Casbah nightclub, was tied up in the thing, I'd had my secretary, Daisy, get herself a job there as cigarette girl. Then I sat tight and waited for something to break. Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Kahn?
Yeah, who's that?
It's Kaplan here. You remember me?
Oh, sure. What can I do for you, Mr. Kaplan?
You remember I gave you a parcel?
Yep.
Well, there seems to have been some sort of mistake.
Mistake?
Yes. Mrs. Duisberg is with me now, and she claims that she never gave you any authority to pick up that parcel for her. And she wants it right away.
She's with you now?
That's right, Mr. Kahn.
Well, hold her there. I'll be right over.
Mr. Kahn, you were quick. Come in.
Thanks. She's still here?
Yes, she's waiting for you in the living room. This way.
I'm glad you called me, Kaplan. Now, don't worry. I can straighten everything out.
I hope so. Here we are.
What? Don't be shy, Con. Come on in.
Mailer.
Hank? You're right, Con. That's a gun in your kidneys. Play it smart and you'll keep them. Get his gun, Hank. That's it.
Well. Nice work, Kaplan. You really had me fooled. I thought the Duisberg dame was really here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kahn. Honest I am, but they burst in here threatening me. I wouldn't have done it even then, but they started on my wife. I just couldn't stand that, Mr. Kahn. I just couldn't stand it.
Sure, Captain, sure, I understand.
Now we've all had a good cry. Where is it, Con?
How did you figure Kaplan?
Not too difficult. After you came to see me, I said to Hank, there goes one smart private eye. Why don't you follow him around a little and see where he goes?
Oh?
We got interested when you went to Glauben Chemicals, and even more interested when you came here to see Kaplan. You're smart, all right, Con. It was staring us in the face, but we never saw it. Cortez never chose Carl Duisberg for the job because he was dumb. He chose him because he had brains. And Duisberg wouldn't trust anybody. But he thought he'd look after his wife, Helen. So he made sure even she wouldn't know where it was, until she woke up sometime and remembered his pal Kaplan. That way, he made it safe for Helen, both with Cortez and me. It took a private eye to show us the way.
Yeah, a private eye who was so smart he forgot to look behind him when he walked down the road.
We all make mistakes, and we have to pay for them. So where is it?
Supposing I don't tell you.
Supposing you want to go on living.
That's just why I won't tell you. You aren't going to kill me till you get what was in that parcel. So, I think I won't tell you.
Hank? Now, where did you say it was?
I let you into a secret, Naylor. I can take an awful lot of that. It's not as bad as people make out. When it gets really bad, you pass out anyway. And even if you don't pass out, you say the parcel is somewhere where it isn't. That gives you a break until the guy finds out it isn't there. It's a game we could play for a long time.
So, what do you want for the parcel? A percentage? We could discuss it.
I don't want any percentage. I got into this because I have a client. I want what the client wants. Helen Duisberg. Give me Helen, and I'll give you the parcel.
I'll need 48 hours. I'll have to do a little organizing.
Okay. You'll call me?
No, I don't think so. Just in case you change your mind and decide to skip with the parcel, I think you'd better be my guest for the next 48 hours. The Casbah isn't a bad sort of place.
Okay. Suits me.
We'll go, then. Mr. Kaplan.
Yes?
Here's $500. That's to help you forget about what's happened here. If you don't forget, we'll come back.
It was early when we arrived at the Casbah. Too early for customers, but not for the staff, the waiters, and the cigarette girls. As we walked through the room, I saw a vision in black net stockings, black tights, and a tight black blouse.
What's the matter? What are you stopping for?
I'm out of cigarettes. Mind if I buy some?
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks.
Cigarettes, sir?
2 packs of Camels. Daisy, they're going to keep me here. Find out which room. See if you can get the key. I got to get out, but fast.
The things I do for a living. 2 packs of Camels, sir.
Thanks. Keeps the change. I left Daisy, rejoined Mailer and Hank, and was led down a corridor past Mailer's office. They stopped at a door and opened it.
I apologize for the smallness of the room, Con, but you'll be comfortable here, if a little restricted. Tomorrow we'll let you out and around for exercise. I'll have a meal sent up later.
Thanks.
Be seeing you, Con.
The click of the lock was an unpleasant sound somehow. I reached for a cigarette and wished it was a bottle. About an hour later, the door opened and Hank dumped a tray inside. The food was good, but it almost made me feel sleepy. 2 hours later, I was stretched on the bed when the key grated in the lock again.
Joe.
Daisy.
Hurry up.
Daisy, honey. How'd you do it?
That ugly character called Hank had the key.
Well, how'd you get it from him?
I distracted him.
But how?
These legs you're always talking about.
Oh, they're worth their weight in gold. Then what?
Then I smacked him with a bottle.
Daisy, you're a wonder. How do we get out of here?
Straight down to the right. That's the back door. Come on, hurry, before Hank comes round.
Hey, there's a car.
Oh, Joe, the car's no good unless you've got the keys for it.
Well, you never know. People get careless. Hey, we're in luck. Look, a Cadillac with keys.
Oh.
Here's where we ride in style, baby. Come on, climb in.
Right. Well, I think I rate a raise for that rescue act.
You sure do, honey. You're terrific. There's only one thing I wish.
What?
If we'd had time to get back to Hank so I could have collected my gun.
Well, keep your eyes straight ahead.
Huh?
Don't turn your head. Now, hold out your hand. Is that it?
My gun? Daisy.
I thought you might want a gun, so I took it. I'm glad to get rid of it. The darn thing was cold.
And that's it, Daisy. The whole story up to date.
Gee, $200,000. That's enough to last for a lifetime.
But it's probably hot money, honey.
It'd keep me warm, for sure.
Besides, think of all the taxes.
Yes. That takes the dough out of my dreams. Back to being your secretary with no salary. At least they'd have paid me at the Casbah. It was a nice place. They run it in style.
Yeah.
But it's not as good as his place in Duluth, they tell me. A club called the Arabian Nights. They say it's super.
Yeah. Hey, what was that?
What's the matter? Did I say something?
Did you ever? What was that about a place in Duluth?
Well, they say it's better than the Casbah, that's all.
All is right. But of course it's a natural. Mailer said it'd take him 48 hours to get her up here. If she's working at his Duluth joint, he'd need time to replace her. Daisy!
Oh, don't yell like that. You startle me.
Now, look, get on the phone and find out when the next plane leaves for Duluth. Book 2 seats. Then get back to your apartment, change and pack. I'll do the same. Then we go looking for some quiet hotel.
What for?
Just to keep out of Mailer's way till the plane goes. Now, go to it, honey. While I waited for Daisy to come back, I did one more thing. I called Diane Clutterbuck at the Astoria and told her about my hunch that the sister she was looking for was at Mailer's night spot in Duluth. I promised to call a long distance if my hunch paid off. The next evening, Daisy and I were sitting at a table in the Arabian Nights in Duluth.
Well, they were right about this place being better than the Casbah.
Yeah. That's a first-rate floor show.
Joe Kahn, keep that wolf in his kennel. I'm the girl you should be concentrating on, not those underdressed stains on the floor.
But they're really something. Especially that black-haired babe. She can dance, too.
It's not her dancing you're interested in.
Well, that, too.
I thought you said this Helen Duesberg would be doing her act here. She hasn't come on so far, and the floor show's nearly finished.
Yeah, I've been worrying about that, too.
Kahn, the great detective. Has it occurred to you we might have made the trip for nothing?
Oh, not for nothing, honey. Just to catch those cuties is worth plenty.
They're finishing, thank goodness. There. That raven-haired beauty you were feasting your eyes on is taking her bow, and...
Well, I'll be...
That black hair, it's a wig. She's taken it off. She's a blonde.
She's not only a blonde, she is also Helen Duesberg.
Joe!
Yeah, we found her, Daisy. You stay here, honey.
Where are you going?
To say hello to Helen. Keep a candle in the window for me.
Come in.
Mrs. Duesberg?
Who are you?
I'm Joe Kahn, a private detective. That probably doesn't mean anything to you, but your sister Diane hired me to find you for her.
My sister Diane.
That's right. I might also tell you that I found out where Carl left the silver box.
What?
He left it with Kaplan. He wrote you a note with it. Said that was the safest way.
How do you know this?
It's a long story, but I've got the silver box. I was bargaining it against you with Mailer. The question is now, what do you want to do about it?
I'm afraid it's a little late for Mrs. Duesberg to decide that.
What? Cortez?
Plus a gun, Mr. Kahn. Plus a gun.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
I had lived up to my reputation. The smart private eye. Joe Kahn, the clever character. I'd found the girl I was hired to look for, Helen Duesberg. Daisy and I had come to Toulouse, the Mailers Club, the Arabian Nights. I figured that was where he was hiding Helen, and I was right. But what I hadn't figured on was someone else who was looking for Helen. A smooth guy called Earl Cortez, who appeared in the dressing room with a gun.
Please do not make any trouble, Mr. Kahn. For one thing, I should have to shoot you, and for another, we have your girlfriend who was with you at the table, and her safety is dependent on your behavior.
Okay, Cortez. Looks like it's all yours.
It certainly is. Stand quite still, please, Mr. Kahn. You are probably carrying a gun, and I would feel safer if it were in my possession. That's better.
Now what?
Now we will wait in the corridor while Mrs. Duesberg here gets dressed. Then we will take a short journey. Please be quick, Mrs. Duesberg. That's right, Mr. Kahn. Just stand in front of me while we wait.
Tell me something. How did you find out that Helen was here at the Arabian Nights?
I have my sources of information, Mr. Kahn.
Where's your sister, Inez?
You will see her shortly. At the moment, she is taking care of your girlfriend.
Oh?
You don't sound very pleased about that. You are quite right. Inez can be rather unpleasant. Ah, you are ready, Mrs. Duesberg. Splendid. Now, we will go.
Cortez directed us to the back door. There was a car outside with a man at the wheel. Helen and I were piled in, and the car drove to a house on the outskirts of Toulouse. It was a big house, big enough to scream in and not be heard outside, which was bad. Cortez and his man, whose name was Hugo, took us into the living room.
Joe, they got you.
Yeah, I'm afraid they did, Daisy. You all right?
So far. So far is correct, Mr. Kahn.
Well, hello there, Inez. How's your sex appeal making out these days, huh?
I have other weapons when sex appeal fails. Like this.
You know I'd have picked you for a knife artist. There's something sharp about your manner.
I am very good with a knife, Mr. Kahn. Good enough to stop your joking forever. Earl, we are all here now, aren't we? Let us get on with it.
There is still one more person to come, Inez.
No, I'm here.
Diane!
Hello, Joe. You look surprised. Oh, but of course you didn't expect to see me in Toulouse, did you?
So that's it. That's how Cortez knew where to find help.
Bad luck, Joe. All's fair, you know.
No wonder you knew Cortez and his sister and all about the way they work. But I don't get it. What's behind it all?
We will leave that part of it for the moment. There are more urgent things to discuss. The money. Who's got it? You, Mrs. Duesberg? Don't make the mistake of trying to keep it from us, my dear. You wouldn't want us to get nasty, would you?
Lay off there, Cortez. I can tell you who's got the dough I have.
You, Mr. Carr?
Yeah.
Very well. Where is it?
Oh, tut-tut. You disappoint me, Earl. Your technique is as crude as Mailer's. That was the way he approached the subject.
Khan, I am not in the mood for fooling.
Let me get at him, Earl. I will make him sing like a canary.
Seeing that my ex-client, Miss Clutterbuck, is batting in your league, it leaves me minus a fee. I'd still like to draw a check for services rendered. Say, 25,000?
Say 5.
25 is only 12.5%. When you remember that I'm holding the money, I figure my fee is moderate.
Ines, I think we can get better terms from Mr. Khan. Would you like to demonstrate your skill on his girlfriend?
It would be a pleasure, Earl. I have several interesting accomplishments with the knife, Mr. Khan.
Hold it. Okay, I'll tell you.
Joe.
Well, they're not kidding, Daisy.
You are a wise man, Mr. Khan. Where is it?
It's in a safe deposit box in the bank. I mailed the key to myself at my office.
In that case, there is nothing to keep us here in Toulouse any longer. It will take us a day to make the trip back by car, so we will get started at once.
It was a long and uncomfortable car ride. Once we reached the old hometown, Cortez dropped his pal Hugo and me outside my office and then went on. Hugo kept close beside me all the way to the bank and then took charge of the silver box with the $200,000. 20 minutes later, we were in the living room of a mansion where Cortez, Diane, Inez, Helen, and Daisy were waiting.
You've got it, Hugo. Fine.
Better make sure it's all there, Earl.
My dear Diane, of course. Open the box, Hugo.
Well, it was a roundabout way of finding it, but thanks to you, Joe, found it we have.
Yeah. Just tell me one thing to satisfy my curiosity. What is this dough and where did it come from?
I'm quite happy to enlighten you. It came from England.
What for?
A payoff. Our English friends, represented by Miss Clutterbuck,
Thank you, Mr. Cortez.
have cooperated with us, and this was our share of the proceeds.
What kind of racket makes this kind of dough in England?
American servicemen. There are quite a lot of them permanently stationed in England. With the help of Miss Clutterbuck's associates, we have established a complete monopoly of the gambling in the camps.
Oh, I see. It figures. And Duesberg must have been one of the servicemen on your payroll, huh?
He is clever, isn't he, Earl?
How come the money was left with him?
I can explain that, Joe. You see, one of our problems was getting our American friend's percentage out of England and into the States. That was where Carl Duesberg was invaluable.
Or so we thought. A serviceman coming home for discharge, the money travelled in his kit bag. He and Mrs. Duesberg got back, he took a job with Glauben Chemicals, and then everybody waited. When word came through to us that the payoff was to be made, Duesberg claimed he hadn't heard.
Figured he could keep the dough for himself, huh?
Yes, Mr. Khan, but he found his mistake.
Didn't you try your persuasive tactics out here, Minas?
You...
Quiet, Ines. To finish the story for you, Khan, we grew tired of waiting. Duesberg suffered an accident. We intended to pick up Mrs. Duesberg, feeling sure she would have the money. As we now know, she didn't. And she realized that nobody would believe her, so she went to Mela. He gave her a job at the Casbah, and while she was there, she told him this story.
And Mela saw a golden opportunity to grab himself $200,000 almost out of the air. Huh?
Exactly. He sent Mrs. Duesberg to his club in Toulouse, while he started looking for the money. And that is where you came into the picture. When our English associates heard about it, they were embarrassed. They sent us someone to help us find the money. Diane.
And with your help, Joe, dear, we found it.
So that's it, huh? I seem to have done a nice job for everybody.
Especially for me, Con.
What? Mela!
Watch 'em, Hank. Anybody moves and they get lead poisoning. Nice of you to collect the cash for us, Cortez. Saved us a lot of trouble.
How did you know we had it?
I own the Arabian Nights in Toulouse, remember? I got word that Mrs. Duesberg there had suddenly disappeared. I put two and two together, and my answer came to $200,000.
You!
Daisy, when the shooting stars drop to the floor, follow me.
Okay, Joe.
You're all washed up, Cortez. Finished.
Am I?
You and that she-wolf sister of yours.
A she-wolf has teeth.
Oh, she's got a knife.
He knows it now.
On the floor, Daisy. Make for the door.
Joe, you think they saw us crawl out?
I think they were too busy playing targets with each other. Daisy, head up those stairs. See if you can find a phone and call Harding at Homicide. Tell him to get out here fast. Now make it fast, honey. I figure the shooting's nearly over.
All right, Joe, but take care of yourself.
Don't worry. This is one time I'm not playing hero. Let them fight it out for themselves.
Well, so that's the whole story, huh? Brother, what a massacre.
What about Helen Duisberg?
Bullet in the arm, she'll be okay. She was lucky. With all the gunfire, she could have been killed like the rest of them.
Cortez, his sister, that hood of his, Hugo?
The Clutterbuck dame, Mailer, and his pal Hank. Brother, there'll only be standing room at the morgue this week.
Well, I came out of it with a whole hide, for which I'm grateful. But no dough, for which I'm not. You know, I only got $400 from Diane Clutterbuck, and I spent what was left of that on the plane fares to Duluth.
The taxation boys will take care of the $200,000. They'll call it part of Cortez' undeclared income. But you should get 10% for laying the information.
Harding, you've brightened my day.
You've brightened mine, Gumshoe. When I tell the chief that Cortez has handed in his ticket, he'll be so pleased he might even smile.
The Homicide boys took statements from Daisy and me and then let us go. Daisy had a kind of predatory look in her eyes, so I made a quick excuse and headed home for my apartment. But I wasn't getting up so easily. Hello?
You think you're getting away from me, Joe Kahn. But you'd better think again.
Now, Daisy, I told you.
Oh, no, you can't dodge me anymore. The case is over, you've got no new one, which means you're doing nothing this evening.
Yeah, but I need rest, honey. My nerves are shattered. My brain's tired.
Well, I've got a nice, cozy atmosphere all ready and waiting for you. I'm all primed for rest, relaxation, and romance. I'll expect you at 7.
Oh, but Daisy, honey.
At 7.
Oh, heck. How can I get out of this lot? She's right. I haven't got anything to do. If only I had a new case to start on. Okay, coming. Yeah?
Mr. Kahn, private detective.
That's me.
I'm sorry to come to your apartment instead of your office, but it's urgent. I'm in trouble, Mr. Kahn. I need help right away. I'm prepared to pay your usual fees if you can start work right now.
Lady, consider me started.
Well, it's like this. I shot my husband exactly 35 minutes ago.
This is Carter Brown. Well, he wanted a new case to start on. I had to give him one. But I think he should have stuck to Daisy, don't you? Anyway, let's leave Joe Kahn and concentrate on my next book, which I've called Love Me, Lieutenant, about a hard-boiled cop who finds himself framed for murder. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Kudos for Kahn, you heard our star Grant Taylor as Joe Kahn. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown with another of my stories for you. There's drama and suspense in the scream of a jet plane through the blue. There's more drama and suspense when the plane crashes and no one knows why. That's the basis for my book, High Sky Hoodoo, the story of Whitney Kent, jet pilot and war hero whom everyone calls a jinx. And here he is to tell you about it.
It was great to be back, to be standing in the sunlight with the sight and sound and smell of aircraft all around. Ahead of me, I could see the lean, lethal lines of the F-92K, Kent Aircraft's jet fighter. Beside me, I could see the lean, lovely lines of Sue Pearson, Kent Aircraft's secretary. That is, my old man's secretary, and he is Kent Aircraft. As the pilot, Hank Jordan, lit the torch and the twin jets built up, Sue Pearson turned to me.
What are you going to do now you're back, Whitney?
I've made a resolution to get to know some of the people who work here better. You know, see as much of them as possible.
Lose that look in your eyes when you say that, Whitney. You make me feel like a bargain in the slave market.
What's going on here this morning? This a test flight?
In a way. He's moving. It's off the ground. There he goes.
You sound awfully tense, Sue, for a routine test flight.
It's not a routine job. Where have you been the last 6 months, Whitney? Haven't you been reading the papers?
I've been too busy selling that fighter, remember? I come home with orders for the factory's entire output for the next 2 years. Not a bad effort, huh?
Not bad. Just wasted.
What?
Didn't you know that all F-92Ks have been grounded for the last 6 months?
Grounded?
Oh, didn't your father tell you?
I saw the great Chuck Kent for exactly 5 minutes yesterday. He said hello, and he was busy, and he'd talk to me today. You know how well we get on.
Whose fault is that?
Skip that. I want to know about this grounding. Why? What happened?
The Air Force took delivery of a dozen. 5 crashed in 1 week. 5 men killed.
What went wrong with them?
No one knows. They think it's got a jinx.
And what's that one doing up in the air now?
Gene Latimer and his boys went over with a fine micrometer or something. They worked on it for 6 weeks. They say it's perfect. We're finding out now if they're right.
That explains the little huddle over there. The old man, Latimer, Jim Berg.
Jim's been guarding the hangar as if it were made of rubies, using every trick he ever learned in the FBI.
And the fourth guy would be the Air Force observer, right?
Yes, Colonel Creston.
Well, let's go over and join them.
I don't think that'd be a good idea, Whitney.
Why not?
Well, I told you they think it's got a jinx, and...
And they figure the jinx is me?
You crashed the very first F-92K, didn't you? And you were lucky. You walked away from it.
I didn't walk away. I was ejected away.
But you're around now. 5 other pilots aren't.
Of all the... I'm not the first guy to bend a plane on a test flight.
Since when was it a test flight? You were higher than a kite, Whitney, and you know it.
So I'd been drinking. I'd like to know just how many guys in Korea flew down Mig Alley without ever having an alcoholic blood count.
So that's the way heroes are made. Is that how you collected your 10 MiGs? Stewed to the gills?
Sure. I was always plastered. That's how I got 10. It was really only 5, but I was seeing double.
Witty Whitney.
Jordan! Jordan, answer me! Is anything wrong?
Something's happened. That's Gene Latimer on the VHF.
Jordan! Answer me! What's happened? It's nothing, Sue. Jordan's radio's packed up. That can happen any time and often does. Latimer's feeling the strain, that's all. He's all tensed up, I guess, and...
There's the boom.
Yeah. Jordan's gone through the sound barrier. He must be diving to do that. The F-92K's not fast enough to crack the barrier at level flight.
Can you see him?
No, I can hear him, though.
There he is! Latimer's seen him.
I have too, and he's... Get on. Get on, everybody! He's going to crash!
The wings! They're coming off!
He'll hit any second!
Come in, Whitney. We've been waiting for you.
Case of let's all gather around the conference table, huh?
That's right. You know Gene Latimer, of course. So these two gentlemen have been new to you, Milton Moore...
How do you do?
...and Owen Hallmeyer.
Hello.
They've recently joined me, Whitney, as fellow directors of the company. Now, what we're here for is to find out what's wrong with the F-92K. The Air Force recognize it as a good fighter. They'll buy it, but without any bugs in it. I've talked to Colonel Creston, and his suggestion affects you, Gene. He admits you're a brilliant designer, but he thinks maybe the fault is some little thing that you may have been too close to pick up.
In other words, an engineering mistake. Hasn't the good colonel thought of sabotage?
Sabotage with the other 5, too? In places that range from Los Alamos to Detroit?
Why not? I checked that plane nut by boat. There was nothing wrong with it. What else can it be but sabotage? And I'm looking right at the man I think's responsible for it.
Meaning me, Gene?
Meaning you, Whitney. You crashed the first one, set us back months. What did you do to it this time?
Now, hold on there, Gene. I questioned Jim Berg, our plant security man, about that. He put seals on the hangar and had guards watching it all night.
Chuck, if I can interrupt right here.
Sure, Milton, go ahead.
Accusations and suppositions will get us nowhere.
Then I say let's call in the police.
No, Mr. Latimer. In my opinion, that would be fatal. It would completely destroy confidence in Kent Aircraft. Now, Mr. Hallmeyer and I, as co-directors with Mr. Kent, are concerned with facts.
Sure are. And with profits. We're not in this for sentimental reasons.
And facts are just what we haven't got at the moment. Now, immediately I heard of the 5 crashes out of the dozen planes the Air Force took, I embarked on a certain course of action. I called in the Blue Circle Detective Agency from Los Angeles. They have a fine reputation, and I asked them to conduct an investigation.
Without discussing it with Owen or myself?
Yes. I thought I was justified. And in view of this morning's tragedy, I think I was right. But, of course, I'll abide by my co-director's decision before going any further.
Well, I guess it sounds all right to me. I say go ahead. What do you think, Owen?
It's a bad business altogether. Sooner we find out, the better, and there's not much use having the police snooping round if there isn't any sabotage. Be the very worst kind of publicity.
I'm glad you agree with me. Meanwhile, Mr. Latimer, you will, of course, devote your attention to checking on Colonel Creston's idea.
Yes, I'll go over the next one personally, even though I think it's a waste of time. The boys around the factory say there's a jinx on the F-92K, and for my money, that jinx is our war hero here.
I've had about enough, Latimer. You're accusing me of murder.
Murder?
Sure. If that plane was sabotaged, then whoever did it killed the pilot, Hank Jordan, as surely as if they put a knife in his heart.
I didn't...
No, you didn't think of that. Maybe next time you use your brains before your mouth. I think I'll be moving along, gentlemen. Nobody needs a salesman right now, I take it?
No, you can go, Whitney.
I thought I'd move out of the hotel into the old beach house if you're not using it, Chuck.
Yeah, sure. Come up to the house for dinner tonight.
Well...
You'll be welcome.
Okay, I'll see you then. So long, everybody. I headed for my hotel to pack my stuff and to move it out to the beach house. On the way over, I wondered about the 2 new directors, Moore and Hallmeyer. What were they doing in the setup? Chuck hadn't said anything to me about them before. But then the old man and I hadn't been all that close. When I opened my hotel room door, I got a surprise. It had an occupant who was busily going through my suitcases. What's this? Government census? How many pairs of socks does the man back from Europe carry?
You're Whitney Kent?
Check. Who might you be?
My name's Slade. I'm with the Blue Circle Detective Agency.
And what are you doing here?
Checking.
Oh? On whose orders?
My boss, Mr. Van Eyck.
And who gave Mr. Van Eyck his orders? That I was to be included in the investigation of Kent Aircraft. The new director, Mr. Milton Moore?
Look, I'm just doing a job.
The wrong job, Mr. Slade. Out.
Now, wait a minute.
I said out, and I read it. We're a hard-headed clan, the Kents, and we use our heads right in the other guy's solar plexus. That's the Kent guided missile known in barroom fights from Tokyo to Busan, Mr. Slade.
You...
Don't move. Get your breath back. And I'll get my cases and go. I was leaving anyway.
I'm glad you came, Whitney.
So am I, since you asked Sue as well. I didn't realize your confidential secretary was that confidential.
Whitney Kent, of all...
Don't take any notice of him, Sue.
I'll do better. I'll take an axe to him.
Hey, how was Europe, Whitney?
Fine. In Paris, there was Fifi, chic and shapely and using such an expensive perfume. In Belgium, there was Fifi, still using that perfume.
In London, there was Margaret.
What happened to Fifi in London?
Can't you guess? She ran out of perfume.
You've always got the smart answers, haven't you? I wonder why.
Defense mechanism, Chuck.
It's a long time since I had to talk to you, son. I tried to, anyway. Grew up too quick for me, I guess. I never had time to get away from the plant, and then, when I did, you were in Korea.
It doesn't matter. It was tough enough being Chuck Kent's son while you weren't around. If you'd been around, it only made it tougher.
I never knew it was as bad as that.
Well, we both had it tough, I guess. You lost a wife, the mother I never had. It's old history, Chuck. Let's skip it. How long have you had these guys Moore and Hallmeyer in with you?
I had to bring them in, Whitney. Expansion was too rapid. I needed capital, and they had it.
That Moore seems like a smart guy.
He is. He was with Ace Aero Corporation before he came in with me. Built them up out of almost nothing. Hallmeyer's a Texan, oil money, likes to speculate. This experience might change his mind.
And how about me?
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm back, having sold a lot of planes we can't deliver right now. So what next?
You mean, what are you going to do?
Just that.
Well, you've been working hard over there. Take a rest, Whitney. 3 weeks vacation at least. We'll talk about it after that.
Thanks, Chuck. That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
I couldn't help wondering if you subscribe to Gene Latimer's theory that I'm responsible for sabotaging the F-92K.
Now, wait a minute.
Obviously you do, otherwise you wouldn't have suggested that vacation for me.
Whitney, you're wrong.
I don't think so, Sue. You don't mind if I don't stay for dinner, Chuck? It'd choke me. I leave you with one statement. I'm going to find out what's wrong with the F-92K if it's the last thing I do.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The morning dawned bright with determination for me. The old man and Sue Pearson may have taken what I said for bravado, but I was determined to prove that the jinx tag they'd fixed on Whitney Kent was a lie. I decided to say nothing about the visit of Slade, the Blue Circle detective agency man. That was something I'd take up later with Milton Moore. First, I wanted words with Jim Berg, our security man.
Well, morning, Whitney. The super salesman with a no-good product. Well, you got my sympathy, pal.
Thanks for nothing. And what gives, Jim? Anything new?
Nah, not a thing. The top brass are in conference this morning. They're going to use Hangar C to start on the next F-92K. I gotta have 4 guards around that building night and day from here on.
Who gets in?
Only the staff connected with the work.
And the executives?
Oh, I'm sorry, Whit. You're not included. It was your father's instructions.
Oh, that's okay, Jim. He told me to take 3 weeks vacation. Looks like he means it. You have any leads?
No. I figured Gene Latimer made a mistake somewhere, like the Air Force character says, but heck, I'm no engineer, just an ex-FBI man trying to make a living. So I have to presume the plane was sabotaged. Right now, I'm starting a double check on all the employees who could have got near that plane.
How many of them are there?
Oh, over 100. Looks like quite a job, doesn't it?
Mr. Berg, I wish you luck. You will need every ounce of it.
Well, you're around bright and early, Whitney.
Just paying my round of calls. Chuck in?
He's got Mr. Moore with him.
Then maybe I won't bother.
I've got something to say to you.
Anything from those luscious lips I will listen to, with pleasure.
Not this you won't. It's about last night. The way you talked to your father. Why can't you even try to appreciate his point of view?
His point of view goes no further than Kent Aircraft. Everything else runs a bad second.
You're a fool, Whitney.
And you're a beautiful girl. But if you don't stop worrying about your boss and start enjoying life, you'll look in your mirror one fine morning and realize it's too late. You'll finish up senior stenographer till they pension you off.
Oh, Sue. Mr. Kent free at the moment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Latimer. He's in conference.
Well, I'll see him later.
Just a minute, Gene.
I'm busy, Whitney.
Not too busy for what I've got to say. I've thought of a perfect solution to your problem.
Oh?
Yeah. When you've got this next F-92K ready to test, let me fly it.
That's what you've been after all the time.
Let's not argue about that. Look at it another way. If the plane's okay, everything's fine. The Air Force resumes their deliveries, the orders I've taken can be filled. On the other hand, if the plane doesn't work, if it goes in the same way that one did yesterday morning, who gets crisped up?
You do.
Right. So if it does burrow its way into the dirt and takes Whitney Kent with it, at least you know that one line of investigation is closed. Well, what about it?
It's worth thinking about. I'll devote quite a lot of thought to your proposition. Good morning.
Why do you have this hero complex? Why don't you let the experts work it out? People like Latimer and Jim Berg and the others. It's their job.
Except for one thing. They can't fly. They can never appreciate how Hank Jordan felt when the plane got away from him. It's beyond their experience.
But not beyond yours. Because you're not only a flyer, but a hero as well.
Yeah, if you want it that way, that's just how I do feel. You've spent your life shining the seat of your skirt on a stenographer's chair. You don't know any more about it than the rest of them. Who the heck are you to sneer at the guys who fly the planes?
I wasn't sneering at the real heroes, Whitney. Only the phony ones.
Thanks for those kind words. One of these days you'll eat them. And they'll give you indigestion. I swept out of our office and headed down the corridor to the office of Milton Moore. I figured he'd be finished with his conference with Chuck pretty soon, and I wanted to talk with the new director. It was easy to ignore Moore's red-headed secretary's protests, though not her profile, and I settled down in his private office to wait.
Is this the customary procedure around here, Mr. Kent? Bursting into people's offices without permission?
Oh, I'll give you permission, Mr. Moore. You can come right in.
Your kind of behavior is something I am not accustomed to.
There's something I'm not accustomed to either. That's having a private detective go through my bags in my hotel room.
Oh?
A Blue Circle agent, name of Slade. That's the outfit you engaged, isn't it? What's the idea having them investigate me?
Even a young pup like you ought to have sense enough to see that Latimer's accusations against you, wild as they may have been, should be checked. Now, will you get out of my office?
In a minute. How are things with the Ace Aero Corporation these days?
I wouldn't know.
How were they when you left?
All right.
What were they building?
Jets, naturally.
Bombers or fighters?
Fighters.
As good as the F-92K?
No. Just what is it you're trying to insinuate, young man?
I was just wondering. You pulled Ace Aero out of trouble. You put them back on their feet, then left them. I wondered why. I wondered if you still had any association with Ace Aero. Financial association, I mean. It just occurred to me that if you had, you were backing a losing proposition when Kent Aircraft produced the F-92K.
Is that all?
No. It also occurred to me that, on the other hand, if Kent Aircraft had a lot of trouble with their planes, then maybe Ace Aero could buy them out cheaply when the psychological moment came. And if Ace Aero could then build the F-92K without bugs, they could sell them, couldn't they?
Are you seriously suggesting that I would descend to murder just to protect my capital?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm only thinking out loud.
I must say you go in for original thinking, Kent. I'd better tell you some of the facts of an executive's life. I didn't have any capital interest in Ace Aero for one simple reason. I didn't have any capital. The 25% holding I have in your father's organization was bought with money loaned to me by Owen Holmeyer. He wanted to invest some money in this firm. He knew what I'd done for Ace Aero, so he was prepared to lend me capital to invest. He thought of it as a safeguard for his own investment.
Oh.
So you see, Kent, that if anyone has good reason for wanting Kent Aircraft to sell their F-92Ks again, it's me.
I guess so.
Now, do you mind leaving my office? I have work to do.
Of all the crazy fool things to do.
Not to me, Chuck. Mr. Moore was having me investigated, so I thought I might give him a little of the same treatment.
I'm not talking about that. Moore had it coming, you gave it to him. Made me feel sort of proud of you.
For the first time.
No, Whitney. There were many times when you were in Korea when I was proud of you. And I was proud of you in Europe, too. Proving that you could sell aircraft with the best of them.
What is this, Old Home Week?
But I'm mad at you. How in the name of creation could you do a stupid thing like that?
I thought you said Moore had it coming.
I'm not talking about Moore. I'm talking about that crazy fool offer you made to Gene Latimer.
Oh, that?
Yeah, that. Latimer wants to take you up on the offer. Holmeyer and Moore think it's a great idea. What the heck could I say?
That you figure it's a great idea, too.
That's what I did say. So you're all set to fly the next F-92K.
When?
Saturday. They're working 24 hours a day on it.
Oh, that's fine.
Sue says you've got a hero complex. I think it's a plain darn fool complex.
Maybe. But Gene Latimer was right about one thing. I threw the first one away by flying it when I wasn't exactly sober. That gives me a sort of responsibility, Chuck.
Boy Scout stuff.
It's more than that. That first plane had bugs. If I'd been sober, I could have told you what particular bug it was, but I can't remember anything.
Well?
Well, I've got a feeling. If that plane still has bugs and I fly it, I think the memory might come back and I might be able to do something about it before it's too late.
Maybe you aren't such a darn fool after all. You really want to fly the F-92K?
Of course.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. That it wasn't just bravado. What you say makes sort of sense, I think.
Thanks.
You, comfortable at the beach house?
Sure.
Anytime you feel like eating real food, come up to the house for dinner.
Thanks.
Now get out of here. I'm busy.
Okay. I'll leave you to it, Chuck.
Well, congratulations, Whitney.
On what?
That interview with your father.
Oh. The perfect secretary. Keeps the intercom open so she can hear everything that goes on, huh?
Well, I don't make a habit of it, but I did that time. Come here, Whitney.
What for?
I'd like to kiss you.
Well, to what do I owe that tremendous experience?
You could call it an apology. I was quite wrong about you, Whitney Kent. I'm sort of glad I was wrong, too.
I'd spent a lot of my time waiting, especially in Korea. But no waiting time was as bad as the days while the F-92K was got ready. Came Friday, and I went down to the plant. The old man was with me.
We're fixing the takeoff at 7 a.m. tomorrow, Whit. I've got it cleared with the Air Force, okay, 30 minutes. They've defined the area and so forth, so he can collect all the dope this afternoon, met reports, etc.
Sure. I thought I'd collect some flying gear today.
I've had it taken into the hangar here. Berg's doubling the guard tonight and is watching things himself as well.
Good. Oh, there's Latimer, stroking the fuselage like it was a tame cat. Hello there, Gene.
Hi, Whitney. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. I've checked every inch of it.
Then I shouldn't have any trouble tomorrow.
Whitney, it occurs to me that I said a lot of stupid things a while back. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Gene. I can appreciate how you felt. And that's my gear there, huh?
Yeah.
I think I'd like to take the parachute out and have a look at it.
But it's all packed.
Then I'd like it unpacked. After all, I'm flying this Butterbucks tomorrow.
Okay, Whitney, whatever you say.
I had a queer crawling feeling along my spine. And when the chute was unfolded and billowed out in the hangar's expanse, I realized why. There was a 6-foot slit across the center. That chute wouldn't have brought a mouse down safely, let alone a guy of my weight.
Latimer, what's the meaning of this?
Don't ask me, Mr. Kent. As far as I knew, that chute was checked and packed properly.
Lucky for me, I took a look. I think I'll borrow one from the Air Force and bring it along in the morning and put it in myself.
But wait, if they could do that to the chute...
Yes, Chuck. What could they do to the plane?
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Fine and clear. Swathed inside the anti-G suit, sitting in the cockpit of the F-92K, I had only one idea in mind. To call a halt to the hoodoo on Whitney Kent and the plane at one and the same time. I waved a hand to the anxious group at the rail. Chuck, Hullmeyer, Moore, Jim Berg, and Sue. Then Gene Latimer's voice crackled over the radio in my eardrums.
Whitney, can you hear me? Are you getting me okay?
Sure, Gene. Loud and clear.
Okay.
Take her up to 40,000 feet, then 20-degree turns. After that, you can go into the other tests.
Okay, Gene. Here we go. The takeoff was routine. I was used to the sloppy, clumsy feel of a jet at slow speeds. You have to throw the stick around like a barge pole before you get any results. Once you get them into their own element, into the stratosphere, then, brother, just breathe on that stick and you get a response.
How you doing, Whitney? Everything okay?
Smooth as silk, Gene. She lifted nice and cleanly. Altimeter's building up to 5,000.
No sign of trouble?
Not a speck. She's climbing like a bird. I leveled off at 30,000 with a match meter showing a steady 0.8. Nothing to get excited about. Somewhere around 370 to 380 miles per hour. I did the glides. Down to 5,000 feet, then back up to 30. After a routine of these, I did the turns. The F-92K turned nice and tightly with the aid of her flying tail. Power controls have kept the jet flyer's hair from turning pure white. All the while, I kept reporting back regularly to Gene, feeding him the information he wanted.
Okay, Whitney. I think you can take her back up to 40,000 and give her the gun.
We had permission to break the sound barrier at 40,000. Then the radio cut out. I wasn't worrying. Radios had cut out before. Everything else was still okay. The match meter registered 1. The speed of sound. It wasn't the first time I'd crashed the barrier, but it felt like the first time. It always did. But everything apart from that was fine. Then I looked up and saw that the nose of the plane was under the horizon. I eased back on the stick. The horizon stayed where it was. The plane's nose didn't lift. I fed in nose trim. But it didn't make an atom of difference. The nose stayed down. And then I remembered. The memory that had been drowned in an alcoholic haze came back, sharp and clear. The trouble was the flying tail. A jam-up locking the mechanism in the full nose-down position. But this time I was sober and I knew the answer. There's a manual control so you can cut the hydraulic pressure on the stabilizer in an emergency. I flicked the switch which cut the hydraulic pressure, and then I grabbed for the manual control. And nothing happened. I tried it again and again. And still nothing happened. It looked like I'd be going through that ejection routine again. I pulled the blind down sharply over my face. There was the momentary blackout as the seat with me in it jerked free of the plane. Then I found myself in that exciting experience called free fall, because you can't get anybody to pay for it. Below me, I knew the F-92K would be spinning down, a silver streak to its doom. And in my heart was the grateful thought that this time I could be sure of my chute.
All right, gentlemen, let's take it quietly now. Whitney's back, all in one piece, for which we're all thankful. Now, maybe we can find out what the trouble was.
Sure we can. Because I know exactly.
You do? Well, what is it?
The flying tail got jammed in the nose-down position. Reasonable, Gene?
Sure. A slow leak in one of the valves would do it. But what about the manual control? What about the overriding switch to cut the hydraulics? Don't tell me you didn't think of those, Whitney.
I thought of them okay, Gene. There was only one thing wrong with them. They didn't work.
But I tested them last night around 10. They worked okay then. They must have worked today.
If you wanted to sabotage a plane, Gene, a leaking valve wouldn't be hard, would it?
No, it'd be darn easy.
How about the manual controls? Could you cut through something to make them ineffective? If you were going to sabotage it, Gene, do you think that would be a good system?
A very good and very easy system.
But what about the other pilots, Whitney? Why didn't they get out like you?
Because they left it a fraction too late. I was the lucky guy. I quit early.
Well, I guess that gives us the answer. And I'm sure the Air Force will accept it. There's nothing wrong with the F-92K except sabotage.
And sabotage in this case includes murder. 5 Air Force pilots and Hank Jordan.
That means the FBI and the police will have to be brought in on it. Well, I won't be sorry. They're the experts. We can leave it to them.
But I wasn't satisfied to leave it to them. I had a couple of ideas of my own. The first meant getting hold of a gun. The other meant a trip to Los Angeles to the office of the Blue Circle Detective Agency. I borrowed the old man's Cadillac, and the afternoon was almost dead by the time I pulled up in L.A. outside the building. I was afraid in case I was too late, but I wasn't. The door of the outer office was open. The office itself was empty, but behind the frosted glass of the inner office door I could see a figure. I moved in.
What?
Mr. Van Eyck, I presume?
Yeah. Who are you?
Kent's the name. Whitney Kent, of Kent Aircraft.
Oh.
What's all this, Mr. Van Eyck? Suitcases?
Yeah, I'm packing.
Going far?
Well, I really haven't made up my mind. There are so many places.
And so many airfields, too. Los Alamos, Detroit, Barksdale.
You!
Naughty. Don't grab for your gun. Drop it like a good guy. Now.
Don't. Please don't hit me.
I won't. I'll just see which is softer. Your head or this wall. And again.
Don't. I can't stand it.
How many of you were there? How many did it take to sabotage those Air Force planes?
Please, I don't...
How many?
2.
You and who else? That guy Slade?
Yeah, only the 2 of us. Please don't hit me anymore. Makes me feel so ashamed.
Of what?
Myself.
Who gave the orders? Come on. Would you like me to do some more head bouncing?
No, please.
Okay. Who gave the orders?
It was...
Put him down, Buster.
Huh?
Fight somebody your own size.
Slade.
That's right. And this time, don't try those bullet head tactics. I can pull this trigger before you're off the floor.
He jumped me, Slade. I never had a chance.
Shut up, punk, and dry your eyes. You're grown up now. What are you, Kent? The scout? Waiting for the reserves to come up?
What are you talking about?
I told Stupid here we should have got going yesterday. But he figures there's plenty of time. He don't believe what he reads about the cops and the FBI sometimes being smart. So where are they?
There's no one around but me and your pal, Van Eyck. Have him! My turn, Slade. I'd thrown the little guy at Slade. 2 bullets hit Van Eyck on the chest, but it gave me just enough time to pull my gun and send 2 slugs for Slade. I took a last look at the 2 bodies and left. When I got back to the beach house, I found I had a visitor. The old man.
Where the heck have you been, Whitney? I've been waiting here for a half hour.
Didn't you help yourself to a drink?
No. I've been sitting here trying to figure out who was behind the sabotage.
You, come up with any bright ideas?
No. All I ended up with was a feeling that a nervous breakdown is creeping up on me fast.
Well, I can stave it off. I found out who crocked up Air Force planes.
You did? Who?
The Blue Circle Detective Agency. Mrs. Van Eyck and Slade.
Son, that's great. I'll get the police on it right away.
That won't do any good. They're both dead.
What?
Which leaves me with my suspicions about who was giving them orders, but no proof.
Well, come on, who?
Who hired the Blue Circle in the first place?
Moore. Milton Moore.
Only we'd have trouble pinning it onto your new co-director, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
And it also leaves us without an explanation of the 2 crashes here. See if you can figure an answer to that while I'm gone.
Oh, where are you going?
Just to put a little emotion of mine into operation.
Now, look here, Whitney, if you've got some crazy idea in your head of playing hero...
I'm no hero, Chuck. Just a jet man with old tubes blazing. My idea was great, I thought. I drove Chuck's Cadillac down to the plant. The guard on the gate recognized the car and waved me in. There was a light on in Jim Berg's office, and I parked outside. The security man would make a good partner in this operation, but in case he didn't approve of it entirely, I decided to twist the story a little.
Well, Whitney, kind of late for you to be around, isn't it?
Oh, I've been nosing around. Thought I'd have a chat with you.
Oh, any time. You're #1 boy in my books. You proved the F-92 case was sabotaged.
Given us the first lead we've had.
We've done better than that.
Yeah? Well, tell me more. Our security chief's the last guy to hear anything that goes on.
I spent some time in L.A. The police were with me. They were playing along with an idea of mine.
Oh, what was that?
That Van Eyck and Slade of the Blue Circle Agency were behind the sabotaging of the 5 Air Force planes.
What? Well, what happened?
Everything we wanted. The cops have got both of them in custody right now. Van Eyck cracked wide open, spilled the whole story, how they did it, who was paying them, everything.
Well, how do you like that? Hey, Whit, have you got a gun?
Yeah.
So have I. This one.
And that's my boy, Jim. Let's go get the top guy.
I've got a better idea.
What?
That you sit down in that chair and put both hands flat on the table. Otherwise, Whitney, I'll blow you to kingdom come.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
I just sat there in Jim Berg's office and stared from his face to the gun held steadily as a rock in his hand. Somehow it took a long time to sink in. The thought that I'd messed it up, that Whitney Kent, jet pilot and so-called Jinx, had also been a jerk. Burke moved round behind my chair, felt my pockets and took out my gun. Then he stepped back to the table and picked up the phone.
Don't try anything, Whit. I can talk into this and watch you with no trouble. Berg, I got company. Whitney Kent. He brought me some news from L.A. Van Eyck squealed. Yeah, that's right, they didn't pull out fast enough. No, he's on his own, I think. Probably had a fancy idea of taking both of us in or something. You'll be right over? Fine. Yeah, we might need a hostage. Okay.
Well, I'm finally getting hip.
Took you a while, didn't it?
The perfect setup. The chief of plant security. Who the heck would question where he went inside the plant?
Nobody ever did.
You could get right next to an engineer and he wouldn't even notice you. You could sabotage the planes. You could split my parachute.
Of course. You see, being an ex-FBI man is the best thing a guy can be. Nobody doubts that he's honest. Nobody wonders if somebody comes along and offers him 50 grand whether he'll stay honest. They don't even imagine anybody offering him the dough. And that's where the boss was smart, picking me for the job.
He must have picked you long before he joined the firm as a director. From the time when I ditched the first F-92K.
That's right, he did. He's been planning this a long time. That sounds like him now. Keep nice and still, Whitney.
Oh, Jim, Kent.
Don't tell me you're surprised to see me, Mr. Moore.
What's going on? What's the gun for, Berg?
This! Don't move, Whitney.
What's the idea of knocking your boss cold?
Him? My boss? You got it cockeyed, Whitney. This is my boss coming now.
Well, Jim, everything under control?
Hallmeyer!
What's that fool Moore doing in here?
I didn't wait to ask. He just came in at the wrong time.
So, you were going to take us in, Whitney, all on your own.
I thought it was Moore. I never dreamed it was you.
I'd have been very surprised if you had. Jim, I presume the police are watching the plant.
I guess so. They've been around all afternoon.
Pity we don't have an F-92K. We could have had our young hero fly us out.
Berg, you hit me.
And I'll do it again if you step out of line.
Has everyone gone raving mad round here?
No, Mr. Moore. Let me introduce you to our sabotage chiefs.
Owen and Berg.
That's right.
I think you'd better keep quiet now, both of you. It's a good thing you called me right away, Jim. Gives us plenty of time.
For what?
For getting out of here.
They'll be watching the plant. They'll have roadblocks, probably. We don't have a hope of getting out of here unless we make ourselves invisible.
That may not be impossible.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
It's a one-word question. Why?
I guess you're entitled to the answer. Do you know who owns the Ace Aero Corporation, Whitney?
The stockholders, I guess.
You know who the stockholders are?
No idea.
Me.
You?
Through certain dummies, of course. But I made an error of judgment. I thought Ace Aero was the firm to buy. It had a brilliant top executive, Milton Moore.
Thank you.
But it lacked a designer like Gene Latimer. I had everything but the right plane to build. Kent Aircraft had the right plane, but I knew your father needed capital to expand his production to meet his demand. So, I figured the whole thing out very carefully.
If you bought into the company, nobody could possibly expect you to sabotage it.
Exactly. And by persuading Moore, my own chief executive, to leave Ace Aero and come here too, and by arranging to lend him the money, it meant I had a 50% interest in Kent Aircraft. So nobody could think for a minute I was anything but genuine.
Oh, Whitney, I assure you I had not the faintest idea of all this.
I believe you. But of course, Hallmeyer, long before you bought in on us, you took the precaution of buying Jim Berg for yourself.
Of course. I was determined that the F-92K wasn't going to make good.
That meant sending Kent Aircraft bankrupt, so you could buy out at a nominal figure.
Naturally. And then I'd have produced the F-92K without bugs.
A neat little scheme. But it didn't work out, Hallmeyer.
No. The trouble with being clever is that you have to employ others, some of whom are not at all clever. I got a good man in Berg here, but Berg got a moron in Van Eck.
Well, Slade said he was okay, and I figured his word was good enough. Anyway, aren't we wasting too much time talking? We ought to figure how we're going to get out of here.
I've already done that, Jim.
You have? Well, how?
If we can make Los Angeles, we'll be all right.
Oh, maybe, but first we have to get out of here, and how are we going to do that?
I'll show you. Whitney, you brought your father's car down here?
Yeah?
Does that make it sound easier, Jim? Whitney drove his father's car down to the plant tonight. He'll drive it back again.
Well, I don't get it.
I'd have thought a child could understand it. He'll drive it out with the three of us on the floor. They know Chuck Kent's Cadillac, and with Whitney driving it, they let him through. I don't see why that setup shouldn't take us through the roadblocks as well.
You're taking Moore along?
We can't leave him here to raise the alarm, can we?
Okay, then what are we waiting for?
Is that the only gun you have, Jim?
Well, there's one on the table that Whitney was carrying.
What's yours?
The Luger 32.
And that's a silencer on it, eh?
Sure. Doesn't make any more noise than a cork out of a bottle.
Let me see.
Here you are.
Thanks. I'd like to know if the silencer actually works.
What? You shot him carelessly, in cold blood.
I don't need him anymore. And you and young Whitney can call it an object lesson. If Berg had been more careful in choosing the people we needed, Kent Aircraft would have been mine now.
I think you're crazy, stark crazy.
Am I? We'll go out to the car now. You will drive it, Whitney. I shall be on the floor in the back, and so will Moore. I'll give you a practical exercise in ethics, Whitney. If the car gets held up for any reason and looks like being searched, I shall shoot Moore first. His life is your direct responsibility.
A couple of minutes later, we were in the car. We rolled through the gates. The guard on the gate gave me a smart salute, and then we were out on the highway heading towards San Bernardino with Los Angeles beyond.
Demonstrates the power of advertising, doesn't it? They say, there goes Chuck Kent's car, and never even think that somebody other than Chuck or his son might be in it.
I guess not.
You can pick it up a bit, Whitney. I needn't remind you that I'm in a hurry to get to Los Angeles.
I boosted the speedometer up to 70. I wondered where the police who were supposed to be watching the plant could be. There was no sign of them, or of any roadblocks.
Can't you go faster?
You want to get to L.A. in one piece, don't you? What are you going to do when you get there?
I have good contacts. I'll just disappear.
I meant with the car and us.
I'll probably have that figured out by the time we get there. You just concentrate on the road.
But I was also concentrating on the rear vision mirror. It was obvious that Hallmeyer was going to get rid of me and Milton Moore, unless something happened to stop him. Then a pair of headlights gleamed in the mirror. I thought maybe they were the something. I moved my right hand forward till my fingers closed round the switch that operated the head and tail lights. I started flicking the SOS signal with the lights. If the car behind was a police car, maybe they'd get it. Then I heard something which made me sure they had.
What's that?
Sounds like a siren to me.
Police. Just remember, Moore gets it first and then you. I have nothing to lose.
I realized that. The police car was practically abreast by now, the driver signaling me to pull over. There was a white fence running parallel to the highway on my right. It wasn't a hard decision to make. If I stopped, the cops would look in the car, Hallmeyer would certainly shoot Moore and almost certainly still have time to shoot me. The alternative at least offered a sporting chance. I swung the wheel over hard. When I came to, I felt peculiar. When I looked up, I realized why. One leg was hanging up high, straight and stiff, and everything around was white except a face which peered down at me. That was red, with anger.
I thought you weren't going to play heroes. Now look where you wound up. In hospital with a broken leg.
Take it easy, will you, Pop? I had no choice. What happened to Moore and Hallmeyer?
Moore's in the next bed. He's got a broken leg, too. Hallmeyer was the only one who got out without a scratch.
What?
Only thing is, he started firing at the cops. They got sore and fired back. Exit Hallmeyer.
Now that's enough, boss. I won some time with that son of yours, too.
Okay.
Well, Miss Pearson in person. Come to congratulate me?
What for?
Well, for my quick thinking, my cleverness, my ingenuity.
Huh?
Well, if I hadn't given that SOS signal to the cops behind me...
They didn't know anything about an SOS signal. They were pulling you over to tell you that your tail lights were on the blink.
Oh, no. What's the use of being a quick-witted hero when the cops are so dumb?
Darling, you're a dope. But I'll kiss you just the same.
You know, when you did that, I distinctly felt my broken leg twitch and start to mend.
Not for at least 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
And a good thing, too. At least I won't have to worry about what you're doing. I'll know. You'll just be lying here.
They have nurses here.
But you'll never catch them, darling. Not with one leg swung over your head. On the other hand, I'll have you where I want you. When I bring the preacher along.
Preacher? I don't want any preacher.
But I do, sweetheart. Then I can fix it so you'll always be where I want you. Permanently.
This is Carter Brown. You know, when I finished writing that story, I was surprised at myself. I'd actually left Whitney with some of his bones still unbroken. But I guess you've got to be kind to your heroes sometimes. Well, I'll be back with another of my books for you. The next one's called Crime for a King, and the king in this case is named Roger, a private detective who discovers that diamonds really are some girl's best friends. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In High Sky Hoodoo, you heard Pamela Page as Sue Pearson, while as Whitney Kent, you heard our star, Keith Buckley. The Carter Brown Mystery Theater, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Morris Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to bring you another of my books. This time it's Curves for a Coroner, the story of a group of entertainers stuck in the English countryside in the middle of a snowstorm. And what happens to them couldn't happen to 4 more frightened people. But I'll leave Terry Tomlin, the comic of the party, to tell you about it. Have fun.
There'll always be an England. That's what the song says. And as long as there's England, there'll be wind and snow. There were 4 of us. Walt Lund, Kate Germain, June Sherman and me. Terry Tomlin, the funny man of Fulham. Not to mention Harry, the driver of the bus who was taking us from our last date to our next. We were the only passengers. Who else but 4 hard-working performers would be travelling on a night like that? The only trouble was that the bus made a T-model Ford look like the newest thing in cars. And on top of that, it was blowing and snowing. In theatrical circles, our act was known as 4 for Frivolity. At the moment, it looked like being renamed 4 for Freezing.
How long till we get to Exeter? If we don't get there quick, I'm going to do my celebrated imitation of the abdominal snow woman.
Yeah, Kate, you stick to your singing. I'm the comic with this lot.
Ha ha. If you were, Mr. Tomlin, we'd have had more than 18 seats filled at the scene of our last disaster.
The past, Walt, is past. We should look forward to the future.
Future? The only future I can see is turning into an icicle.
What? June Sherman, the shattering showgirl? The hottest thing in skirts?
I wish I had 3 more on. Oh, one over the other.
Cheer up, infants. We'll get there by 11 tonight, Harry says.
Oh, 11 tonight. By then I'll be just right for the deep freeze. Hey, we've stopped. What's the matter?
Harry, what's wrong? Why are we stopping?
We've had it, Gav.
Had it?
Burned her parents out. I shouldn't be surprised.
Well, what do we do now, Harry?
Walk. I reckon the old bus is on her last legs.
Walk? In this snow? Not this little lady. Or this one. You're the big, bold, brave boys. You walk.
Us?
That's right. Go and find shelter and then lead us to it.
Well, Terry?
Walt, I'd just love to swim through all that snow with you, but the night here makes me lose my memory. You wouldn't want a comic with no gags, would you?
We've already got one. Up on your feet, Tomlin, and pretend you're Scott of the Antarctic.
Walt, where are we?
About a mile or so down the road, I suppose.
What road?
We must be on the road.
Walt, I have to break this to you gently. Look around. Snow as far as the eye can reach. How can you tell if we're on a road or not?
You mean you think we're lost?
Oh, I hate bus drivers.
What in thunder's that got to do with it?
I'm just thinking of Harry sitting back there, wherever it is, in the bus with the girls. Would he come with us? Oh, no.
Oh, no!
That's what I said.
I wasn't playing Echo, you nitwit. I just saw something. Look!
A house.
Unless it's a mirage. Come on.
That's not a house. That's a castle.
Complete with moat and drawbridge. Tomlin, let us storm the fortress. Knock on the door, Terry.
You know, this place has got a sort of sinister look. If anything on a broomstick comes close, smile.
From the look of it, no one's lived here for years.
You mean since Count Dracula wiped out the local population?
Wait a minute. I think someone's coming.
Yes?
Ah! What's the matter with you, Terry?
Oh, can't you see? Boris Karloff.
Don't be stupid. Look, we're sorry to worry you, but our bus has broken down and we're stranded.
Why call here?
Because this is the first house we've come across. Back there is a bus with 2 women and a man in it. You wouldn't let them spend the night there and freeze to death, would you?
Very well. Come in and speak to the master.
The master turned out to be a slim, aristocratic-looking chap named Percy Hammond. We told him our story. He looked interested when we mentioned the 2 girls, and then insisted that we stay in the drawing room by the roaring log fire while he and his butler, who was called Rogers, went to rescue Kate, June and Harry. Walt and I thawed out with the help of the flames and a drop from a bottle provided for us. We were just feeling nice and comfortable when we heard it. Blimey, Charlie.
My name's Walt.
Did you hear that?
Of course I heard it.
That was a scream.
I know. Terry, I think you ought to go and investigate.
What, me?
By myself.
Well, you're always talking about what you did in army intelligence during the war. Here's your chance to be warlike and intelligent.
Oh, no. Not me, chum.
What are you, a man or a mouse?
I haven't looked lately. Sounds like our host is back. With the others.
Oh, what a relief to be out of that storm.
House, a real honest-to-goodness house.
Come along, ladies, this way. There's a lovely fire waiting. Well, gentlemen, here we are.
Well, you boys really did find shelter for us.
I could kiss you both.
Well, just skip Walt and concentrate on me.
Mr. Hammond, where's our driver?
Oh, my man Rogers will look after him, don't worry.
And it's not Mr. Hammond, Walt. It's Sir Percy. He's a baronet.
Ah, the pocket-sized edition of a baron.
Oh, that's jolly good. Jolly funny.
Well, Sir Percy, you're the only audience he's ever had who thinks so.
Hello. What's all this?
Ah, Sylvia. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce my cousin, Sylvia. These poor people were stranded, my dear, and we've come to the rescue, so to speak.
Oh, that's splendid, Percy.
Let me introduce you. This is Miss Kate Germain.
How do you do?
And Miss Sherman.
You would be worth a lot of money, Miss Sherman.
Me? Oh, you mean this leopard skin coat? I'm afraid it's only imitation. Don't let it fool you.
I wasn't.
And these are Mr. Lund and Mr. Tomlin.
How do you do?
Hello?
Please ignore him. He thinks he's a wolf, but he's just a mouse with extra long hair.
Yes, Sir Percy. Just before you arrived, Walt and I heard a terrible scream.
Scream? Oh, dear. I'm afraid that must have been our poltergeist at it again.
Well, can't you lock him up? He makes me nervous.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Tomlin. A poltergeist is a supernatural being, an elemental spirit which makes noises and sometimes throws things about. It's harmless, but rather unnerving until you get used to it. This castle's been haunted by one for hundreds of years.
It has?
Oh, just don't pay any heed to it, Mr. Tomlin. And if you'll all take a piece of advice, once you've retired, stay in your rooms. It doesn't come into the bedrooms, only the hall and the galleries. As long as you stay in your rooms, you're perfectly safe.
After a few drinks and the promise of some food, everyone got a lot happier. So Percy and Sylvia went off to see about our rooms. Ah, she was quite a girl, that Sylvia. A brunette to make dreams with. Every time she took a breath, I thought her dress must have had the strength of tensile steel. I left them talking in the drawing room and took a look around the hall, where I bumped into our driver, Harry.
Hello, Gav.
Well, what are you doing out here, Harry? Come inside where the fire is.
Nah, not me, Gav. I don't like this place. Gives me the creeps. I look at this hall with all them suits of armour standing down. They look like people, they do. Fair gives me the horrors. I'd have stayed with the old bus, I would, if I'd have known what this place was like.
Oh, it's only till morning. How are they treating you?
Oh, all right. But that there butler Rogers, proper twerp he is. Looks like a funeral just leaving the house.
Come in and have a drink.
No, thanks. I'll wait till old Rogers has finished fixing the eats. He says there'll be some left over for me. I reckons he might even find a bottle of beer, too. Hey, there's an idea. Why didn't little Harry think of it before?
Think of what?
Oh, a place like this. Only one spot they keep the liquor, eh?
Oh, you mean the cellar?
That's right, Gov. I reckon little Harry might take a quiet walk around downstairs, like, eh?
Well, don't walk into the moat.
Don't worry, Gov. Little Harry knows how to look after himself.
I left Harry to pursue his quest and rejoined the others. Shortly afterwards, we all moved to the dining room for what you might describe as a playful meal. Kate was making a play for Sir Percy, and I was thinking of a game or two to play with the smashing Sylvia.
Why are you looking at me like that, Mr. Tomlin?
I was just steeping myself in the liquid beauty of your eyes, Sylvia. Why is it? This magnetism that passes between us. What have I got that attracts you so much?
A bird brain.
Ah, now it's no use trying to resist me. You're fascinated. Admit it.
Like a rabbit by a rattlesnake. Lord preserve us! What was that? Oh, I'm afraid the poltergeist is working overtime tonight.
I am really most terribly sorry, everyone. Please try to ignore it.
Ignore it? Ignore a disembodied scream around the place?
Well, I think we should, as Sir Percy says. After all, everybody knows old places have peculiarities. Like old comedians.
I'm 32.
That's what I mean.
Please, everyone, go on with your meal. Rogers, pour another glass of wine for our guests.
The rest of the meal, though, was pretty subdued. And not long after, Sir Percy and Sylvia showed us to our rooms.
Walt and I were sharing, and he wasn't in bed 2 minutes before his distinctly untuneful snores was throbbing through the room. I lay awake. I couldn't do anything else with Walt imitating a threshing machine. After what seemed like an hour or so, a clock in the hall started to chime midnight. Oh, it had a sort of eerie sound in the silence. Made me think about the poltergeist and its 2 screams. I kept thinking about them. Then I suddenly realised that the 2 screams had been different. And the difference was that the second scream had been definitely pitched in male tones. Oh, I didn't like thinking about that. In fact, I disliked it so much, I decided I need a nightcap to send me to sleep. I got out of bed and headed for the dining room where the bottles were. In the hall, I nearly tripped over the suit of armour that stood there. I cursed it, then looked at it. I wondered how the blokes who wore them in the old days ever managed to see where they were going. Then I realised that they would have the visor of the helmet lifted up. I stretched out a hand and pulled the visor up, and 2 eyes stared straight into mine. Walt, wake up.
What's the matter?
Walt.
Terry, what's wrong?
Walt, I just found the second scream, the male one. It's wearing a suit of armour.
What are you talking about?
A corpse. A corpse which is using the suit of armour at the foot of the stairs.
Don't tell me that corpse looks like a poltergeist.
No. It looks remarkably like a bus driver by the name of Harry.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Teddy Tomlin, the Toast of Tottenham, that's me. One of the best comics in the business. The sort of chap who'd do anything for a laugh. But I wasn't laughing now. Not after finding a body inside a suit of armour in the hall of the castle. A body which belonged to Harry, the driver of our broken-down bus. And I wasn't laughing when I broke the news to Walt Lund and led him downstairs in the middle of the night to show him.
It's this suit of armour, is it?
That's right, Walt. Hold the candle up higher. Hello, there's something wrong.
Terry, you told me there was a corpse inside that tin can. If this is another one of your gags...
Don't be silly. But I took the helmet off to have a closer look. Now it's back on again.
Well, take it off again before I get pneumonia.
All right. Well, I'll be fried.
Nothing. No corpse, no staring eyes, nothing. And this wasn't a gag. This was on the level. You weren't Terry Tomlin anymore. You were Terence Tomlin, the brains of Army intelligence going to work.
Walt, cross my heart, there was a corpse inside before. Somebody must have moved it.
Who do you suggest? Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?
Did I say, you chaps? What's going on?
Oh, Sir Percy.
Heard a bit of a noise, thought I'd better investigate. What's the matter? Can't sleep, eh?
I could sleep all right if this so-called comic didn't think up funny gags to keep me awake.
No?
He comes tearing into the room with the story that he's found the body of our bus driver inside that suit of armour. So I give myself blood pressure, not to say pneumonia, racing down here to check up.
I say, that is a good one. Pulling your leg, eh?
Where is the bus driver, Sir Percy?
Sound asleep in the butler's quarters, I imagine.
Suppose we go down and take a look.
Oh, here, old chap, don't you think that's carrying the joke too far? You've had your bit of fun. Now I suggest you call quits and nip back upstairs to bed.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. Good night, Sir Percy. And if you don't pester me, Terry, a good night is what I'll have.
Well, aren't you going with your friend, Tomlin?
I'd like to see the butler's quarters first.
Now, look, old man, I hate to say so, but I'm a bit fed up. I'd rather you didn't go disturbing Rogers at this hour of the morning. Butlers are hard to get these days, you know, and I don't fancy losing mine. I'm afraid, as your host, I'll have to insist.
He stood there watching me go up the stairs and didn't move until I'd turned at the top and headed for my room. Just as I reached for the doorknob, a thought struck me. It hurt, too. Sorry, can't resist a gag. But I suddenly realised that under his dressing gown, Sir Percy had on not pyjamas, but shirt and trousers.
Ah, so you decided to be reasonable and come to bed, have you?
Walt, listen. Did you notice that Hammond was fully dressed under his dressing gown?
What about it?
Well, what's he doing still dressed at this time of night when everybody else is sound asleep, or ought to be?
Maybe he's got insomnia. Or maybe he's got ideas.
That's just it. What sort of ideas?
That's Kate's business, not yours. Come to bed.
Kate?
Well, didn't you see his aristocratic features focused on her all through dinner?
Oh, I get it. Miss Germaine fancies herself as Lady Hammond, eh?
Oh, I don't know. All I know is I fancy some sleep. Now, leave me alone.
He started up his own personal pneumatic drill again, and I knew I had no hope of falling off. So I lay in the darkness thinking about the body and the armour and its disappearing trick. And finally I decided that since I wasn't going to get any sleep, I might as well nose around a bit. I crept down the stairs again, and as I got towards the bottom I heard a low murmur of voices.
It's no use getting into a state about it.
But it's too dangerous this way.
The voices were coming from the library. The door wasn't quite closed. I tiptoed towards the crack of light with my ears flapping.
Last night. And then it was postponed till tonight. And now it can't be tonight.
Well, you can't hold me responsible for the weather. It's snowing like fury outside. Can't see a hand in front of your face. It'd be suicide to try it.
I recognised the voices. Sylvia and Sir Percy. But they might as well have been talking Chinese for all the sense they made.
Daylight.
I moved a bit closer to the door in the hope of seeing something that would throw some light on the subject. And then the light broke. Right on my head, from behind me. I felt myself sinking into a soft, spongy darkness. Oh, that light.
Well, what do you expect? It's morning.
Morning? Walt, what am I doing here, in my own bed?
A fine guest you are. After you had me running around for nothing, peering into suits of armour last night, you had to end up blind drunk and get carried to bed.
What?
It was a pretty embarrassing situation, I can tell you, when Sir Percy and Rogers carried you in here and dumped you on the bed. I had to apologise with you reeking of liquor.
Now, wait a minute. Sir Percy and Rogers carried me in here and I reeked of liquor?
That's what I said. For goodness sake, cut out the funny business and behave yourself. We're guests here, remember? Now, I'm going down to breakfast. If you'll take my advice, in future stick to food instead of drink.
He went out of the door and I sat up in bed trying to make sense out of the situation. Obviously, Rogers had crept up on me while I was eavesdropping, slapped me on the scone, and then I'd been sprinkled with liquor. So one thing was clear. Nobody was going to believe me now. But I was wrong. After breakfast, I got into a corner with June Sherman. June's the best thing in our act, barring yours truly, of course. She's a green-eyed blonde with curves. And can you think of anything better to get into a corner with? She was receptive, too, to my story, I mean. After I'd told her all about the goings-on, her green eyes were even wider.
But, Terry, if that bus driver's dead, murdered, we ought to tell the police.
How? There's no phone to my knowledge, and the snowstorm's still raging. In any case, we haven't any proof. To cry murder, you've got to produce a corpse.
Yes, and the corpse has vanished.
All we can do is to try and find out what's going on. I'd like a chance of seeing all over the castle. The only reason the bus driver could have been killed would be because he saw something he shouldn't. Wait a minute. I remember. He said he was going to have a look in the cellar to see if he could find any liquor down there.
Then what we've got to do is find the cellar.
It's not as simple as that. That's what Harry did. And look what happened to him.
Hey, you two, come on, we're waiting for you.
What for?
We're having a meeting in the library. Come on, shake it up.
All right, we're coming. Not a word to Bessie about this, June. Nobody told me anything about a meeting. What are we going to do, elect the poltergeist of the year?
All right, kids, we're all here. And our good host, Sir Percy Hammond, has a few words to say.
The situation is this. We are about 7 miles from the village, and the snow is still thick outside. And my suggestion is that we put you good people up here again today and tonight. Then, tomorrow morning, I have to send Rogers to the village, and he can phone Exeter and see if he can arrange transport for you.
I admit our accommodation isn't in the luxury class, but we'll do our best.
Well, personally, I think it's a most generous offer, and I'm sure all the rest of us feel the same way, eh?
There's one person who's not here to give his opinion.
Oh? Who's that, Mr. Tomlin?
His name's Harry, the bus driver, remember? I'd like to hear what he thinks about it.
Well, that's right. He'd know more about our chances of getting a bus from Exeter than anyone else, wouldn't he? Where is he? I haven't seen him since we arrived.
Rogers has been taking good care of him. He's been in the servants' quarters.
Well, don't you think we ought to have him up here to see what he's got to say?
Yes, of course. That's a splendid idea. Then it will set everyone's mind at rest. Percy, why don't you go and tell Rogers to bring him here?
Certainly, Sylvia. Only too glad to keep everyone happy. Oh, don't go away, people. I shan't be long.
I hope that will satisfy you, Mr. Tomlin.
Oh, it will, once I see Hattie. Hello. I've run out of cigarettes. Before the bus driver turns up, I'll just nip upstairs. I've got another pack in my overcoat.
There are plenty of cigarettes here, Mr. Tomlin.
Oh, I prefer my own brand, if you don't mind.
Terry, do you think you could bring me my cardigan? I'm feeling rather cold. Oh, don't bother. You'll never find it. I'll come up with you and get it myself. Terry, what are you up to? I thought you might want me to come with you. That's why I made that excuse about the cardigan.
Oh, quick thinking, Junie.
You're not really going after cigarettes, are you?
No. But I thought while Sir Percy's gone to the servants' quarters, this might be a good time to try and get a look at the cellar. Come on. Look. Stairs leading down. This must be the way.
Terry, give me your hand. I'm a bit scared.
Hold on then, Ducky. Quiet as you can down the stairs. Careful here, Junie. The stairs bend round here. Never know what you'll find round a curve. And you ought to know with the kind you've got.
Terry Tomlin, this is no time to be funny.
Ducky, this is no time to be where we are.
What's the matter? Why have you stopped?
Look. Can't you see? Straight ahead.
A grill. An iron grill blocking the passage.
And that's no gorilla sitting in front of it.
How can you crack gags at a time like this? And such horrible gags. Gorilla.
Well, we might as well die laughing. Because that's a guard down there. And he's got a gun.
I can see it. Terry.
Careful. You knock me off balance.
Terry, he hasn't moved. I think he's asleep.
Would you like me to yell boo and find out?
Don't be silly. But Terry, if he is asleep...
Then I hope he has pleasant dreams. I know I won't. That's if I ever get out of here.
Listen, this is the time for you to be a man of action. All you've got to do is creep down towards him, take the gun out of his lap, hit him over the head with it, and bingo, we're right.
And if he wakes up while I'm doing it, bingo, we're left, dead on the floor.
Well, if you won't do it, I will.
All right, I'll try it. Come on. Stick right behind me. I'll try and inch round to his side.
Terry, I think he's waking up.
He's gone off again. Slowly does it now.
Now, Terry, get the gun now.
Done it.
Now, go on. Hit him.
All right.
What a...
Too late.
Oh.
Well, what's Alan Ned got that I haven't?
A good scriptwriter.
Hey, Junie, look. The keys are in the grill.
So all we've got to do is open it, and we'll find out what's the secret in the cellar. Oh, Terry, what was that?
That's what Walt and I heard when we first arrived here. What they said was the poltergeist. But if that's a poltergeist, I'm Prince Ali Khan. That's a girl's voice.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Usually I'm a pretty quick man with a comeback. After all, I'm Terry Tomlin, the Pride of Pimlico, the comic with a corny catchline. But this was one time when I couldn't crack a smile, let alone a gag. Standing there in the castle cellar with that horrible scream still ringing in my ears. A scream which belonged to a girl. And the girl wasn't the green-eyed blonde in my arms. That was June Sherman.
Terry, you're right. It did sound like a girl's voice.
Come on, Junie. We're going to take a look.
Terry, you think we ought to?
Blimey, you forced me into all this He-Man stuff. You want to back out now?
Well, I was just thinking. Sir Percy must have come back to the library by now. If he gets suspicious, if anyone goes up to our rooms and finds we're not there...
That only means we've got no time to waste. Come on. The keys are here. All we've got to do is to open the grill. Like that. Now we'll take the bunch of keys with us and forward, stalwart Sherman.
Why are we stopping?
We're going to play games. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
What?
Well, can't you see? All those doors. Dungeons, I suppose. The question is, which one did the scream come from? So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We'll try that one. Second question, which key? It's not that one.
Hurry up, Terry.
I am hurrying. Third time lucky. I think this is it. Oh, my sainted aunt.
Is she? She looks a little young for that.
A girl, here in this dungeon.
What do you want?
Who are you? What are you doing locked in here?
Is this some sort of trick?
Trick? What do you mean, trick?
Aren't you one of them?
You mean Sir Percy and Rogers?
Oh, I don't know their names. There's a big one who looks evil and horrible and is.
That's Rogers.
And the one with the nice voice who's just as bad.
Oh, that's Sir Percy.
Then who are you?
Look, we're not going to hurt you. We got stranded in the snow and we found this place by accident. And we thought there was something funny going on, and when we got a chance, we decided to do some investigating.
What about the other one? The guard who brings the food?
Oh, don't worry about him. I hit him over the head with this gun of his.
Then it's not a trick. Oh, take me out of here. Take me away, please. I've been going mad ever since...
What's the matter?
So, it was a joke. Oh, very funny. I hope you have a good laugh.
What do you mean?
She means me.
What?
Drop your gun, Terry. If you don't want a bullet through your back, that is.
Sylvia.
The seductive siren herself.
Don't turn round, Miss Sherman. Go on, Terry, drop the gun. Now, kick it back towards me. Ah, that's better. And now, just in case you have any ideas about trying anything, both of you come out backwards.
What a way to make an exit.
Now, shut the door. And lock it. So, you finally stuck that awkward nose of yours too far into other people's business.
How did you know we were down here in the cellar?
I didn't, Miss Sherman. But while Sir Percy rushed up to your rooms to check, he'd been gone quite a while, far longer than necessary to fetch some cigarettes and a cardigan. I thought it wouldn't hurt to take a look round here.
Now what?
Move over to the next door and open it. The biggest key on the ring will do it. Come on, do as you're told. These will be your quarters for the time being. Inside, please. Both of you.
Here, I say, you wouldn't lock me up with a beautiful girl and no chaperone.
It's probably the only chance you'll get, so make the most of it.
What about the rest of our party, Walt and Kate? They'll ask what's happened to us.
Well, I think I can keep your friend Mr. Lunn so occupied that he won't have time to be curious. And Sir Percy can do the same thing for Miss Germaine.
Here, listen, you warn Percy to stay away from our Kate.
Oh, you think she'd be in danger?
No, he would. You don't know our Kate.
Always the funny man, aren't you? We'll see how funny you feel after a few hours in here. Goodbye.
Well, this is a nice kettle of fish.
Yes. Still, it won't do any good to carp. We'll just have to mull it over.
Oh, no. Look, just one more of those ghastly gags.
I'm sorry, Junie, but you know what they call me, the cheerful earful. Anything to bring a grimace to the face.
Listen, would you really like to give me a good laugh?
Well, of course, Ducks.
Then go bang your head.
For you, I'll even do that. Here we go. Ouch! These walls aren't made of foam rubber.
Got a funny sort of sound in my ears.
That's not your ears, you fool. It's the wall, look.
Well, blow me down with a hurricane. There's a hole in the wall.
It must be a secret passage. And when you hit your head on the wall...
I hold in one.
Well, don't just stand there. Come on.
What, you mean we're going in there?
It's the way out of here, isn't it?
But where does it lead to?
If we don't go and look, we'll never know. Oh, come on, or do you want me to hold your hand?
You bet.
For heaven's sake, get going.
We crept along the passage in darkness and silence. June was just behind me, and our progress was pretty slow. We seemed to be going up a gradual slope, and as we went, I was puzzling over in my mind by what it all meant. The girl kept imprisoned in the dungeon, the armed guard, and especially that conversation I'd overheard between Sylvia and Sir Percy about the risk they were taking. Then suddenly, June dug me in the ribs.
Terry.
What?
Look, up ahead. Some sort of light.
Yes. 2 pinpoints of light. Come on. There's a wall here. I can feel it. And those are 2 holes in the wall that the light's coming through.
Terry, I think you can get your eyes to those holes if you just bend down a bit.
Right. Well, I'll be...
What is it?
I can see into a room. It must be Kate's room because I can see her. And she's got a visitor.
Who?
Sir Percy Hammond, armed with a bottle of champagne. He's not losing any time, apparently. And June, this is funny. There's no wall here. It feels like canvas. I'll just keep my eyes to these holes, and we better not talk any more.
I thought you might care for a spot, Miss Germain.
Why, Sir Percy, how sweet of you.
Champagne's always such a jolly sort of drink, I always think.
I just love champagne.
You know, I never dreamed I'd be so fortunate as to be drinking this with the most beautiful woman I've ever met in my life.
There's a corny line if ever I heard it.
I have never seen such flawless beauty in a woman before.
You know, Sir Percy, you could be dangerous. A girl should remember her mother's warning.
Why? Let me kiss you instead, my beautiful Kate.
Oh, Sir Percy.
Oh, I'm sorry if I have that effect on you.
Oh, it's not you. It's that thing on the wall there.
Hmm? That? Oh, you mustn't let that worry you. It's only a portrait of a dog, after all.
Oh, but it's such an evil-looking beast. Why would anyone want to paint a dog's portrait?
It belonged to one of my ancestors.
Well, I wish it wasn't here, watching me all the time with those dreadful bloodshot eyes.
She means you, Terry. Those holes must be the dog's eyes that you're looking through.
You're just nervous, my dear. What you need is another glass of champagne.
Bloodshot eyes, eh? I'll show her.
Ah, here you are, Kate. What is it now?
It's eyes. They moved.
Oh, nonsense. A drink up, it's just your nerves.
Oh, yes, I suppose so. Oh, that is better.
Ah, now all you have to do is relax, my dear. Relax while I... Oh, really? If I am so repugnant to you...
Oh, no, it's not that at all. But that dog, he winked at me.
Winked at you?
Deliberately winked at me with an awful look at his eyes.
But it says it's just a portrait.
I know it's just a portrait, but there's something wrong with its eyes. They can move.
Very well. I'll prove to you that its eyes are just painted like the rest of it. Now, get up on this chair. Now, I'm right in front of its eyes. You know, I must admit they are lifelike. Except that no living thing could have such dissipated eyes. But we'll soon prove that they're just paint. I'll give them a sharp jab with my 2 fingers. There. Ow!
What's the matter?
It bit me. Something bit me. I'm falling.
Help! I'm going too.
What on earth?
Oh! Thanks for breaking my fall, Sir Percy.
Terry Tomlin.
Can't move. Winded.
Fine way to break into a girl's room and throw a picture on the wall.
Jump down, Junie. I'll catch you.
Right, coming.
Got you. Well, hello, Kate.
What are you two doing in here? How did you get there behind the picture?
Well, it's a long story.
But I'm afraid that you won't have time to tell it.
What? Oh, Sylvia, not you again.
And not alone. Come in, Rogers.
Do you take your wolf man everywhere with you?
Now, you won't be so cheerful after he's finished with you, Mr. Terry Houdini Tomlin. In fact, you just won't be. You're going to join the late lamented bus driver whom you were so concerned about. Rogers, take him away and get rid of him. Once and for all.
It will be a pleasure.
Rogers prodded me out of the room with a revolver and took me along a corridor, up another flight of steps to an upper gallery, and still more steps at the end of it. Finally, we came up through a wooden door into the open air. The snow had stopped now, but an icy wind had sprung up, and the whole world looked grey and bleak, like my future.
This is the western battlement. Directly below us, Mr. Tomlin, is the moat.
That's where the bus driver is?
That's right. Keep going, please. Towards the parapet. Ah, that should do nicely. Don't try turning around, Mr. Tomlin. It's much better the way we are, with your back to me.
I'm going over the battlements into the moat. Is that the idea?
Precisely, Mr. Tomlin. I trust you're going to enjoy your fall.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
For a comic, I've got quite a reputation. For instance, some people have called me Terry Tomlin, the Mirthquake of Maida Vale. While on the other hand, other people have called me... But we won't talk about that. In fact, I was finding it pretty hard to talk at all. Standing on the battlements of the castle with my back to the gun held by the butler Rogers, the junior Frankenstein who'd been ordered to get rid of me once and for all.
It's a long way down to the moat, isn't it, Mr. Tomlin? Still, you'll be nice company for your bus driver.
Why was he killed?
Like you, he stuck his nose into the cellar.
He was looking for a drink, poor blighter.
He saw a lot of things he shouldn't have seen. Bad luck for him, the grill was open, and when Joe found him there, he...
Joe's that guard down there, I presume?
Yes. Unfortunately, Joe got slightly nervous, pulled a gun, and let him have it.
So, Harry's body was in that suit of armour last night, and it was gone when I came back with Walt Lund.
That's right. We put him there to keep him out of the way until your lot had gone to bed. Then we brought him up here, and he went the same way you're going.
What was it he saw, Rogers, that he shouldn't have? What's going on in that cellar?
Never mind. We're wasting time talking. You're going into that moat, and we might as well get on with it. I'll do the decent thing for you. I'll let you have a bullet before you go over.
Thanks very much. There's one thing you might as well have before I go.
What's that?
My wallet. There's £200 in it. Seems a pity to let it go waste.
All right. Hand it over your shoulder.
Righto. There you are. While we've been talking, I've managed to get the sole of my foot up against the parapet. And as I handed the wallet over my shoulder, I pushed with my foot, thrusting myself backwards. Terry Tomlin, the human bullet. I was waiting every second for him to pull the trigger, but instead... Oh, my turn, Rogers! You think you're clever. Drop the gun or your wrist will be... Oh, you... Good boy. I'll get you. We'll see. Table's turned. You're against the parapet now. Now for the big push. Oh, no. No. Don't. The mouse. The mouse. I shivered, and it wasn't only because of the wind. I looked down at the subsiding water of the moat and realised that if I hadn't caught hold of the parapet just in time, I'd have gone over with him. Then I picked up my gun and made my way down into the castle. As I came into the upper gallery, I saw something about 100 yards ahead of me. A suit of armour. The place was infested with them. This one was about my size, and it gave me an idea. Have you ever tried playing statues while wearing a suit of armour? Your nose tickles and you can't scratch it. Then you realise why they had tournaments in the old days. It didn't have anything to do with fighting for a noble lady's hand. They fought to get rid of the bad temper that wearing a suit of armour gave them. I managed to clank my way down into the hall without being seen, when I suddenly heard voices. I froze into my best pose.
Have you seen Rogers?
No. Why, what are you worrying about, Sylvia?
He seems to have been gone a long time.
No nonsense. Your nerves are running away with you.
What about those two girls, the Mrs. Germain and Sherman?
All taken care of. They're occupying another of those convenient dungeons in the cellar. And Joe's on guard properly this time.
He'd better be, the idiot. Fancy going to sleep and letting that tomfool Tomlin knock him out and get into one of the dungeons.
Yes, it was unfortunate, but it's all right now. Mr. Tomlin won't do any more spying.
Well, what about the other man, Walt Lund? If he starts asking questions...
We'll just tell him that Tomlin and the two girls have gone for a walk, now that the snow's stopped.
Well, thank heavens it has. That means we can get down to the yacht. I better start things moving. Now, when Rogers comes down, tell him we're leaving. He and Joe can get our guests ready.
Through the slits in the visor of my helmet, I watched Sylvia depart. In spite of everything, it was a pleasure to see her hip action. When she disappeared from view, Sir Percy made a move, away from me. This wasn't what I wanted.
Murderer! Insult to the name of Hammond!
What the... Who said that?
Smear the illustrious name of Hammond, spawn of evil!
Well, the suit of armour, it came from there.
That's right.
Ah! I don't believe it. I'm going crazy. I could have sworn I saw that suit of armour hit Sir Percy on the head.
That's right, Walt.
It spoke.
Walt, don't be stupid. It's me, Teddy Tomlin.
Inside the armour?
Of course. Lift up the visor.
Peekaboo. What are you doing in there? Is this another of your gags?
No gag, Walt. There's some very suspicious goings-on going on here.
You're telling me. A few minutes ago I heard that poltergeist scream again.
That was no poltergeist. That was the butler.
Hey?
Oh, no time to explain. We've got to get down to the cellar. Follow me. On the way down, I had Walt take one of my gauntlets off, and I undid the breastplate to get at the gun I'd got from Rogers. Then I did the breastplate up again. As we got to the steps leading down to the cellar, Walt couldn't control his impatience.
Terry, what's this all about? What's happening?
You'll find out. Now keep behind me, Walt. Then if there's any shooting, we'll both be protected by the armour.
Shooting?
Quiet as you can now.
That man down there, who's he?
The guard. His name's Joe.
Joe? Joe!
Yes? What are you... It's a ghost!
Bad luck, Joe.
Hey, that's nice shooting, Terry.
Now, Walt, grab his keys and we'll get the grill and the dungeons open. Once we got the grill open, I headed straight for the cell that June and I had found the girl in. I unlocked the door, then handed Walt the keys and told him to open the other doors and look for Kate and June. I wanted to ask the imprisoned girl some questions, so I opened her door. Oh, relax, Ducky. It's me.
What are you doing? Dressed up in all that old iron. What do you want?
Listen, I want to know what you're doing here. Why are they keeping you prisoner?
I don't know. That woman, Sylvia, the one who caught you when you were here before.
Yes?
Well, she gave me a contract to appear in a show. Then she brought me down here in a car. She gave me a drink, and the next thing I knew, I was in this place. I pleaded with them to tell me why and what was going on, but... What's that?
Don't ask me.
Terry, the place is full of girls. Every door I opened had a girl behind it.
Well, aren't you lucky?
But what the blazes does it all mean?
That's what I'd like to know. Blimey, look at them. Blondes, brunettes, redheads, a wolf's paradise. But I still don't see Kate and June.
There's still one door I haven't tried.
Give me the keys, I'll look. And you see if you can do something with those girls. Quieten them down.
I'm just the boy to do it. Now then, ladies, everything's all right, and if you just calm down, we'll soon get to the bottom of everything.
Oh! June, what is it?
It's a zombie, one of the walking dead.
Don't be silly. It's me, Terry.
I was right the first time.
Terry. Oh, Terry, you found us. You saved us. Oh, you're wonderful, and you look so handsome in that suit of armor. You look a perfect knight.
You mean a perfect fright?
Terry, I thought they'd killed you.
They had a good try.
What was all that noise out there? Sounded like a lot of women.
That's what it was. You two weren't the only girls they dumped in a dungeon.
You mean there were others besides that girl we spoke to?
A lot of others.
Terry! Terry!
What's the matter, Walsh? All those girls too much for you?
Terry, it's Sylvia.
Hey, I've forgotten all about her.
She appeared at the top of the cellar steps, and then when she saw all the girls and me, she turned back into the castle. She's got a gun.
I'm going after her. I owe that girl a thing or two.
So do I. I'm coming with you.
Don't be silly, Junie. I've got this bulletproof suit on. You've got everything, but, well, it isn't bulletproof.
Well, I can stay behind you. Oh, come on, she'll get away.
Now, you keep behind me, Junie.
Don't worry. I am.
I can't see anyone in the hall here, but then she might be anywhere. It's a big place. I'll move slowly. You follow in my footsteps.
All right.
I wonder where she can be. What's the matter?
Terry, I know where she is.
You do? Where?
Right behind me, with a gun in my back.
What?
That's right, Terry. Don't move, or your girlfriend gets it.
Well, where did you spring from?
I was inside the door of the room you just passed. I let you get ahead of me. Then all I had to do was creep up behind your lady love.
Yes, I get the picture. Just answer me one question. What are all those girls doing in the dungeons?
An old-fashioned racket. In the years gone by, before the war, Buenos Aires used to be the markets. But now there are markets much nearer home. North Africa is one of them.
Markets for what?
Girls, of course.
So that's it. White slavery.
You could call it that. Don't try anything. I've got this gun right against Miss Sherman's pretty spine.
So that's what you meant when you first saw me. You said you'd be worth a lot of money. I thought you were making a crack about my leopard skin coat.
And you will be worth a lot of money, too. I know someone who'll pay a very good price for you.
Well, I suppose in a way it's a compliment.
Of course. And that's a very sensible way to look at it.
Oh, I'm always sensible.
Good go, Julie.
Julie, you all right? Here, I'll help you up. That was really smart, keeping her talking and then suddenly dropping to the floor.
What about her?
Out cold. Soon as she dropped, I dived for her. My helmet and her chin met. Result, a spread eagle, Sylvia.
Nice timing, which is more than I can usually say for your gags.
Well, is that any reward for all my efforts?
If you want a reward, you'll have to take that helmet off.
No sooner said than done.
Now, just bend forward.
Phew. I'm glad I've got the rest of my armor on.
Why, Terry?
If that's a sample of your kissing, I'll need protection.
This is Carter Brown. I hope you enjoyed that story. I enjoyed writing it. The next book of mine you'll hear is called A Corpse for Charity. Its background is Long Island society, where millionaires meet murder. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now from the Carter Brown Mystery Theatre.
In Curves for a Coroner, you heard Myrna Dodd as June Sherman, and as Terry Tomlin, you heard our star, Anthony Wager. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown introducing another of my books, Felony in Fashion, the story of Todd Gaynor, an advertising man who sets out to promote business and winds up promoting bother of the lethal variety. Of course, when a man's mixed up with fashion, he also finds himself mixed up with females of the lovely variety. So, with that combination of dames and disaster, Todd Gaynor has more than enough on his hands, and I'll leave him to describe it to you.
The whole thing began with a brainwave, and looking back, I wish I'd had the brain to let the wave break and get out of the way. But there you are. An advertising account executive will do anything to safeguard his account, especially when it also means safeguarding his job. And that was why I'd rushed to the offices of Lamont Lingerie and an interview with Miss Beulah Lamont herself, a brunette with wide-spaced dark eyes wearing a thin silk dress that clung to her like paint to a wall. Only a wall is a flat surface.
Take a chair, Mr. Gaynor.
No, thanks, Miss Lamont. I'd do better standing up. The view's better this way.
Mr. Gaynor, I understood this was to be a business interview.
I'm sorry. It's just that sometimes my baser instincts get away with me.
Well, they won't get away with anything else, so let's confine ourselves to business, shall we?
Oh, of course. Now,
Come in. Ah, Eugene, I wondered what had happened to you.
My apologies, Miss Lamont. I was delayed.
Oh, it's all right. You're just in time, Eugene. Mr. Gaynor, I thought our general manager should be present at this discussion.
Yeah, sure. But I'm afraid Mr. Talcum and I don't agree on methods.
That is hardly surprising, surely. As Miss Lamont knows, I have always disapproved of the distasteful modern methods of advertising lingerie.
Yeah, so what do we get? No impact. Now listen, Miss Lamont, how would you like to make $100,000 in increased sales?
Oh, naturally, I'd like it very much, but how?
Your product is good, but your merchandising stinks.
Really, Mr. Gaynor?
Please, Eugene.
Lingerie is a glamorous product, and you've got to glamorize its sales angle.
But not vulgarize it, Mr. Gaynor.
Depends upon how much you want to make money.
You have a scheme in mind, Mr. Gaynor?
Yep. Give each set of lingerie you produce in a different style a different name. Have an opening show, you know, like the dress designers, and plug the show in your advertising. Just take a look at this picture.
Miss Marilyn Maytime. She's very attractive for a blonde. Don't you think so, Eugene?
I'm afraid I consider her a common type.
Well, 9 men out of 10 wish that type were more common. Marilee Maytime is an up-and-coming starlet. Her first film's not too good, apparently, and she can use all the publicity she can get. So, there shouldn't be much difficulty in getting her to act as a model for your showing.
Mr. Gaynor, you really think this scheme will work?
I'm sure of it.
My father died 18 months ago and left me the business. I've learned a lot in that time, but there's still a lot to be learned. I've been inclined to take Mr. Talcum's advice in most things, but on last year's figures, we made exactly $5,000 profit. This year, the way we're going, we'll be in the red.
But, Miss Lamont...
How much is your agency paying you, Mr. Gaynor?
$10,000 a year.
Very well. If you genuinely feel your scheme would work, I'm willing to try it.
Miss Lamont, you and my Elsa will never regret it.
If it doesn't work, I won't be the only one to regret it. I'll make you a firm proposition, Mr. Gaynor. I shall close my account with your agency. That was coming anyway. I simply can't afford them. But I am willing to try this plan of yours on one condition.
Yes?
That you take the position of advertising manager of Lamont Lingerie. I'll offer you $12,000 a year, plus a reasonable expense account.
Well, that's very...
It's not nice of me at all. I want to make sure you do your best to see this thing work successfully. At the end of the financial year, if we are not in the red, I shall confirm your appointment. If we are, I shall terminate your services abruptly.
If I take the job, what is my relationship to Mr. Talcum?
You will answer to me and only me, Mr. Gaynor.
But, Miss Lamont, you can't do that.
I've made up my mind, Eugene. Well, Mr. Gaynor?
I'm ready to start, boss. Everything worked like clockwork. Merrily Maytime agreed, the invitations went out, the press was organized, and when the night of the showing arrived, I was feeling pretty pleased with myself. An hour before the show was due to start, I was down at the Carlton Hall checking the arrangements. Lamont's designer, Paul, an excitable Frenchman with an excruciating accent, was there too.
Todd, all is prepared. We start with the negligee, yes?
By all means.
Then the nightgowns and the sets, the slips and the panties.
Fine.
I have the most wonderful sets. I give them the most wonderful names. I try one on you.
You think I'd look cute in a slip and panties?
Imbecile, I try the name on you. Midnight in Paris. How do you like it?
Not bad.
Ah, it is magnifique. It is in black satin with the scarlet lace trimming. Pablo, I have it. We will not start with the negligee. First, we give them Mademoiselle Merrily in the Midnight in Paris. It will be more dramatic, eh?
Whatever you say, Paul.
Bien, I go to make the arrangements. It will knock them for the loop.
Now, let's see. Chairs all set up. The bar...
All ready for your big night, Gaynor.
Talcum. Why don't you take a powder?
I just thought I'd take a look around. If there is anything undesirable about this show, I shall consider it my duty to report it to Miss Lamont.
Why worry? She'll be here.
Did you know, Gaynor, that Miss Maytime has a very dubious past?
And just what do you mean by that?
I made it my business to inquire. I thought it my duty to make sure that there was no danger to Lamont's in associating their name with Miss Maytime.
And you found some dirt?
Plenty. I suppose everyone has a skeleton in their closet. It would be a pity if Miss Maytime's were revealed tonight.
We intend to reveal a lot of Miss Maytime, but we hadn't gone as far as the skeleton. Still, that's an idea.
I hope for your sake that everything runs smoothly.
Come on, Alfonso, ask someone. Hey, you guys anything to do with this show tonight?
I am. I'm Lamont's advertising manager. Can I help you?
I guess so. You can get me 2 seats in the front row.
That's impossible.
Alfonso.
Sure, boss. Now listen, you.
Hey, put me down. What do you think you're doing?
Alfonso's a strong boy, as you can see. He only needs one hand to lift you off the floor.
There ain't nothing impossible when the boss wants it done, Buster.
Just let him drop, Alfonso.
Okay.
What are you trying to do? Jar every bone in my body out of place?
I got a personal interest in Merrily. I want to see this show tonight. You wouldn't want any trouble, would you? I let Alfonso get annoyed, and before you know what's happened, he'll take the place apart.
2 seats in the front row, you said?
In the center.
In the center. And what names?
Duke Reinhardt and friend.
You just got yourself 2 seats in the center of the front row, Mr. Reinhardt.
You're a sensible guy. What's your name?
Todd Gaynor.
I remember you. Let's go, Alfonso.
That was rather unfortunate, Gaynor.
Yeah, but I'll bet you enjoyed it, seeing me manhandled by that oversized gorilla.
You shouldn't have let him have those seats.
Shouldn't have let him? When I was being waved about in midair like an Indian club?
Nevertheless, you made a great mistake allowing Reinhardt to be present tonight.
Why?
Because Duke Reinhardt is a dangerous racketeer. He is also Merrily Maytime's ex-boyfriend, except that he does not consider himself ex.
By around 7:30, the band had put in an appearance, and shortly after that, Merrily Maytime arrived, complete with a short, fat character who I guessed was her agent, and her maid, a delicious dish with half-closed eyes. I figured a guy could have fun opening them. The maid, her name was Elise, and I registered that, went off to the dressing room, and the blonde starlet turned to me.
You're Mr. Gaynor. How are you, honey? I said hello.
Hello.
This is my agent, Abe Schlinkel.
Hi.
Are you sick or something?
Or something. I don't think my blood pressure is going to be able to stand a combination of you and Midnight in Paris.
Is that some sort of crack?
Oh, no, it's some sort of satin with lace edging.
Listen, you can talk to Mr. Gaynor after the show, baby. You better go get ready. Never keep the paid customers waiting.
Oh, you might have to wait for your 15%. Is that what you mean, Abe?
I never wait for my percentage. I take my cut, and you get the rest. You know that, baby.
I know it, and I'm getting tired of it, Abe.
What the heck? You've got to have an agent, so why not stick with a good one?
I intend to. That's why I'm going to ditch you. I'll go and get ready. See you after the show, Mr. Gaynor.
I'm looking forward to seeing plenty of you during it, Miss Maytime.
You don't want to take no notice of the way she merrily talks, Mr. Gaynor.
Mr. Schlinkel, when she's in front of me, I'm too busy looking even to hear the words.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I better go see everything's all right with her.
Yeah, you do that.
Todd, is anything wrong? You look as though something's hit you.
Yeah, a blonde with twin fenders.
That, I presume, means that Miss Maytime has arrived.
She has. And the band's there. Everything's organized. How about you, boss?
Well, I'm not very happy with this idea of my having to introduce the show.
Look, what's wrong with having two gorgeous girls on the program? With you out there fronting, we'll get that much extra publicity, especially from the male reporters.
I suppose that's a compliment, but I only hope nothing goes wrong. I wouldn't like to see you unemployed, Todd.
You have the gift of the subtle hint, I see.
Hey, it is a good crowd, Todd, no?
Yeah, Paul, not bad at all. How are things in the dressing room?
Oh, that Mademoiselle Merelli, she has the chic.
And a couple of other things besides.
She's ready for the first number when you are Todd.
Okay, I'll go tell Miss Lamont.
The lights, they have gone out.
The fuse must have gone. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seats.
The electrician, we must find the electrician.
No use trying to move in this darkness. Please keep calm, everybody. The light should come on again any minute. There we are.
Signal the band quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize for the unfortunate accident with the lighting, but we are now ready to start the show. And without more ado, let me present the celebrated Miss Merrily Maytime to display the first of Lamont's latest creations, Midnight in Paris.
When you see her in this Todd, you will acclaim it as superb.
Oh, here she comes.
But something is wrong. The slip. It should not have scarlet lace on the bodies.
She's not walking properly.
She has fallen.
Yeah, that wasn't scarlet lace, Paul. That was blood. Todd Gaynor, advertising manager of Lamont Lingerie. Only an hour before, I'd been rolling that title tenderly on my tongue. Now I was wishing I'd never heard of Lamont Lingerie, never had thought up that brilliant publicity scheme of a showing for Lamont's new styles, because the showing had been stopped by murder. I went through the rest of the evening in a stunned stupor, from the time that Merrily Maytime sank to the floor with blood tinging her shapely bodice, to the interview with the lean, lynx-eyed lieutenant named O'Malley, who turned up from homicide. After the questioning and the statements were over, we were allowed to go. With my head still reeling from the shock and unexpectedness, I made my way to my car.
Oh, Mr. Gaynor, thank goodness you've come.
Elise, what are you doing here?
Well, I've been waiting for you. I've just got to talk to someone, Mr. Gaynor.
What about?
Miss Maytime.
Oh. Okay, slide over while I get in. I guess it's pretty tough on you, Elise. Your mistress being murdered puts you out of a job.
Well, that's not what I'm worried about.
Oh, then what's your problem?
Well, it's like this, Mr. Gaynor. This morning, Mr. Schlinkel called, and he and Miss Maytime had a furious row. I couldn't help overhearing.
Uh-huh.
She was saying he was robbing her and she'd get another agent. And he said she wouldn't dare, that if she ever tried it, he'd tell the world what he knew about her and that'd finish her in films.
Yeah, go on.
Then she said if she told everything she knew about him, he'd spend the rest of his life in Alcatraz. He just laughed and said something about 5 wins. Then she threw something at him and he left.
Well, then what?
Well, that's all.
So what's your worry?
Well, I don't know what to do. I didn't tell the lieutenant about it because Mr. Schlinkel had always been very nice to me, and I didn't know whether the argument had anything to do with the murder.
Uh-huh. Do you have any idea what Schlinkel meant about 5 wins?
No idea at all.
It doesn't add up to much, does it? Well, my advice is to say nothing for the present to anyone.
Why, do you know something, what it means?
No, Elise, but if you didn't mention it in your statement, Well, it'd look strange if you came out with it now.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought, but I wanted to ask someone, and you seem the best person to ask. Thanks, Mr. Gaynor. Thanks a lot.
It's a pleasure. Well, it's getting late. I'd better run you home.
Home? Oh, no, I couldn't go back to Miss Maytime's apartment tonight, Mr. Gaynor. I just couldn't. I'd go crazy.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, you're so kind. I thought maybe you'd let me stay at your apartment.
My apartment? Wait a minute.
Well, I could curl up on the sofa or something. I wouldn't be any trouble.
Well, that isn't exactly what I was worried about. When I got into the office next morning, the atmosphere was rather subdued. Nobody talked much about the murder, but it was easy to tell everybody was thinking about it. In answer to a summons from the boss, the beautiful Miss Beulah Lamont, I went into her office for a conference. Eugene Talcum was there, too, and he wasted no time saying his say.
I told Miss Lamont, and you too, Gaynor, that I was against this whole idea from the beginning. Now, look where it's got us. Mixed up in a murder. Highly undesirable.
For the dead girl, sure. But callous as it may sound, not so undesirable for Lamont Lingerie.
In what way?
I figure it's made us about $1 million worth of publicity.
Publicity?
Just a minute, Eugene. Todd's right. It may be horrible to say, but it's true.
All we have to do is to make sure that we get our ads for the new styles in the papers. And you'd better start the factory working double time.
There's only one thing wrong with that.
What's that, boss?
Miss Maytime was murdered a little too quickly. She didn't have time to model more than one set. That means we haven't any pictures of the new styles. And at such short notice, we can't get them. Oh, we'd need a model.
That's where you're wrong. We've got a model.
Who?
You. Miss Lamont? Modeling those... You're out of your mind, Gaynor.
Oh, Eugene's right, Todd. I couldn't do that.
It's the only answer if you want those pictures in time.
But it's absurd.
What are your vital statistics?
37, 26, 37?
If you call that absurd, you don't look in your mirror.
I won't hear of it. The owner of Lamont Lingerie, descending to modeling the garments manufactured in her own mills, it's sordid and disgusting.
If we have to close the mills down because we can't sell our product, it would be even more sordid and disgusting.
In your father's time, Miss Lamont, the business always prided itself on being a conservative concern, thinking only of the good quality of its products and its prestige in the business world. Already, in less than 24 hours, you have turned it into a dime store novelty with business methods straight out of a comic strip.
I am to take it then, Eugene, that all you can do and intend to do is offer criticism of the way I run my business, whilst everyone else is left to do the work?
I will not associate with these cheap-jack methods of merchandising.
Then your usefulness as general manager seems to have terminated.
I'm afraid, Miss Lamont, that isn't quite as easy as all that. Your father had different ideas of my value to the organization. I might remind you that I have a contract with Lamont Lingerie, a watertight contract. That was how Mr. Lamont wanted it. You never know, Eugene, he said. You never know what may happen if I should die. An inexperienced girl will take my place. She will need the support and advice of a capable executive who understands the business. Unfortunately, you have consistently ignored my advice, Miss Lamont. Should you change your mind, I am, of course, at your disposal. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Excuse me.
Did you want to see me, Lieutenant O'Malley?
No, Miss Lamont. I wanted a word with Gaynor. They told me he was in with you. I called on him at his apartment this morning, but does he answer the door? No. A babe answers the door. And what a babe.
Really?
Is there somewhere I could talk with him in private, Miss Lamont?
You can have this office, Lieutenant. I have to go and make arrangements about some photographs anyway. I'll leave word that you're not to be disturbed.
Thank you. You know, Gaynor, you could call me surprised when that maid Elise opened the door of your apartment.
Yes, Lieutenant.
So surprised that I had to talk to her. Quite a talk. She told me a few things I didn't get around to hearing last night.
Yes, Lieutenant?
All about the good advice you gave her, about not telling me about the row between the Maytime dame and her agent Schlinkel.
Yes, Lieutenant.
So after I left her, I went around to see Schlinkel. I thought we should have a heart-to-heart talk, but we didn't.
No?
No. He found it hard to talk with his throat cut.
What?
That's right. Somebody had walked in on him and lacerated his larynx.
Schlinkel?
Yeah. So you can understand why I was so anxious to talk to you. You second cousin to a cretin! If it wasn't for the fact that the doctor established the time of death as around 5 this morning, when you were in your bedroom with the maid on the sofa outside, I'd book you on a double murder charge.
I have an alibi?
Yeah.
And that lets me out?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, kindly don't raise your voice to me, Sergeant. As a taxpayer who contributes to your salary, I don't like it. I might remind you, patrolman, that you owe your job to people like me, ordinary, decent, tax-paying citizens
I hadn't finished, Mr. Gaynor. I wouldn't dream of booking you on a double murder charge in view of your alibi. But there are plenty of other things, like withholding vital evidence, for instance. That's a low, worth about 7 years in the pen.
Now, Captain, I spoke hastily. Please forget every word I said.
Sure, Mr. Gaynor. On one condition.
You just name it.
All you have to do is get down on your knees in front of me and say, Lieutenant O'Malley, I'm very sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, and I promise it won't happen again.
What?
After that, you say, as a tax-paying idiot of a citizen, I am not really worthy to lick your boots, Lieutenant.
No, I won't do it.
You can get down on your knees, or you can have the withholding evidence charge thrown at you, Mr. Gaynor. Take your pick.
Do you mind if I wipe the floor first? This is a new suit. After the ceremony was over, O'Malley left with a pleased smile on his face. My face was red, and my thoughts were a riot. Schlinkel, murdered. Well, while I was trying to make sense out of it, the door opened, and the boss walked in.
The lieutenant finished with you, Todd?
Yeah, boss.
What did he want?
Oh, just a few more questions. How did you make out with the arrangements for the picture?
Oh, everything's fixed. I feel a little apprehensive about it.
Oh, you'll be terrific. But, look, what are you going to do about talcum? Has he really got that contract he was talking about?
Oh, I'm afraid so. I was overseas when my father died. He must have arranged that contract as a sort of safeguard for me.
Well, in a sort of a way, I can see how Talcum feels. I mean, he's probably been general managing the business since before you were born.
No. He was only made general manager 6 months before Father died. He'd only been with the firm about 3 years.
Well, your father must have thought a lot of him.
I guess so. But I'm more interested in seeing that we make a profit than in what my father thought. That's why I'm making you assistant general manager and acting general manager until Eugene regains his senses.
Hey. Well, I just don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Todd. Just live up to my confidence in you.
I'll do my best.
Did Lieutenant O'Malley have anything interesting to say about the murder?
Only that there's been another one.
Another one?
Yep. Abe Schlinkel, the Maytime girl's agent. He was murdered in his apartment.
But why?
Search me. It may have something to do with what Elise, the maid, told me.
What was that?
She overheard an argument between Merrily and Schlinkel. Apparently, Merrily had something on Schlinkel and vice versa. She was threatening to expose him or ditch him as an agent, and he was telling her that she wouldn't dare because of something to do with 5 Winds. Have you ever heard of anything called 5 Winds?
What?
5 Winds. Does that mean anything to you?
Well, it's perfectly ridiculous, of course. One of those crazy coincidences that you don't believe in until they happen to you.
What are you talking about?
It so happens that the Lamont country house is called 5 Winds. Father died there.
It had been quite a day. As far as I was concerned, its only bright spot was the knowledge that Mrs. Gaynor's little boy, Todd, had an alibi for the 2 murders in which Lamont Lingerie was involved. But what with my humiliation at the hands of homicide's hawk-faced Lieutenant O'Malley, and the mystery of the Lamont Mansion 5 Winds, I was all set to bestow a blistering bawling out on the maid Elise who'd opened her mouth to O'Malley. When I unlocked my apartment door, the Gaynor gaze was grim. Elise, I'm back.
That's nice, baby.
What? O'Malley? What are you doing here, Lieutenant?
Waiting for you to come home, Gaynor.
How did you get in?
You'd be surprised how a janitor reacts to a police badge.
Where's Elise? What have you done with her?
Nothing. The joint was bare when I got in.
She'd gone?
That's my deduction. Maybe she felt bad about spilling the beans to me about that 5 Winds business.
Yeah, could be. What do you want, Lieutenant? If you've got any ideas about making me crawl around the floor on my knees some more...
No, I want your help.
Are you kidding?
If it'll make you feel happier, Gaynor, you're off my list of suspects.
Thanks.
And I figure you can help me.
How?
Well, I checked up on that business about the lights going out during that showing you organized.
And?
And the way it stacks up, this was a premeditated killing. The murderer must have had an accomplice, someone to take care of the lights while he did the knife work.
That makes sense.
Now, the 2 murders, the Maytime girl and Schlinkel, must be connected.
Yeah, I had got that far myself.
That means I've got 5 suspects, leaving you out of it.
How do you figure that, Lieutenant?
Because Schlinkel's killing narrows it down to the people who are connected with him and the Maytime dame. Ticking him off, that means Duke Reinhardt, because he'd been involved with Merrily and probably knew Schlinkel. Alfonso comes in automatically because he's one of the Duke's hatchet men. He could have either pulled the lights or done the stabbing. Neither sure would bother Alfonso. Then there's Miss Lamont.
How do you include her?
Because indirectly she hired the Maytime girl through Schlinkel.
Hey, wait a minute. I did all that, not Miss Lamont.
Maybe, but she knew all about it. And for the 5th suspect, we have that French designer, Paul.
Paul? Where does he come in?
Don't you know?
Know what?
He was the guy that Merrily tossed the Duke for. He also had a fight with Schlinkel in her apartment about a couple of weeks back. Bust a couple of Abe's teeth for him.
Well, how do you like that? I never thought he had it in him. Say, that makes the Duke your best bet, doesn't it?
Could be. I'm putting out a general alarm to pick up Reinhardt and his pal.
Well, then what do you want me for?
Because I could be wrong about Reinhardt, and you work at Lamont's. I want you to dig around and see if you can find out anything there. If I start asking any more questions, they'll clam up. But you could nose around, and no one would figure it was anything more than curiosity.
You've got a nerve. After what you did to me today? Oh, you go and do your own snooping.
You know, when I mentioned the Lamont dame, I thought it kind of upset you, thinking that she might be a suspect.
What if it did?
Well, here's your chance to help prove she's in the clear. And a good-looking doll like that might be grateful, too.
Lieutenant, you have a point there. But definitely. Okay. You got yourself a hound dog.
I didn't realize you knew yourself so well. That is a perfect description.
The lieutenant left me with a lot to think about. I was sitting with a cigarette and a short drink trying to make sense out of the setup. O'Malley had hit on a sore spot when he mentioned the lovely Miss Lamont. I shied away from the thought that she was really involved with the murders. Then my phone shrilled. Hello?
Todd?
Yeah, who's that?
This is Paul.
Oh. What's the matter, Paul? Having trouble with your slips and panties?
No. I'm having trouble with my conscience.
Well, what have you done? Snipped the wrong slice out of your satin?
Todd, I must see you. It is important.
You mean now?
Please, Todd.
Okay. Where are you?
Do you know the Blue Cage?
The downtown spot? Yeah, sure.
Can you come at once?
Okay. I'll bring my wallet. You get into that cage without one and you find out what blue means. Blue music. Makes you feel as happy as a guy who's got 6 months to live.
Thank you for coming so quickly.
Well, you said it was important.
It is. I have something to show you, a picture.
A picture? You didn't drag me down here just to show me the publicity shots they took today.
No. But those were magnificent, Todd. It was an inspiration to use Mademoiselle Lamont as the model. Never before do I realize she has the shape so superb.
Why, you're too busy designing curves to look at them.
Please, we are off the track.
Okay, let's get back on it. What's this picture you're talking about?
Here. See for yourself.
He slid a small glossy square across the table until it lay in the center of the pool of blue light thrown by the lamp. It was the photograph of a man and a woman. The sort of picture that makes perfect blackmail material.
You see, Todd?
Yeah, but I prefer not to.
You recognize the girl, of course.
Sure. The late Merrily Maytime. Taken quite a while ago, I'd say.
And the man?
Well, there's something familiar about his face, but I don't know him.
You will not have the chance now. He's dead.
Who was he?
His name was Lamont. Henry Lamont.
What?
Oui. The father of Mademoiselle Lamont, who is our employer.
So that's why Merrily ditched Duke Reinhardt for you. You were holding this over her.
You think that?
What else?
I think I could kill you for that.
Wait a minute. Take it easy. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but it seemed the obvious thing to think. Well, how did you get this picture?
I find it this afternoon. Among the things brought back from the Carlton Hall last night. It was under one of the sets. I thought it must have fallen or been dropped among the lingerie. And then in the haste of gathering it up, no one noticed it.
Yeah, that could happen, I guess. Well, that means either the girl herself lost it, or Schlinkel, or the maid, or you. Now, that's everybody who was ever in that dressing room.
Except for one other person. The murderer.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what is it, waiter?
Are you Mr. Gaynor?
That's right.
Would you and your friend please come with me? The proprietor would like a word with you.
What about?
I don't know, sir. I was asked to fetch you.
Oh. Okay. Come on, Paul. Let's go see what the proprietor wants, whoever he is.
That's the door there, Mr. Gaynor.
Thanks. Now, look, what... Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Duke Reinhardt.
Nice of you to drop in tonight. I was just arranging to pick you up, and that French guy, too, but I was lucky. You came to me.
Huh? You're the proprietor?
Yeah, but it's kept pretty quiet.
What do you want with us?
Alfonso's waiting outside in the car. We're going to take a little ride.
Look, what's the idea, Reinhardt? Where are we going?
Button your lip, Gaynor. I'll have Alfonso do it for you. He'd enjoy it.
You won't get away with this, you know.
Todd, please, do not anger him.
The cops will be right on your tail, Duke.
They're on it now. That dumb O'Malley put out a general alarm to pick me up.
Then you're only making things worse for yourself.
No, pal. This way I'm making them better. This is the place, Alfonso. Pull up here. We're getting out here, Gaynor.
What for?
You'll find out. Come on. Yeah. I figured I didn't have to tell that French character to sit still. One look at Alfonso and he nearly fainted.
Well, you tell me what this is all about. Where are you taking me?
Don't you know this house? It's where your boss lives, the Lamont dame.
What do you want with her?
The pleasure of her company. All right, ring the bell. And don't try any funny stuff. There are half a dozen guys who could tell you I'm a good shot. If they could talk, that is.
Yes? Todd! Well, this is a surprise visit.
No more for you than for me. This isn't my idea, it's his.
And who are you, may I ask?
A guy with a gun, lady, who wants you to take a little trip.
I don't understand.
You will when I tell you his name's Duke Reinhardt.
Miss Lamont, is anything
Who's that?
wrong?
My general manager, he and I were having a business discussion.
Well, your business is going to have to wait for mine. Hey, you in there!
Miss Lamont, what's going on? Gaynor.
Welcome, Telcom. Come and join the party.
What's the meaning of this? Who's that man, and what's he doing with a gun?
Itching to use it, Buster. Yeah, you better come with us.
But...
Don't argue, lady. I'm running out of patience. The car's waiting. Let's get moving.
But this is outrageous. I refuse to go anywhere. This is tantamount to kidnapping.
Listen, pal. Right now, the cops are looking for me about a little matter of a double murder charge. You think I should worry about adding kidnapping to the list?
After you, Mr. Telcom. We piled into the Duke's Cadillac, and Alfonso headed its nose out of town. It was quite a crush in the back with Beulah, Paul, Talcum, and me. But this was one time when there didn't seem to be any point in protesting. After about an hour's driving with the speedometer never falling below the 70 mark, the car turned into a driveway of a large house. As the headlights hit the building, Beulah Lamont clutched my arm.
Todd, do you know where we are?
Search me.
This is Five Winds.
What?
That's right, lady. Your country house.
What do you want with it? Why have you brought us here?
Well, I'll tell you. The joint's empty, isn't it?
Yes.
That's what I figured. We'll be safe from any interruptions.
You're keeping us prisoner?
Yeah, you can call it that.
But why? For what reason?
Marilee Maytime was my girl. Once. Now I'm being tagged with her killing. And that jerk Schlinkel's. So I decided to handle things my own way.
But why bring us into it?
Because one of the people in this car is the murderer.
Dirk Reinhardt wasn't the kind of a guy to waste words or effort. When he found the front door of Five Winds locked, he signaled Alfonso the human bulldozer. There was no door built that could stand up against him, and we were hustled into the living room, a vast expanse of space filled with shrouded furniture. I felt like any minute one of the shrouds was going to be taken off a chair and used on me. And I could see that the others, Paul, Beulah Lamont, and Eugene Talcum, felt pretty much the same.
Okay, now, just so we get it clear. We're all staying in this house until I find out who did the two murders the cops are trying to pin on me.
Well, that's new. A racketeer turned detective.
Don't get smart, Gaynor. Miss Lamont, is there any liquor in the joint?
In the cellar, but that's probably locked, too.
Now, look here, Reinhardt. This is absurd.
I don't want to hear from anybody till I say, pal, so button up.
But just how do you propose to discover who is the murderer?
Well, first off, we're going to play a little game called Secrets. Everybody's going to tell their secrets. What they know or knew about Marilee and Schlinkel. And I'll start off. I first met Marilee about 2 years ago, toting a cigarette tray in a dump on the east side. You know, she was the first dame I ever met who said no to the mink and a cozy apartment routine. She wanted a career, so I introduced her to Schlinkel. And as soon as she started getting in the dough, she told me she was all washed up with me. Said it wouldn't do her career any good to be associated with a known racketeer.
And you accepted that, Mr. Reinhardt?
I didn't want to, but, well, what choice did I have? When I heard she was doing that modeling job for you, Miss Lamont, I thought it might be a chance to see her. That's why I came.
Perhaps it is my turn now. I have not much of a story. I met Marilee maybe 9 months ago. She's modeling. We go out, we like each other, c'est l'amour. But she tells me we must not be seen together. She has the jealous ex-lover, a gangster, and he will kill me. So we are very careful. Then the Hollywood chance comes for her. After that, she is so careful that I do not see her at all. Then I realize that the gangster and I, we are friends. We have both received the brush-off.
And so when she comes to do the modeling job, you lose your temper and kill her. Is that it, Frenchie?
No. I am with Todd. How can I kill her?
Reinhardt, since I only came along for the ride, as it were, perhaps I might make a suggestion?
I'll listen, Talcum.
I have only one piece of personal experience connected with the murder of the unfortunate Miss Maytime, and it is this. Todd Gaynor suddenly came rushing to Miss Lamont with his idea. It was he who organized the showing and persuaded Miss Lamont to engage Miss Maytime. I should like to ask Gaynor just why he had the idea, and just why he was so insistent that Miss Maytime should be the model.
Yeah. How about that, Gaynor?
That's ridiculous. I never met Marilee until the night of the showing.
Maybe someone paid you to organize the thing and to do the killing even, huh?
Look, I was reading a magazine which had a picture in it. It struck me it'd be a good idea to get her as the model, that's all.
I don't think I believe you. Alfonso.
Yeah, Duke?
I think you better take Gaynor outside someplace and persuade him a little. When he's all persuaded, you can bring him back in here.
Boss, it'll be a pleasure. And I know just the place. The cellar. Nice place for a little exercise, huh, Buster?
It's big enough, all right. All these bottles. The guy who owned the place did himself proud.
Well, I guess we better not waste time. The boss says persuade you. That's just what I'm gonna do. Only do me a favor, pal. Be obstinate.
Okay, I will. With this bottle.
You're a scream, pal. You think a bottle's gonna stop me? I ain't even gonna use my gun on you. I'm gonna take care of you with my bare hands.
Guess you're just a one-bottle man, Alfonso. No, I didn't shoot him. I just figured a shot in the cellar might worry some of the people upstairs. Then I started for the living room, moving as quietly as I could. The living room door was half open, and I could hear the conversation.
That was a shot, I tell you. That ape might have killed him.
Oh, relax. Alfonso wouldn't kill him. That shot was probably only to frighten him.
Well, it didn't. What? Drop the gun, Reinhardt. You heard me get rid of Alfonso, didn't you? You want to go too? Drop it. Thank you.
Good work, Gaynor. Now, we
Pipe down. And that means everybody. Duke, I'm going to short-circuit your search for the murderer.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got a few ideas of my own. Like the accomplice. The guy who turned the lights off for Merrilee's murderer. No one seems to have thought of Schlinkel.
You mean...
Sure. Why else would he be murdered, except to keep his mouth shut?
But why would he be an accomplice? Why would he help to kill Merrilee?
Well, I've been doing a lot of thinking about that, and here's how it seems to me. Elise the maid told me about the quarrel between Merrilee and Schlinkel, where they mentioned 5 Winds.
That's the name of this house.
That's right, Duke. And I think I know what 5 Winds meant to the girl and her agent.
What, Todd?
A photograph. The type of picture that's usually touted around the waterfront dives, a man and a woman. The woman was Merrilee Maytime.
Hey, you're lying. She wouldn't do a thing like that.
I saw the picture. I figure the murderer was showing it to Merrilee just before she was killed and must have dropped it in his hurry to get out. Paul found it later.
What's that got to do with 5 Winds, this house?
Well, I'm sorry about this, Beulah, but the man in the picture was your father.
No. No, Todd, you must have made a mistake. It can't be true.
I wish it wasn't, but the whole story's in that picture. Somebody wanted that picture to blackmail Henry Lamont. So, he went to Schlinkel to find the right girl. Schlinkel produced Merrilee. I figure the client was probably a good amateur photographer and took the pictures himself.
But why, Todd, why?
I'm coming to that. Well, Merrilee gets her Hollywood break, decides to get rid of Schlinkel. He threatens her with the exposure of her part in the blackmail. Comes the Lamont showing, and I think Merrilee's got a bright idea. She wanted to get rid of Schlinkel, so she told him that unless he gave her a signed release that he was no longer her agent, she'd tell the press exactly what she'd done to Henry Lamont.
Yeah, but you don't know that for sure.
No, it's the only way it adds up. So, Schlinkel rushes to his old client, the guy who wanted the pictures in the first place. Because the client would see that if Merrilee blew the works, he'd be in strife too. And that was when the murder plot was cooked up. And when Schlinkel signed his own death warrant because he not only knew about the pictures, he also had the murder to hold over the client's head. So Schlinkel went the way of all flesh.
Yeah, it figures. Only why was this stunt worked on the Lamont guy at all?
Miss Lamont, didn't you tell me your father died while you were abroad?
Yes.
And when you came back, you found that someone who'd been quite a small fish in the firm was a senior executive with a watertight contract?
Yes.
How do you rate as an amateur shutterbug, Eugene?
If you are inferring that I'm the murderer, Gaynor, you must be even more of a maniac than I thought, which is saying a great deal. Now, drop your gun, Gaynor.
Hey, that's my...
Your gun, Mr. Reinhardt, yes. Nice of you to let it lie on the floor, Gaynor. Now, drop yours. That's better. One last thing. The keys to your car, Reinhardt.
I've got them.
You? How did you get them?
I went through Alfonso's pockets in the cellar. He was driving, remember? I took his gun and the car keys.
That was very thoughtful of you. Throw them to me. That's being sensible. Now I'll say goodbye. Too bad your game of secrets didn't work out quite as you planned, Reinhardt.
Todd, we must do something. He will be 100 miles away before we can get the police.
Relax, Paul. He won't get any further than the front drive.
What?
I was wondering what you were pulling.
You've got the keys to your Cadillac?
Yeah.
Yeah, I threw him the keys to my Jaguar. If those keys fit the caddy, the two manufacturers are going to feel insulted.
Let's go get him. I owe him something for Merrilee.
Hold your horses, Duke. By now, he'll have found the keys don't fit. What do you think he'll be doing?
He will come back here, perhaps?
No. He'll realize the only way out is the car. If he can't use it, he'll make sure we don't. He'll be sitting in that car with the headlights on to prevent us getting to him.
You're right, Todd. But what can we do?
Only one thing. Go look for a rope.
It took a few minutes to explain my idea. The house had 2 stories. With a rope, I figured I could let myself down from one of the front windows onto the top of the car. With Paul making sure the rope held, I slid down it and landed on the roof of the caddy with a thump. Then I took my courage in both hands, wrung it dry, and slid down the back of the car, wishing they'd never thought of widening the back windows. There seemed an awful lot of glass to slide over. I hit the gravel with a scrape, reached for the extra piece of rope in my pocket, and undid the cap of the petrol tank. Fed the rope into the tank, gave it a few minutes to let the petrol soak in, and then lit the end. As soon as the rope flared, I started running. I made about 12 feet and hit the gravel, hugging it like a blonde who felt lonely. The tank exploded, and as the flames bit around the back of the car, the door opened and talcum came plunging out. At the same time, a figure came diving down the porch, Duke Reinhardt with a gun in his hand. The gun I'd taken from Alfonso.
You're not getting away with it, talcum? No!
Duke, you okay?
Yeah, I got him. I got him from Maryland.
Hooray! What did he do for you?
He couldn't hurt Duke Reinhardt. Him, an amateur. Why, he only...
The tough part is, Duke, that even an amateur can get lucky. Hello?
Well, fine general manager you are, not even coming to the office. You should see the orders pouring in.
Yes, boss.
The newspapers want an interview. I thought I'd better say yes, so they're coming to the house at 7 tonight. Would you come and protect me?
Protect you? What from?
The newspaper men.
I thought you meant me. And I was going to say I couldn't guarantee anything.
I'm not asking for any guarantees, am I?
Now, wait a minute.
I've always believed in close cooperation between a general manager and his boss.
You have? Well, just you stay right where you are. I'm coming to prove just how close that cooperation can be.
So with Mr. Gaynor getting his girl, I think we might say finish to Felony in Fashion. I'll be back again to bring you another of my stories. The next one's called The Widow is Willing, and she's some widow, as Mark Hunt, an insurance investigator, finds out. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Felony in Fashion, you heard Margaret Christensen as Beulah Lamont, while as Todd Gaynor you heard our star, Leonard Teal. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown. We take pride in bringing you the first of a new series, a program drawn from the celebrated books by Carter Brown, which have sold more than 10 million copies and continue to sell at the rate of over 1 million copies a year.
Each week you'll hear a complete story dramatized in the smooth, modern style which has been responsible for Carter Brown's enormous popularity both in Australia and abroad. And here, to introduce the Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, is Carter Brown himself.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm very pleased indeed, and I must admit flattered, too, to have been asked to present my stories to you.
Mr. Brown, I know you've led a pretty adventurous life yourself. You've traveled around the world as a salesman, publicity writer, film technician, and now, finally, as a best-selling author. And quite a number of people seem to think that the heroes in your stories are really yourself. Now, is that true?
No, it's not. And if I sound very definite about that, it's because my wife's listening to me, and I don't think she'd like the idea of my running into so many gorgeous blondes, brunettes, and redheads as the gentlemen in my books do.
No, nor, I suppose, into as much trouble as they do.
No, I don't think she'd like that either, I hope.
Yes, your heroes certainly do wind up in strife, don't they? Like Johnny Lane, for instance. Johnny's a newspaper columnist, and they've got a premium on problems. Not that they all run into the same kind of bother as Johnny. They wouldn't want to. Well, he's a cocky character with an eye for a beautiful babe and printer's ink instead of blood. But suppose you find out for yourselves. Here's Johnny Lane to tell the story which we've titled Call for a Columnist.
I was feeling pretty pleased with myself and hence with the world. I had the best table in Jules' night spot, courtesy of Monsieur Jules himself, and on the table was my favorite drink and my favorite reading matter, a copy of the news, open at the best part of the paper, my own column, Dynamite with Johnny Lane, syndicated in 68 newspapers throughout the United States with an estimated 4 million readers. Yes, as far as I was concerned, life was a great big rosy bubble with Johnny Lane riding on top of it. Then the bubble burst.
Excuse me, Monsieur Lane.
Yes, Jules, my friend, what is it?
There are two gentlemen to see you, monsieur, in my private office.
Jules, I never see anyone in your private office, you know that.
These gentlemen are from the police.
Oh, well, that makes a difference.
Monsieur Lane, I would not like any trouble.
Don't worry, I'll handle them. You stick with your customers.
Thank you, Monsieur Lane.
Well, well. I feel honored, gentlemen. Chief of Police O'Byrne and Captain Stanger in person. And together. Whose piggy bank has been robbed?
Cut the clowning, Lane. This is serious.
Oh, you intrigue me, Captain. Tell me more.
We wanted to talk about your column, Johnny.
A subject I am always happy to discuss, Chief.
It's about the item concerning Albert Ferraro. I've got a copy here.
Uh-huh.
You said, mobster Happy Albert Ferraro won't get around much anymore. Not since he had unexpected visitors at 2 a.m. this morning. Rumor had it that Albert was going to sing to Senator Rowland's committee investigating vice and allied rackets in our fair city. This morbid columnist is betting that Albert sang his swan song in the small hours to an unsympathetic audience, with a hey and a ho and no flowers by request. Who is the Mr. Big who's worried by Senator Rowland's questions? Keep reading this column, folks, and I'll let you know just as soon as I find out.
Not bad, Chief. You really haven't got the style for it. Or the voice.
This paper was out on the streets at 3 a.m., just 1 hour after Ferraro had his unexpected visitors. It takes more than an hour to print your paper, Johnny. And that means you put that item in before it happened.
Just a hunch, Chief. If I'd been proved wrong, I'd have had to wriggle out of it in tomorrow's column.
But you haven't been proved wrong, Johnny.
As soon as we read your item, we called on Albert. Guess what? He was at home, with a nylon stocking wound round his throat. Tight.
Oh, that's what you get for sticking your neck out.
Maybe you should see things the way we do, Johnny. We have to take Senator Rowland's investigation seriously. The more he uncovers on the vice activities in this city, the worse it looks for the police. Sure, we bust up a lot of small stuff, but the big stuff still goes on, and we can't get a lead. So, when we read our paper, we find that the one lead which might really have opened things up for us was never given to us, until it was too late.
Oh, come, gentlemen, let's be fair. You got the same opportunities as I have for getting information. Better. If I happen to have outsmarted you on this one, it's no use feeling sore about it, is it? You'll just have to do better next time.
Chief, let me bust him on the jaw, just once.
It wouldn't look good to his 4 million readers. Johnny, all I want to know is where you got your information from.
Sorry, Chief, that's confidential. Now, look, I've got more than 100 people in this city who hand me information. 2 things that are always sure of. Their money and my discretion. What happens if I tell you where the whisper about Albert came from? Word goes around that Lane can't be trusted. My column gets shot to heck.
Okay, Johnny, I guess we'll just have to plug on with our own plotting methods. I see you're going to let us know pretty soon who the Mr. Big is. We'll be really interested in that. You got any life insurance, Johnny?
Life insurance? What?
I was just hoping you got plenty, because I don't think you'll find anybody willing to give you more. You're a bad risk now.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
If we're interested in your story about Ferraro, how much more interested do you think Mr. Big is going to be? And when he gets around to asking you about it, I don't think he'll take that confidential routine as an answer. Let's go, Captain. So long, Johnny. Or should it be goodbye?
I'm not a nervous character, but as O'Byrne and Stanger walked out, I suddenly found myself dabbing my forehead with a handkerchief. There ought to be a law against policemen going around frightening people. Well, I decided I could use a drink back at my table. Didn't waste time apologizing to the people I knocked over to get there.
Monsieur Lane, everything was all right?
Yeah, sure, Jules. Don't give it another thought.
Oh, I am grateful. Monsieur Lane, there is someone who would like to say hello to you.
I never say hello to anyone. That's one of my principles.
Hello, Mr. Lane.
I turned to look at her, a startlingly beautiful face framed by close-cropped black hair and a set of curves that had sent a racing car driver dizzy. My principal shot through the ceiling. Well, hello.
This is the feminine half of the new act I am presenting. The Adagio dancers, Simon and Simone. You saw them last night, Mr. Lane.
Oh, yeah.
Did you like it, Mr. Lane?
You bet. Especially the end of it, where he throws you across the floor and you spin out of sight on your, where you spin out of sight.
Effective, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a good way to test the floor for splinters. Will you join me?
I'd love to.
You will excuse me, Aunt Ju.
I hope your husband isn't going to take exception to you having a drink with me.
My husband? Oh, Simon, he is not my husband.
Oh, that makes it worse.
He is just my partner.
That makes it better.
I want to say how much I admire you, Mr. Lane, for what you're doing now.
You mean holding your hand?
Of course not. I mean in exposing the criminal elements in the town, helping Senator Rhoda.
Oh, that's nothing. I'll pour you a drink.
I think you are a very brave man. I imagine you carry your life in your hands this very minute.
Well, what makes you say that?
It's obvious. I'm sure that most of the underworld must get mad at the mere mention of your name. Their only logical solution to stop you printing these revelations is to remove you, isn't it?
No.
I can't see any other alternative.
Well, I guess you can't.
Still, you must know all this, Johnny. I shouldn't be worrying you with it. But I just wanted you to know how much I admire your courage in doing it. Oh, I'll have to go. We're on in 15 minutes. Maybe we could continue this conversation after my act is over.
Well, I've got to get home and get out my column. Can I take a rain check for some other night?
Any night, Johnny. Say, tomorrow?
My customary cab was waiting outside the night spot. Part of the service for a celebrity. I got in, gave the driver the address of my penthouse. It made about 2 blocks when I noticed he was studying my face in the rear vision mirror. What's the matter, driver? Have I got smallpox?
You're Johnny Lane, aren't you? Newspaper guy.
Yeah, that's right. Want my autograph?
No, I never get past the funnies. But my wife reads your column.
Oh, she like it?
Well, I don't know whether she likes it. She don't ever say, but remember they published your photo a couple of months ago?
Oh, I believe they did. I asked them not to, but they told me they were sick and tired of the letters demanding to know was I as handsome as they imagined me to be.
Yeah, well, the old lady sees it, and she don't believe it.
It happened to be a good likeness, that's all.
That's what I'm going to tell her when I get home. She said she didn't believe any guy could look as dumb as that. Here we are.
How much do I owe you?
We got 98 cents on the clock, Mr. Lane.
Here's $1. You can keep the change.
Hey, what do I do with the 2 cents?
Endow an orphanage. I rode the elevator to the top floor and reached my keys as I moved down the passageway to the penthouse door. I could hear the phone ringing inside, and I opened the door in a hurry. Hello?
Is that Johnny Lane?
No, another. Who's that?
I'm so glad you published that item I gave you about Albert.
Yeah, well, it's got me into a lot of trouble with the police. I want to know how I knew what was going to happen before it happened.
Did you tell them?
Well, how could I? I don't know myself. All I know is you keep calling me up. You won't tell me who you are. All you do is give me tips for the column.
Think how it impresses your 4 million readers.
I have no ambition to spend a few years behind bars for the sake of impressing my readers.
Don't kid me, Johnny Lane. You'd dive off the Statue of Liberty into the Hudson wearing a bikini if you thought it'd get you another 10,000 circulation.
I'll let that pass.
I've got another news item for you if you're interested.
I'm interested.
There's a honky-tonk down on Sloane Street called the Blue Diamond, run by Lou Prager. If the good Senator Rowland would like to know, that's the distribution center for goofballs. So long, Johnny.
Hey, wait a minute. It's time you tell me who you are. How can I tell the police my information comes from an anonymous phone call? They just as soon believe people go to see Marilyn Monroe because they like to hear her sing. What the... Hey, hang on to yourself, kid. It's under the door. Okay, I'm coming.
Just move back quietly, Mr. Lane, and we'll close the door.
Hey, that's a gun.
Your eyesight's 20/20, Mr. Lane. So get inside where we'll be nice and private.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
You'd think people would have a little more respect for my position, not to say my feelings. After all, 4 million readers turn regularly every day to my column to the headline, Dynamite with Johnny Lane. I'm somebody in this town. And what happens? Just because I print a hint in my column about a mobster's imminent demise, a hint thrown my way by an anonymous female phone call, I'm suddenly everybody's favorite focus of attention. The wrong kind of attention. Like the guy at my penthouse door shoving a gun into my stomach and telling me to get inside.
That's better, Mr. Lane. Now we can get down to business.
Now, look, I got no business with anyone like you. I'm just a newspaper columnist.
You printed that item about Albert Ferraro's murder, didn't you? Before it happened.
Yeah, but look, O'Byrne, the chief of police, and the captain of his Stanger, they wanted to know about it, too. But I didn't tell them anything, so you and your friends don't need to be nervous.
No, but you do. You're going to need protection, friend. I just proved it.
What?
You're a sitting duck, Mr. Lane. I could have blown your head off, and who was to stop me?
But who are you?
My card.
What? Leon Arts, Private Detective Missing Persons Trace Bodyguard Supply.
And that's just what you need, a bodyguard. Now, I can supply one. Our rates are $35 a day and expenses. That's not too much to save your life, is it, Mr. Lane?
No, I guess not, but...
No buts, Mr. Lane. Now, suppose I'd been one of these criminals you've been ridiculing in your column. You would have been dead by now.
Okay, you sold me.
Oh, fine. Now, got one of our standard agreements here. If you will sign it, I'll spend the night on your sofa, and in the morning I'll assign a regular bodyguard to you.
Who'll that be?
Oh, Tony Spencer, my best operative.
Okay. I don't know that I approve of your methods, Mr. Arch, but you got a deal. The comforting reassurance of the private eye's presence on the sofa in the other room gave me 8 hours solid slumber. But when I yawned the morning in, I nearly dislocated my jaw halfway through the yawn. The sofa was empty. Then I remembered. Arts must have gone out to arrange about Tony Spencer, my permanent bodyguard. And Police Chief O'Byrne's threats of the night before disappeared in the thought of constant protection from some nice, hefty ex-heavyweight. The percolator was bubbling and soft music from the radio was cheering the morning when the buzzer went. I bounded to greet my bodyguard.
Mr. Lane?
Sure. What can I do for you?
It's what I can do for you, Mr. Lane. I presume it's all right for me to come in? You have a nice place here, Mr. Lane. I think I'm going to like it.
You do?
I certainly do.
Well, that's fine, just fine. Beautiful blonde is just what I need in my life. Honey, come to Papa. Hey! Hey, what hit me? A blockbuster?
I don't know why it is, but I have this trouble with every assignment.
Huh?
It's always the same. Men just can't get used to the idea of a female bodyguard.
You mean you're Tony Spencer?
That's right. And there's no need to look so surprised. There are female lawyers, doctors, dentists. Why not a female private detective?
But I can't go around with a lady bodyguard. I've been the laughing stock of the town. Now, I'm sorry, but you'd better go back to the agency. I'll pay for the day's hire, of course.
It'll cost you more than that. Didn't you read the penalty clause in the agreement?
I didn't read it. I just signed it.
Your agreement calls for a bodyguard for a minimum of 2 weeks. If you break the contract, the full premium is due immediately, plus compensation of $500.
That's blackmail.
That's business. Well, do I stay?
Who am I to argue with a beautiful girl? Especially when she's a jiu-jitsu expert.
Well, there's certainly one thing about working for you, Mr. Lane. A girl gets taken to the best places.
Oh, I'm here every night. Jule and I have an understanding. You know, I can't get over it.
What?
That dress.
Why is something showing?
Nothing that shouldn't be.
Johnny! Oh, you remembered. Oh, I didn't realize you had company.
Simone, sit down. This is Tony Spencer. Simone. She's half the Adagio team in the floor show. Simon and Simone.
Yes, I've heard about you. Especially about that intriguing finish to your act where you spin off the stage. Tell me, do you have to take your meals off the mantelpiece afterwards?
You must wait and see. Unfortunately, not tonight. Simon is ill, so we do not perform tonight.
What a pity. I'm just dying from curiosity.
Just so long as it's from something.
Mr. Lane, will you excuse me? I want a part of my nose. It's obviously not wanted here.
I admire your taste, Johnny. I must even confess to a minute touch of jealousy.
Jealousy? Oh, you flatter me, Simone.
I thought we had a mutual interest in each other. I was even hoping that as I had a night off tonight...
Oh, you don't have to worry about Tony. She's only a buddy.
Well, that isn't exactly a nice way to describe a girl.
I mean, she's only a friend. Simone, how about we fade quietly away while the opportunity's rife, huh?
And ditch your girlfriend?
Oh, she won't care. Come on, let's get while the getting's good.
All right, Johnny. And I know just the place.
Yeah? Where?
My apartment.
This is what you call really living. Beautiful girl, cozy apartment.
Oh, it's just a place to sleep. You know, you fascinate me, Johnny.
I do?
Mm-hmm. What does it feel like to be a power in the land? To know that what you write today is read by 4 million people the following day.
Oh, feels just like any other job where you can make $100,000 a year.
Johnny, tell me about Mr. Beak who runs the Vice Rackets. I'm dying to know who he really is.
Oh, so am I, honey.
Oh, come on, Johnny. Don't be a sourpuss. I won't breathe a word to anybody.
I'm sorry, honey. I wish I could tell you, but I can't.
Oh, Johnny. Blast. I don't know who this is, but I don't want them, whoever they are.
She moved out into the hall, and I got a lot of pleasure out of following that swing and sway walk. In a couple of minutes, she came back with 2 men behind her. The first one had a face like a horse in a suit with more padding than the average woman's magazine serial. The second had white hair and blue eyes covered by black, heavy-rimmed spectacles.
Johnny.
Whoa, company. Introduce me to your friends, Simone.
I can't. I don't know them.
What do they want?
I don't know.
Why don't you ask them?
Because the one with the glasses has a gun in my back, and he told me to shut up if I wanted to stay alive.
Oh.
Okay, that's enough. We're in a hurry. Come on, let's go.
Johnny, do something.
Well, it's a shame to break up a pleasant evening, but these gentlemen are so anxious for your company, Simone.
We don't want the dame. We want you, Buster.
Me?
Yeah. So grab your hat and get moving.
I had to put up a struggle, but I was outnumbered. There were 4 of them. 2 men and 2 guns. I was bundled out of the apartment into a car. About an hour later, after more twists and turns than a roller coaster with hiccups, we pulled up outside a dilapidated shack off the main highway. 2 hoods shoved me inside. By a roaring log fire stood a ravishing redhead. When she saw me, she smiled. When I saw her, I blinked and did a double take.
Hello, Johnny.
Hey, weren't you a blonde last time I saw you?
Could be. I really forget.
Oh, the world suddenly gets to be a small place. I remember. You're a piece of dirt I wouldn't use in my column.
You use such nice language, Johnny.
Senator Rowland's girlfriend.
Ex. That's important, Johnny. Ex-girlfriend.
Thelma, as I live and breathe.
Which you will for a long time. I hope. Ah, aren't you going to say thank you? I gave you some good stuff for your column, didn't I?
The best. Lyle the mystery, the anonymous phone calls, and this kidnapping. If you'd called me, I'd have come.
Oh, we'd have preferred it this way, Johnny. Maybe we got a peculiar sense of humor.
Okay, so I'm laughing and now the gag's over. Can I go home now?
Sorry, Johnny, the gag isn't over. Not yet. You're staying right here for 2 or 3 days.
What for?
Well, we thought the peace and quiet would give you a chance to write your column without any interruptions.
Now, don't be crazy. How can I write my column here? I can't get in touch with any of my contacts. I'll be isolated.
Well, you don't have to worry about that, Johnny. You see, we've written your column for you.
What?
That's right. To cover 2 issues and asking a few interesting questions, like, do people know that the learned Senator Rowland made his money out of slot machines in the first place, setting up the wires for bookies in the second place, and dope and call girl rackets in the third place? Also, that Albert Ferraro was bumped up not because he was going to sing to the Senator's investigation committee, but because he was trying a double cross. And finally, asking whose influence got Police Chief O'Byrne his job.
Holy cow.
And all you've got to do is copy the stuff out in your style and handwriting so we can deliver it to the news.
If you think I'm sending that sort of stuff to my paper, you're crazy.
If you think you're not, you're as good as dead.
Yeah, but insinuations like that about Rowland and O'Byrne, I'll be shot.
You'll be shot either way. So what do you got to lose?
I'm always a guy who'll see reason, especially when there's a gun pointing at my midriff. Thelma stood over me while I batted out the column on a ramshackle typewriter. I presume she just wanted to check on my spelling. And she and the white-haired guy, they called him the professor, grabbed the car and headed for town, leaving me in the tender care of the Horseface character, whom I logically enough called Horseface.
You just keep in line, pal, and you and me'll get along but fine.
Now, look, look, fella, what's the sense in keeping me here? I did what Thelma wanted, didn't I? You might as well let me go now,
huh? Oh, no, we ain't that dumb. First thing you do when you get back to town is cancel them columns. Oh, no, pal. You stay right here. Hey, what's that?
Sounds like visitors at the front door.
I ain't expecting nobody. I'll go see. And you keep your trap shut, pal.
What the... Hey, who is it? Hey, Horseface!
Wow, that's a fine thing to call a girl.
Tony!
You rat, running out on me like that. Don't be surprised if Mr. Arch invokes Clause 14 of the contract.
Clause 14?
Non-cooperation. Non-cooperation of a client doubles the fees payable to the agency.
Look, never mind the fees. How did you get here?
I'm a private detective, remember?
Yeah, but Horseface, the guy who opened the door.
It came off and hit him. Now, come on. We're getting out of here. Mr. Arts is outside in the car. We've got everything arranged.
Boy, you sure work fast.
We've got a hideout all arranged where you can lie low for a couple of days.
Lie low? What are you talking about? I got to get back to town and stop him publishing my column.
I don't know anything about your column. I've got my orders from Mr. Arts. You've got a hideout for a few days.
I am doing nothing of the sort. I am not moving from here except to go back to town.
Oh, well, if you feel like that. Sorry, Mr. Lane, but orders are orders.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
People have often told me how much they envied me. Well, I can't blame them. Who wouldn't envy a guy who writes a column like Dynamite with Johnny Lane, which has a 4 million readership? But right now, even I wouldn't envy me. By the time Senator Rowland's ex-girlfriend Thelma and her 2 hoodlums had finished with me, I was really in trouble. I knew what was going to happen when the 2 editions of my column that Thelma had forced me to write hit the streets. When Senator Rowland, in the full pride of his position at the head of the Vice Probe Committee, read those allegations against him and Chief of Police O'Byrne, I could guess who was going to be on the burning end. Me. And to add injury to libel, Tony Spencer, my bodyguard, the girl with the captivating curves and the concrete constitution, had first rescued me and then slugged me over the skull.
Johnny,
Oh.
you're awake.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Oh, fine, just fine. How long did I sleep? Hey, you hit me.
I'm sorry, Johnny. Honest, I am. But it was the only way to get you here.
Where? Where am I?
This is the hideout that Mr. Arts picked out for you. You're safe here.
Safe? Nothing. I got no time to be safe. I remember now. I got to get to the paper. I got to stop 'em printing those columns.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Johnny.
What do you mean? The paper won't go to bed for a couple of hours
It's
yet.
already been to bed, Johnny. And so have you. For 3 days.
3 days?
Well, don't scream like that, Johnny. You'll burst an eardrum.
I'll just burst. I can't have been out for 3 days just from a tap on the head.
Of course not. I dosed you with a sleeping draught every time you woke up.
And those columns, they've been published?
Yes, Johnny. And I don't know what you're so worried about. I think you're wonderful. To have the courage to say what you did about the senator and the chief of police. They gave it a special treatment both days. Ran it right on the front page with a heavy black border around it.
My obituary notice. Hey, but that only covers 2 days. How about today's issue? What did they run today?
A statement saying you hadn't had time to write your usual column, but that they confidently awaited the proof you're sure to bring in. Oh, they were awfully nice, Johnny. They said that in spite of intimidation, writs, and threats, they stood solidly behind you.
Intimidation, writs, and threats? Holy cow, I'm a dead duck. Look, I've got to get back to town before they serve me up to the cops with cranberry sauce.
Well, there's no reason why you can't go now. Mr. Arts and I were only concerned with laying you low for a couple of days.
You did that all right. No guy could have been laid lower.
I've got the car. I'll drive you back.
No, thanks. I'll drive myself back. As of now, your services are no longer required.
But, Johnny, you'll need a bodyguard more than ever now.
The kind of bodyguard that knocks me out cold for 3 days I can get out of a bottle. And it won't cost me $35 a day in expenses. Goodbye, Miss Spencer. Jules, as long as you supply drinks like this, you can't insult me.
Oh, I am proud to serve you, Monsieur Lane. The man who has the courage to print what you have printed is a man to be admired.
Oh, don't drag that up. There's a $2 million damage suit against me and the paper, and my editor's going quietly crazy.
What is the latest development? Perhaps you would give us the inside story, monsieur. Tell us how your fight against vice is progressing.
Vice has won a technical knockout. It's only a matter of the referee counting me out. He must be somewhere around 8 already.
Truly, Johnny, it is as bad as that.
Worse. Much worse.
Jules,
would you mind leaving us alone for a little while?
No, of course not. I just remembered. Someone ordered a duck and I have to go out and shoot one.
Poor Johnny. You are in low spirits, eh?
I expect to be in very high spirits by the time I finish this bottle.
Johnny, if you feel low, why not go to my place? You can tell me all about it and it might help you, eh?
Yeah, I guess it might.
Johnny, here comes trouble, I think. When you're through, come to my apartment. I'll be waiting.
I looked up to see what Simone meant by trouble, and I realized she was right. Descending on me was Captain Stanger, Chief of Police O'Byrne's right-hand man.
Well, if it isn't my favorite columnist.
Sit down, Captain, and kill yourself drinking.
Hey, when did you get back into circulation?
Tonight. I was kidnapped.
Oh, no. And I suppose you were forced to write those columns. You better think up something better than that, Johnny boy. O'Byrne's madder than a hornet. He's issuing a call for you as a material witness. And by the time the boys are through with you, you'll be happy to admit it was you who assassinated Lincoln.
Okay, so you come to take me in. Do I get the handcuffs on me now?
Oh, you got me wrong, Johnny. I'm not taking you anyplace. Officially, I'm off duty. And officially, I don't even know that you're wanted. I just dropped in for a friendly chat.
I don't get it. Why should you bother to tip me off?
I'll tell you, Johnny. I think you're in a spot.
Give me an original thought.
That somebody must have tipped you off to print that stuff. Somebody who knew what they were talking about. After all, they were right about Albert Ferraro's killing, weren't they?
You mean they could be right about Senator Rowland and Police Chief O'Byrne?
No, did I say that? I just figure that if I were you, Johnny, I'd find out and find out fast before you haven't got a chance of finding out. Before you got bruises where your body used to be. I'd think it over, Johnny. And you don't have much time. Well, be seeing you, Scribbler.
I watched him go, wondering whether he was crazy or me. Then I pulled myself together and left the club. Destination, Simone's apartment. When her door opened, I thought, she'd changed suddenly. She was wearing a suit and had developed a blue shadow on her chin. And I realized it was her Adagio partner, Simon.
Come in, Mr. Lane. I've been expecting you. Simone was caught up with some business, so I have taken her place.
You won't mind if I say that it's not quite the same?
Still, perhaps I can persuade you to put up with it. You know, I envy you, Mr. Lane. A columnist of your renown must have a fascinating life.
Yeah, it's all right when you can keep on living. It's the dying that's the tough part.
Pardon? I do not understand.
I died tonight, professionally.
Oh. You know, surprisingly enough, Mr. Lane, I think I can help you with your problem.
You?
I have some knowledge which should interest you.
Okay, I'm listening.
You know, yours is a wonderful country, Mr. Lane. Everything here is organized on the grand scale. Even crime, the rackets. And there's a new type of racketeer today. The racketeer with education, good social background, good standing in the community. Perhaps a company director or even a politician. Is that not so?
Yeah, it's so.
Let us take a hypothetical case. Say, a politician who is also a racketeer. Let us imagine him controlling the vice and the profits of vice in the city. For a time, all goes well. But sooner or later, what you call the heat is on. People get tired of the rackets flourishing under their noses and the noses of the police. They protest. The newspapers take up the protest. Obviously, something must be done.
What?
What would you do in a like situation?
Listen, I may have been taken for a ride the last few days, but I'm not that dumb. I thought of that one. You have yourself elected head of an investigating committee inquiring into vice in the city so that you can cover yourself. And at the same time, crush any opposition that might need crushing.
Exactly so. I congratulate you, Mr. Lane. But this opposition you speak of is, of course, part of the politician's own crime organization.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Why should you? It is that part of the organization that is being squeezed too much, bled just a little too much by the politician. They are not organized, and they are alarmed by the politician's coming activities with the investigation committee. But they lack the means to positive action. And then the politician does something very stupid.
He throws over his girlfriend, Thelma, whom he had confided in too long and too much.
Precisely. And Thelma has some knowledge of events to happen. In particular, she knows that one member of the opposition is still working for our politician.
Let's just call him Roland, huh? I'm getting tired of this hypothetical case.
Very well. So, Thelma knows that Ferraro, who is supposedly one of the opposition, is still working for the senator. He is to give evidence at the first hearing of the investigation committee. He will reveal the activities of all the people in the senator's organization whom the senator wishes to get rid of.
So Roland didn't have Ferraro killed?
On the contrary, the opposition had him killed.
Just where do you fit into the picture, Simon?
I am a member of the opposition. It was handled cleverly, I think. Ferraro's death served a double purpose. It prevented him giving information, and it served as a warning to the senator.
And then what?
And then we used our master stroke. We needed widespread publicity for our scheme to work. And what could be better than a columnist with a readership of 4 millions? You, Mr. Lane. Don't you feel flattered?
I feel slightly sick. So I was taken for a ride.
All the way. First, you were given several items to publish. Then all that was needed was to move you out of the way, persuade you to write what we wanted you to write, and make sure it was published. At first, it seemed as though our plans came unstuck when your friends rescued you. But fortunately, they hid you away as well as we could have done ourselves.
What happens now?
Now? It is a sad thing, Mr. Lane. But you will appreciate that the situation cannot remain static. At the moment, the police and Senator Roland are allied against you. Your own newspaper will discredit you. So the public will begin to doubt your allegations. But one thing would convince them that you were telling the truth.
What's that?
If you were to be murdered. What? Then people would be convinced that you had been right, and that you had been murdered to prevent your presenting the proof of your allegations. It is not a bad prospect, is it, Mr. Lane? Once you are dead, you will be a national hero, a martyr. Think of the honor and glory.
I'm thinking of what comes before that.
Oh, don't let it worry you. It will be a quick end. Don't struggle, Mr. Lane. Accept the inevitable. We experience the greatest adventure that life can offer. Death. I as the giver, and you as the receiver.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Quite a score of odds for a harmless columnist who wanted nothing but to hang on to his popularity with the 4 million readers of his column. Dynamite with Johnny Lane. As if it wasn't enough to be kidnapped and forced to write statements libeling the chief of police and Senator Roland, head of the Vice Investigation Committee, statements which brought a $2 million damage suit against my paper and just incidentally looked like putting me behind bars. As if that wasn't enough, I had to walk into the apartment of that heavenly hunk of humanity, Simone, the Adagio dancer, only to find her partner, Simon, proposing to make a national hero out of me by murdering me. I sat there, hardly believing my eyes, as he slowly took off his tie.
Just relax, Mr. Lane. It will be all over in a moment. A tie makes such an excellent weapon for a man like me. You have seen her act, mine and Simone's, how I throw her across the stage. It is all in the wrists and fingers, you know.
No, I didn't know.
And the same thing applies to strangling. It is all in the wrists and fingers.
So you took care of Albert Ferraro?
Of course. Just as I am going to take care of you.
Ah, the situation is well in hand, I see, Simon.
Simone!
Well, my poor little Johnny,
It seems that we shall never get around to having a quiet evening to ourselves.
You're part of it, too.
But of course. You are just in time, Simone, for the climax.
Yeah, just in time. No! Well, what do you know? I knocked him cold.
I don't believe it. A rabbit like you.
I don't believe it either. But I like it. Come here, baby.
No, no.
Yes, baby. I don't know why I never thought of this before.
What are you going to do?
What no gentleman ever does to a lady. For a moment, I just stood there, looking at the pair of them, laid out on the floor like fillets of fish on a slab. I didn't know what had come over me, but whatever it was, I was enjoying it. I employed my newfound personality in a number of phone calls, and half an hour later, the door opened and my ex-bodyguard, Tony Spencer, walked in.
Well, Johnny, so you decided you couldn't get along without me after all.
Well, you could put it that way. Actually, I called your boss, Mr. Roach, because I need someone to look after a couple of people for me.
You mean bump them off?
No, just keep an eye on them.
Where are they?
In the bath.
Both of them?
That's right.
You mind if I go and take a look?
Not at all. Help yourself.
Thanks. I don't get this. Jumping catfish.
Recognize them?
It's that Adagio act. Who tied them up and put them in the bath for you?
I did.
You?
Me. I am a changed man since you last saw me.
You know, I can almost believe it. There is something different about you.
I've decided I'm really the masterful He-Man type. In fact, I've decided that I'm going to call Captain Stanger at police headquarters, get him to come over and take charge of these characters, and then you and I...
Yes, John?
You and I will go out for a little celebration, and I'm not taking no for an answer.
I'm not saying no, Johnny.
Your evening paper, Monsieur Lane.
Oh, thanks, Jules. Here, Tommy, take a look at this. Right in the front page.
But, Johnny, this says that you're going to prove that every allegation you made about Senator Rowland and the chief of police was true.
Mm-hmm.
And that you're going to do it tomorrow at the hearing of the investigation committee.
Uh-huh. I thought I'd have trouble with my editor getting him to run that, but I convinced him that since the paper was being sued for $2 million already, he may as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb.
Johnny, you're amazing.
I think so, too.
Oh, excuse me, Monsieur Lane. I could not help overhearing.
Yeah? What is it, Jules?
If you really intend to prove your accusations, Monsieur Lane, I think I can help you.
Yeah? How?
We are not immune to racketeers here. We have to pay our tribute to stay in business. But if you have the courage to defy them, I feel I should have the courage to support you. And I have receipts in my office that would interest you immensely.
You have?
If you could spare a few moments and come to my office, I will give them to you.
Well, thanks, Jules. Thanks a lot. You'll excuse me, won't you, Tony?
Oh, there is no need why the young lady should not accompany us.
Huh, okay. Come on, honey.
This way, Monsieur Lane. Mademoiselle. Here we are. Please go in, Monsieur Lane. I have a gun at your back, and I would not like a corpse littering my corridor.
Jules, what is this?
Inside, Monsieur Lane. You too, mademoiselle.
Hello, Johnny.
Thelma.
That's right. Pleased to see me?
In 2 words, no.
Thelma, it is true. What it says in his column. He threatens to prove his accusation.
The accusations you made me right, baby.
I wish you'd kept your nose out, Johnny. If Simon hadn't bungled his job, you'd have been dead before you could have written that.
Yeah, but he did bungle his job. And he's now tucked away quietly waiting for the inquiry to start tomorrow when he's going to do a little talking.
But you're going to tell us where to find him.
I don't think I am.
That's one for the books. Johnny Lane, a tough guy. You're a lily, Johnny. Well, you'd faint if anyone swatted a fly in front of you.
Would I?
Don't!
Let her go or I shoot.
No, you won't.
Nice work, Tony.
Would you like me to break his arm, Johnny?
No!
Not yet, honey. Now then, I'm at the business end of the gun. I'll have a few answers. You, Jules, where do you fit in? You're the leader of the opposition that Simon told me about, huh?
Yes, I handled the distribution angle for Roland for a long time, but it got too good as far as he was concerned. He switched some of it to Lou Prager at the Blue Diamond. My takings were cut by half. Then when Thelma came along and put me in the picture, I thought it was time I did something.
You'll do something, all right. A nice long stretch. As for you, Thelma, you'll fry.
What are you talking about?
The Ferraro killing. The nylon stocking that strangled him was a sure clue that a woman killed him.
That's a lie. I never killed him. It was Simon.
Well, I think he'll say it was you. And his partner, Simone, will back him up. That's 2-1.
But I didn't kill him. I swear it.
Oh, I believe you. I know Simon did it. He likes strangling. But I don't think anyone else will believe you.
Johnny, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know about the senator and about O'Byrne, but don't send me up on a murder rap. I'll talk, Johnny. I'll talk.
It was quite a scene in the courtroom next morning. A crowd packed the public benches, and up on the platform sat the investigation committee, headed by Senator Rowland. An imposing figure, gray-haired, substantial, the complete picture of an honest, straightforward American politician. He made his opening speech, a blend of fancy platitudes and phony patriotism. Then he got around to me.
The chief protagonist of the accusations made against the committee, and in particular against the chief of police O'Byrne, is here today, and so this committee has decided that in the interests of justice, this matter should be dealt with first of all. I hereby call John Lane to appear before the committee. Have you a lawyer, Mr. Lane? You're entitled to legal advice.
I don't need any, thanks.
Very well. You are John Lane.
Yes?
You're employed as a journalist.
A columnist. That's one step up or down, depending how you feel about it.
Certain statements have appeared in your column, and as a result of them, certain writs have been issued against your newspaper and yourself for damages for libel. Is that correct?
I understand so.
Then, Mr. Lane, you will agree that these statements of yours are either true or false.
Naturally.
If they are false, I'm wasting the committee's time in questioning you.
Presumably.
And if they are true, it's then up to you to prove it.
Quite.
Very good, Mr. Lane. How do you propose to do that?
I'd like to ask some questions, if I may.
To whom do you wish to address your questions?
To the chief of police, to you, Senator, and various other people.
Very well, if you may call whom you please, Mr. Lane.
Thank you. I'd like to call Chief of Police Michael O'Byrne. Chief, I'm not too good on formal procedure, so I guess we can take it as read that you're Chief of Police and your name is Michael O'Byrne.
Very well.
Chief, how much do you earn a year?
Senator, do I have to answer that question?
It's public knowledge, Chief. Anyone can find out by reading the city ordinances. Your salary is $10,000 a year.
Well, if you know, why ask?
And you earn $10,000 a year.
Yes.
No more?
Of course not.
Does your wife work?
No. Mr. Lane, we have not unlimited time. I'm afraid I don't see the point of these questions.
You will, Senator. Now, Chief, if your income is $10,000 a year and your wife doesn't work, how is your wife able to deposit $2,000 a month into her bank account?
It's a lie!
Not according to this statement obtained from the manager of a bank by Captain Stanger of the police department. According to this statement, your wife has at the moment a total of some $28,000 in her account, and $2,000 are paid in regularly on the 8th day of every month. The deposits are made by a Mr. Smith.
Mr. Lane, there's probably some quite simple explanation of this. I cannot tolerate the chief being put through the hoop just for the sake of satisfying your craving for publicity.
Very well, Senator. I'm prepared to waive any further questioning of the chief of police. Instead, I'd like to call Thelma Radley.
What?
If you look, you'll see her coming in now, together with 3 people who are here to prove my statements. Will Miss Radley step forward, please?
With pleasure.
Tell me, you wouldn't do this.
Wouldn't I? My name is Thelma Radley, and until 6 weeks ago I lived in an apartment on Dane Street, which was wholly maintained by Senator Rowland. During the previous 6 months when I was with him, he made me his confidant concerning many of his business affairs. I learned that he controlled the vice rackets of this city. The chief of police was paid $2,000 a month to cooperate with Rowland and leave the rackets alone, and...
This investigation committee is postponed indefinitely. Captain Stanger, you're ordered to arrest the chief of police and with him Senator Rowland. Charges will be preferred later. And get them out of here fast before they get lynched.
Oh, Johnny, you were wonderful.
You think so, Tony?
Oh, yes. The way you handle things in that courtroom. Why, they ought to make you district attorney.
Hey, that mightn't be a bad idea at that. I don't see why I shouldn't run for DA.
I've got a better proposition.
Yeah? What?
how'd you like to be my bodyguard permanently?
Miss Spencer, is this a proposal of marriage?
Uh-huh. What do you say?
No.
I was afraid of that. I hate to do this, Johnny, but I've made up my mind. Don't worry, honey. By the time you come to, it'll be all over. And you'll like it. That's a promise.
This is Carter Brown. You know, there are some stories that you get a real kick out of writing. Call for a Columnist was one of them. I only hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Next week I'll be back to present another of my books for you. This one is called Assignment Trouble, and it has an Australian background combining journalism and public relations. The combination which is just plain murder. So for now, this is Carter Brown saying, be seeing you, I hope.
In Call for a Columnist, you heard Wendy Playfair as Tony, and as Johnny Lane, you heard our star, Joe McCormick. The Carter Brown Mystery Theater, from the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions. Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown with another of my stories for you, a venture which I call The Widow is Willing. It's the account of an insurance investigator named Mark Hunt, who finds himself marooned on a lonely island in the company of an assortment of characters, male and female, one of whom could be a murderer. For my money, I prefer being locked in a lonely room with a typewriter, but there's no accounting for tastes. Well, here's Mark Hunt and his story.
When you get to the edge of the world, there's a river, and in the middle of the river is an island. That's where the Goldbrights live. It was a raw night which made you think of vampires and things that go eek in the night. There was a moon with low clouds scudding across it. I'd given the old character who owned a boat $5 to row me across. He pulled at the oars, and I watched the solitary light on the island getting gradually larger. Nearly there. Yeah. Goldbright's been living on that island long.
He and his father before him and his father before that.
Yeah, what did his father before that do? To get banished, I mean.
That's some sort of Yankee joke?
Sort of. How did they get to the mainland?
They got a launch. You should have let them know you were coming and they descended.
Not for me, they wouldn't.
They ain't expecting you, huh?
That's right. Too bad about Henry Goldbright dying like that.
Uh-huh.
Stepped over the balcony outside his bedroom and ended up on the stone jetty, 50 feet below, they say.
Uh-huh.
The Goldbrights get on all right? Together, I mean.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, talkative, aren't you?
We're here. You go up them steps and then on up to the house.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot. If I want to get back to the mainland again in maybe an hour's time, will you be around?
Around World's End at night, you must be crazy, mister.
Why?
You stay here long enough, you find out. Not a place to be by yourself, not at night. That's your bag. Goodbye.
The old guy pulled away and was lost in the night. I picked up my case and started up the steps which led to the path which led to the house. A gaunt, gray building. World's End. I thought the name was appropriate. As I pulled the bell rope, I wondered what Mrs. Goldbright would be like. Fragile, white-haired, with a quavering voice? Or more probably tough and hard and thin-lipped?
Yes?
This, I presume, was Mrs. Goldbright. She wore 15 denier nylons, black. She wore a form-fitting dress, black. And since she was a blonde, the black did things for her. And for me. She may have been a widow, but she was also a wow.
Yes, what do you want?
Mrs. Goldbright?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Goldbright.
My name is Hunt, Mark Hunt, from Excelsior Insurance Incorporated.
Yes?
I'm sorry to worry you at a time like this, but your husband had a policy with us for $50,000.
You're very prompt in paying your policies?
It's not quite like that, Mrs. Goldbright. I'm an insurance investigator. When a big claim like this comes along, the company naturally investigates it before they pay.
Perhaps you'd better come inside, Mr. Hunt. It's not very comfortable here on the doorstep. I don't quite understand the need for any investigation, Mr. Hunt.
Mrs. Goldbright, your husband died 2 days ago. He was insured for a large sum of money. Therefore, the company has to be sure there's been no foul play.
You mean they want to be sure my husband died of natural causes and wasn't murdered?
You could put it that way, I suppose.
The police are satisfied he died of natural causes?
That's half the battle.
The other half being to convince you, I suppose.
Well...
I think the best thing you can do is stay here, Mr. Hunt, at World's End, until you've completed your investigation.
That's very kind of you.
Not at all. It would be impossible for you to work from the mainland, and the sooner it's finished, the happier both of us will be.
Of course.
You better come and meet the others. Then we'll have dinner. This way, Mr. Hunt. They're all in the living room.
She led the way down the cold, stone-paved hallway into a large room with polished wood floors, which contained 5 people. 4 men and a woman.
Just a moment, everybody. I want you to meet Mark Hunt. He's an insurance investigator. This is my brother-in-law, Clem Goldbright.
Hello. Clem was about 30 or so, dark, slim, dissipated, crooked grin and a sneer in the eyes.
This is John Cross, an old friend.
Hi there. Cross was rugged, looked the good-natured college athlete type.
Roger and Mavis Beavis.
How do you do?
Hello.
Beavis was fat and 40, rimless glasses, a successful businessman. Mavis was a redhead with a ravishing figure. Every time my husband looked at her, he got a stupid look on his face. I didn't blame him.
And this is Michael Degrescu.
Delighted, Mr. Hunt.
Degrescu had a foreign accent. The name was Romanian. He looked smooth and suave and probably shrewd.
Well, now that you've all met, I'll do something about drinks.
An insurance investigator, eh, Hunt? Checking on my brother's death?
It's just routine, Mr. Goldbright, with any large claim.
In other words, it's a case of did he fall or was he pushed?
Clem, that's no way to talk in front of Lila.
Why not? She probably gave 3 cheers when she found him on the jetty. We all know their marriage was a mistake. She made the mistake. She married him because she thought he'd spend all his money on her, and he didn't.
Clem always puts things so beautifully. Here's your drink, Mr. Hunt.
One of these days you'll get a crack on a jaw for talking like that.
Such a rugged character, our Mr. Cross. The guy who never got past college, physically or mentally.
Please, that's enough. Mr. Hunt will think we're a bunch of lunatics.
It must be an interesting career, Mr. Hunt, being an insurance investigator.
It's just a job, Mrs. Beavis. Pretty ordinary most times.
Sounds rather sordid to me.
At least it's a job, Clem. Something you wouldn't know anything about.
We each take life as we find it, Mavis. Me with my brains, you with your looks.
Now, look here, Clem.
Mavis married you for your dough, Roger boy. And we all know why you married Mavis.
That's the gong for dinner. Let's move to the dining room, shall we?
We got through the soup, the meat, the apple pie and cream without any more of the Bob comments. Then we adjourned back to the living room for coffee. While Mavis put on some records and the others organized a game of bridge, I found myself left with the Romanian Michael Degrescu.
Are you interested in art, Mr. Hunt?
One specific kind, sure.
What kind is that?
Leg art.
Ah, you mean the cheesecake?
Mm-hmm.
I was referring to something else. Myself, I'm a collector of everything and anything that is beautiful, from women to paintings. The paintings in this room, for example, very fine. I offered Henry $100,000 for them. He refused. I'm hoping Lila will feel differently.
Well, good luck.
I think I will have it. It was a sin that a woman like Lila should have been tied to Henry. I hope to add her, too, to my collection of beautiful things.
I got the impression that John Cross was in the running there.
Puh, Cross. A moron with muscles. She will have more sense than that.
What the... Mavis, please.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put that on. I didn't know it was with the rest of the records.
That was stupid, A bad faux pas. That was Henry's favorite music. Beethoven, the Coriolanus Overture. I don't like it myself. It was playing the other night when it happened. I think poor Lila associates it with Henry's death. That was careless of Mavis. Careless.
Or deliberate. Everyone went to bed around 11. The room I'd been given was upstairs, overlooking the water, a sheer drop of 50 feet. It had started to rain, lashing against the window as though it was trying to break in. I was sitting having a last cigarette when there was a soft tap on the door. I opened it. Mrs. Goldbright stood there. I couldn't help thinking that Goldbright was a good description of her hair.
Could I talk to you for a moment, Mr. Hunt?
Sure, come in. Cigarette?
Thank you. Thank you. Must have been quite an experience for you, meeting our little group this evening.
That's an understatement. There's certainly a bunch of characters.
Clem was quite right, you know. The burning question is, did he fall or was he pushed? I'd like to know the answer to that myself.
Where were you when it happened?
In my room. Henry and I had separate rooms. The first thing I heard was his shriek as he fell.
You think someone could have pushed him?
They all had good reason to. So did I, if it comes to that. Henry was a good deal older than I am. He wasn't exactly a nice person. I'll be frank, I married him for exactly the reasons Clem stated. Clem himself has only a yearly allowance, but part of the estate reverts to him on Henry's death, so he had good reason to kill him. John Cross imagines he's in love with me. I've never encouraged his feelings, but he could have thought that with Henry out of the way, I might feel differently. Michael D'Agrescu
explained himself to me tonight. What about the Beavis couple, Roger and Mavis?
Roger's making a fortune, marketing gadgets. He's the driving force, but Henry put up the money. Recently, Henry took a dislike to him because he married Mavis. I think Henry decided to withdraw his capital. Roger has staked everything he has on a new project. I know that at this juncture, the withdrawal of Henry's capital will ruin him.
So everyone had a good reason for wanting to see Henry die.
Yes, including me. I had no love for Henry, and with his death, I'll presumably inherit his money. I'll know tomorrow. The lawyer's coming to read the will.
Why tell me all this, Mrs. Goldbright?
I don't know. Just seems to help, having someone like you in the house, Mark. May I call you Mark?
Surely, Mrs. Goldbright.
Please call me Lila. And if you don't mind, I'll talk to you again. Might help me to keep sane.
Anytime, Lila.
Thanks, Mark. I think I'm going to like you. A lot.
She left, and I turned in. To the accompaniment of the wind and the rain beating against the house, I fell asleep. Suddenly, I was awake. Something coming from below, faintly from downstairs, had aroused me. The Beethoven music. It sounded eerie and terrifying in the night. There was something else, a voice, a whisper, weird and toneless in the room.
Eternity is forever, yet eternity can be held in captivity, imprisoned for all to see. The second that plunged me into eternity, held forever. Search, and you shall be rewarded, and perhaps I shall be avenged.
With a supreme effort, I stretched out my arm for the bedside lamp and switched it on. But there was no one there. The room was empty.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Have you ever woken up in a bedroom in the middle of the night and heard a weird, whispering voice, switched on the light, and found the room empty? Around the office of Excelsior Insurance Incorporated, I was considered a pretty tough investigator. Mark Hunt, the guy with a marble heart. But I didn't get much sleep the rest of the night. in that empty room in the gaunt Goldbright house, with the rain sheets whipping viciously against the window and the wind whining outside the walls. I was glad when daylight came. Daylight's such a nice, sane thing to see. Everything that sneaks out of the graveyard at midnight is back there before dawn. Who is it?
Cross. John Cross.
Okay, come in.
I was sent to fetch you, Hunt.
Hmm?
Lila was wondering what had happened to you. It's late. Breakfast's over.
That's okay. I've kind of lost my appetite this morning anyway.
Why? What's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing really. Only I'm just beginning to understand that old guy.
What old guy?
The one who rode me over. He made a couple of cryptic comments about this place. I'm beginning to see what he meant.
You're not making sense, but that's not my business. I was told to get you. The lawyers arrived.
Lawyer?
Sure, to read Henry Goldbright's will. They're all gathered in the living room, and Lila figured you ought to be there, seeing that you're investigating Henry's death.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll get dressed right away.
Okay, I'll get back. If you time it right, you'll miss all the legal mumbo-jumbo and get there for the interesting part.
John Cross was right. By the time I crept quietly into the living room and took a seat, the legal eagle, a lean, lifeless-looking bird, was getting down to business.
Before reading the section concerning the actual beneficiaries, I must say that I did my utmost to dissuade Mr. Goldbright from the course he took. My efforts were of no avail, and he insisted on couching his will in its present terms.
Thank you, Mr. Daventry. Would you please continue?
And now, as to the disposal of my estate. I am well aware that my wife married me only for what she could get. Therefore, I have not the slightest intention of allowing her to squander the wealth it took my family 5 generations to amass. I leave her a legacy of $10,000 and trust it will be enough to keep her until she remarries. I might add that I have long suffered watching the sheep's eyes made at my wife by John Cross, and knowing he's practically penniless, cannot help feeling a certain satisfaction in knowing that if they marry, it will undoubtedly be a love match.
John, please.
The bulk of my estate I leave to my brother, Clem Goldbright. I realize that he is a waster, but I trust he has enough family pride to guard the family fortune. If my brother should die within 2 years of inheritance, my wife shall take over the whole estate. If she should die within a similar period, then the estate will revert to my friend Michael Dergrescu, who has for so long desired my paintings and other art treasures. There are other minor provisions, of course, $1,000 for the butler and $500 for the maid. And that, I think, is all. Has anyone any questions?
Yes, I have.
Yes, Mr. Goldbright?
That last condition, about the estate reverting on death. Is that legal? Can it be contested?
Contested? Certainly not. It's a perfectly legal procedure.
But don't you see what it means? If Henry was murdered, if his fall wasn't an accident, it means there's a killer in this house. And that will is an open incitement to murder.
Come, Mr. Goldbright. Aren't you letting your imagination run away with you?
If I'm found one morning on the jetty like Henry was, that'll be a comforting thought.
The lawyer left after lunch. The rain hadn't let up, and that, combined with the terms of the will and Clem's outburst, produced an atmosphere like death row in a penal institution. Everyone retired early that night. I was back in my bedroom, and I was wishing it was someplace else, because the room kept reminding me of that whispering voice in the night. Since I couldn't stop thinking about it, I tried to figure out what the voice had been trying to tell me. Eternity can be held in captivity, it had said. Imprisoned for all to see. Of course. It meant a camera. If someone had taken a photograph as Henry plunged to his death, that was it. The voice meant that somewhere there was a negative that proved whether Henry fell or was pushed. Who's that?
It's me, Lila.
Oh, come in.
I brought a bottle and 2 glasses.
Lila, that's an inspiration.
That's what I thought. Here, you do the pouring.
Mm-hmm.
It's been such a dreadful day.
Oh, I won't argue with that.
I just couldn't stand being by myself.
Well, now you're not. Oh, here's your drink.
Thanks. You know, it's funny, isn't it?
Sure. What?
That will. When I think of all the time I've been here in this ghastly place, of all the time I endured Henry, what do I get as a reward? $10,000.
Henry seems to have been an eccentric character.
Henry was a heel, pure and simple. But don't let's talk about him.
Okay. What will we talk about?
You. You and me.
It sounds an interesting subject.
I like you, Mark. You're my idea of a man. I haven't known a real man these last few years. Is that a very awful thing to say?
Let me think about it. No, I don't think it is.
I'm glad. I wouldn't like you to think I'm awful.
I think you're beautiful.
Mark, the lights. They've gone out.
Yeah.
Mark! In the doorway. That figure. It's Henry!
As Lila's body collapsed to the floor, every hair on my head stood on end. In the doorway, bathed in an unearthly light, was the figure of a man with gray hair and a gray mustache. I grabbed for my gun. The figure was in front of me, but the laugh came from behind me. I whirled round, and when I turned back for the door, the figure was gone. I was heading for the door when I heard the voice again in the darkness.
Now, do you believe? Will you listen when I tell you that the secret of my death is held for all time, imprisoned in emotion, waiting to be found? Seek, and you shall discover.
Then suddenly the music stopped and the lights came on. I looked at my gun and then at Lila on the floor. As I picked her up and placed her on the bed, she stirred.
Mark.
Oh, it's okay, Lila. It's okay.
Did you see him?
I saw something.
It was Henry.